with our lives after 60 days together, nearly 12 hours a day. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the metaphysical questions and more that I want to talk about today. Hello, towel friends. It's me. I'm a towel. It's great to see so many of you. It's great to see Discerning Truth and Jew Drops and Claudia Franco and Just Being Nosy and so many others. I also want to just jump off the bat by saying, as some of you join in, I'm sorry for pushing the stream back a few times. I had some doctor's commitments this morning, and I wanted to have a day where my life wasn't defined by the clock. Yes, for 60 days, ladies and gentlemen, I lived by the clock. I had to be at a certain place at a certain time every day, and there was a certain ebb and flow, a rhythm and rush to covering that retrial. Now I'm in a contemplative, reflective mood. It's so good to see so many of you. And as I said, I was happy to do this stream for you all today. I know a lot of you asked if we could talk about plans for the future, reflections on the retrial, the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial that was, of course, somehow only a guilty on OUI. Just shocking the world, ladies and gentlemen. But the fallout of that, what I'm coming to understand about some of the processes that played out over the past month, initial reporting that Towel's starting to hear about things that have and have not been going on. I'm so glad to see so many of you, even though it is a unique start today in the afternoon. We normally start bright and early, 7 a.m. Eastern, when there's a trial, especially. But this was the first day that my life wasn't defined by the clock, and I hope you all, even among what is just a very, very numbingly overwhelming verdict in so many ways, guilty on OUI, not guilty on everything else in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, I hope you too took a moment to, even if it's denied to so many of the people involved in this case, I hope you took a moment this morning and realized that time had stopped, I think, for a lot of us over the past 60 days. And it felt like there was a lot going on. There was, but we were in a bubble. We were in our own insulated world. And there is a world out there. There is a world beyond this trial. And sometimes you just have to look at the sun rising and say, well, that was a lot, but I'm here, and this world is bigger than me. And that's, I think, the moment I had this morning. One, not being tethered to the clock, so to speak, the feelings of liberation. Two, I think a lot of the adrenaline and the cortisol is gone. So I think that helps a lot. Hello, SSGTUSMC. Hello, Eva. Hello, Blackpink. It's great to see so many of you today. And yes, I will just make your chat the center of the screen. How about that? Anything you want to ask today, you let me know. We'll decompress. Maybe depending on if I get my towel fibers going, I'll have some stories to tell about the trial, how I got involved in it. Hello, Cat in a Hat. We can talk about some of Towel's favorite moments. Sorry about that. I was burping. We can talk about some of Towel's favorite moments. We can say hello to our Towel friends. And yes, I agree. Some of us, I think, have the, what would be a good word, luxury of being able to pull away. Maybe not from what's going on in our own lives, but to pull away from this chaos and say, okay, there's still a world out there. But for some people, especially the O'Keefe family and the witnesses and others, this is a reality that cannot be escaped. And I think maybe it helps us empathize in some way with the people who go through these agonizing processes as the family of a victim or a victim. Because, and it is a luxury to be able to tune out, because to be enmeshed in this kind of case against one's will, be forced into it and then not be able to get away from it, not be able to, even after the criminal case is over, to have it continue to permeate your lives, I think that is worthy of our empathy. And even if we do have the ability to tune out or go back to our lives or look forward to the next case, I think we have to, ever present in our minds, has to be the suffering endured by the O'Keefe family that will continue. And I do hope that they are like the Goldmans in a lot of ways. I hope the O'Keefes just make it their life's mission, with the best lawyers on planet Earth, to make sure Karen Reed is held accountable in the civil context or otherwise for what the O'Keefe family went through. Now, whether a civil jury will find Karen guilty on a lower standard, we don't know. Different county, different situation. But this jury, I'll tell you, I don't have faith in the confidence of this jury verdict. I'm sorry. The timing of it, around 2:27, the questions about the fourth question mirroring exactly the outcome of the first trial. Something is rotten in Norfolk Superior Court. In particular, with that jury verdict. It's weird. I've talked to some people. I thought it was just me at first, but I talked to some people, some people who know what they're talking about nationally. And I started asking around, and I have a lot of friends. Like, I have a lot of friends in a lot of places. And so I started, overnight making some inquiries. And it was very interesting to me what I learned. So there's been these posts on social media. There have been some arguments they were debunked, etc., where people twice in pro-free Karen Reed groups about a month ago, same guy, was saying my cousin or something, maybe he was lying and it wasn't his cousin or his brother, something like that, is on the jury, and this was 4 weeks ago, and they have a plan to, the jurors, or either that juror or other jurors have a plan to hang the jury at worst or just get a not guilty across the board, regardless of the evidence. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, Grant, you're not, especially Murder by Maestro and other super towels, we're saying, Grant, you're not off with this. And I do have the post, we can look at it. You're not off with this, Grant. Like, there's something wrong here. Hello, respect. Let me just show you what I've been looking at, little towels, over the past little bit. I want to see if I can bring this up for you. I think it has somewhat of an important piece of relevance to our discussion here. So let me see if, all right, so we don't, where is it? All right, so there we go. There's the producer. Now let me see if I can bring this up for you. All right, here we go. Thank you to I Go by Steph. Hello, Steph. You are a super towel. I didn't realize you I did realize you tweeted this because you literally told me, Grant, I tweeted this at you. Will you please look at it? So this is the image, folks, that now I'd seen this, okay, in my reporting. I came across this. I knew this was out there, and the same person actually did this twice, all right? So let's zoom in here. Hold on. So this same person made a very, very similar comment twice, all right? And this was in a pro-free Karen Reed. I will have to take a look, SSG, TUSMC, whether there's a juror on TMZ. But take a look. This was it was not from a day ago. This was from about 30 days ago. And apparently the jury, this person may have been trolling, but if this is real, it should be looked into. The jury decided a month ago, so literally at the beginning of the case, that there was going to be a not guilty. And then this person says, I'm not a liar. My cousin is on the jury, so I do know a few real facts. And I'll show you the full comment. So I do know a few real facts. So you can see, I mean, I don't think that it's just me who has these concerns. I think a lot of people rightfully do. But folks, there's something up. I don't know. There's something about yesterday that left me with a weird feeling. Like not a Hank didn't do a good enough job feeling. Not a this case was argued worse than the first case. Exactly the opposite. But more, there was something pernicious in the jury room. I don't even know what you do in this situation. I don't. Yeah, it's hard to see it as trolling in hindsight. So I think that's why overnight I was so baffled. Okay, I was just so baffled by all of this. I'm sure people contacted the court about this. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a serious thing. In that sense, I would not be surprised if people did contact the court. And I think a lot of us should realize, we have to think about the integrity of the system and whether it was compromised. I don't know if it was compromised. Maybe, obviously, the first trial was compromised, too. We knew that one of the jurors went on to be Karen's lawyer. Thought it was weird that lawyer was just around for jury selection. Thought that was weird. Yeah, I don't see, that's what I'm saying. I really don't see this as an issue with the presentation of the evidence. That's what's really concerning me. I see this as an issue with the jury. Not like Karen was claiming during the first trial, not like they misunderstood something. I think they were compromised. Whether it was the 4-person, multiple jurors, somebody was compromised on that jury. Maybe multiple people. And we didn't hear anything from the DA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dewdrops, the people who said that about their cousin, they are a pro-Karen Reed person, so they would never report it to the court. Yeah, Mr. Wolf. Like, that's so weird. Like, there's something, it's in an FKR group, and that's a alternate account. They're using a pseudonym if it says Mr. Wolf. If it has that little weird top hat guy with the 2 eyes. It's a pseudonym. Facebook allows anonymous commentating on groups if you enable the setting. So it's not, their name isn't Mr. Wolf. They're calling themselves Mr. Wolf. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Murder by Maestro, like, something's wrong. And at first I thought this could have been trolling, but now I'm starting to wonder if there might need to actually be an investigation. I mean, so a tampered jury is not a legitimate verdict, and double jeopardy does not. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. A tampered with jury cannot render a verdict. Even if they render a verdict, it doesn't bar a retrial because outside influence is a manifest necessity, and so there's no double jeopardy doesn't attach if the jury was compromised. Yeah, hi, Diana. Listen, that's what hello, Grandpa Munster's Multi-Track Lab. Kind of what I'm talking through this morning, folks. This is something I've been tracking for a few weeks. I thought at first, and we talked about this post on the stream before, I thought it, could have been a troll, etc. I know some people did report it to the court, for sure. But the question is, if this is real, in hindsight, and there was external... we don't know there was a conspiracy, but there's starting to become like a lot of hints that maybe there was. And if the other thing that happened was apparently some of the FKR people tried to stand at that corner there of Route 1 and near the court in Dedham on the jury's route. Juror number 4 has spoken on TMZ. He says they did not see a broken taillight. That they could see the full red on the video. That's nonsense. Like, the full red on the video is illuminating her. Like, the brake lamp was still there, but not the outer shell casing. So you're telling me what Hank should have focused on more was zooming in on the fact that light was broken at 5:07. I don't think that's it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I mean, I'm going to read it just being nosy. We'll read it on stream right now. But I just don't believe it. Thank you for the link, just being nosy. Sorry about that. But yeah, something's off. Juror number 4. Wait a minute. Who's that guy? Is that juror number 4? We're not going to play it because it's copyrighted. Hold on. What? A man named Jason. Let's see if I remember him. Is that him? We'll watch it without sound. They have a lot of ads. Jason tells us he doesn't think Karen even hit her then boyfriend with her car, as prosecutors claimed. He pointed. I think. Wait a minute. No way. I hope that's not the Turtle Boy guy. Oh no way. They got Hank let a Turtle Rider on the jury. If this dude turns out to be a Turtle Rider, I don't think this is very concerning. It's hard. Well, Jason says there were plenty of holes in the investigation. It's hard for him to say if those holes were deliberate or not. John told us there was some initial division among jurors. Some felt she was innocent. Others said there was enough reasonable doubt. Some were unsure. A few thought she was guilty. But after... wow! So it was split at first. But after deliberations, they voted to acquit her of second-degree murder. Jason said it was hard for prosecutors to prove there even was a collision involving Karen's car and John. Her taillight was in his shirt. And then the holes in the investigation convinced the jury to vote to acquit. The jurors initially said they had a verdict, then recanted and came back. Jason tells us what happened. It was all about the OUI. Karen's case got a lot of attention. And Jason says that he didn't feel that like all the and Jason says he didn't like all that fanfare because it made his job harder. So we're not going to watch the full interview because it's copyrighted. You can see it actually playing in your screen. I mean, I'll bring it up for you, but we're not going to actually watch it. I'll put the captions up. Hold on. So let's watch the interview with the captions and see what he says. Oh, God bless you, bossy Texas chick, my dear friend. So just watch the captions on the screen. We're just watching the juror's interview. I mean, I can only speak for... It's hard to say. It's hard to tell you exactly what people think deep down. There was a lot of, thrown at us, of evidence, so it was hard. It's hard to tell what's really... So you say in your head she was innocent. Does that mean you think she was framed by people inside that house? No, it doesn't necessarily mean that. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened to John. Really, I was only presented a limited scope of what happened at that night. And I could only base my opinion off of the evidence that showed was in the courtroom. So I don't really know if there was I don't know that that's the big conspiracy, but I don't really know. All I know is that there was a lot of holes in the investigation. Whether they were deliberate holes or not deliberate holes, it's kind of hard for me sitting back to know that, what actually happened. So what was the feeling of the jury? Because Alan Jackson and the other lawyers raised the issue that she was framed by cops and that they would have turned that house upside down if they wanted to really do an honest investigation, and that he was not hit by a car. He was attacked in that house. Oh no, you did not bring Chloe into this. How dare you, TMZ man? Did people on the jury or some of them buy that argument? I think some of them bought that argument. It's just hard to tell, though, because whether or not we think that there was malicious intent, that we were only presented with the facts that they didn't go into the house. So, there's an example of reasonable doubt. Oh, God damn it. So, there's other examples of reasonable doubt. So, even if you want to completely buy into the theory or not, that wasn't what we were tasked with finding, convicting, or deciding on Karen's fate this person's fate based on the proof and the evidence that the Commonwealth was able to present. And there was a lot of holes in the investigation, yet you went many steps beyond that because you say, in your view, she was innocent. What compels you to think she was innocent? One thing that I think compels me is that we did a lot of review of the tapes, and it seemed to me that the videos that we could see from the car after the alleged incident happened, that when we could see the taillight, it was lit up red where it shouldn't have been just red. So that leaves me conclusion of, well, how come it's red? Because there was an underlayer of red, Collisions happen, and then it's, it doesn't have any red pieces where it should be red. So in other words, you do not believe that the SUV made contact with John O'Keefe. I don't believe that the SUV collided with John O'Keefe. What was the initial vote with the jury when you first took your vote? We didn't do an initial straw poll. The judge recommended to us in the courtroom that is not a good way to do it. What we did is we broke down each charge, and we went from top to bottom and discussed everything thoroughly and, did our best to do right by it, the Karen Reed and the Commonwealth. Was there a division initially? Yeah, there was a division. But that's what we're there to deliberate and talk about all the evidence. There was 2 months of us sitting there, then throwing all this information at us absorbing the information, going home, thinking about it, reviewing it in our heads, and we finally get to the deliberations, and now we have an opportunity to discuss. Some people went into the deliberations and they were still unsure after 2 months, and then that makes sense because there was a lot of things going on. There's a lot of information. How much can you weigh one thing or another? Thing over, Yeah. What about jurors who felt initially she was guilty? Were there any of them? Yeah. There were a few jurors that think that had that thought initially when they went into deliberations, and that was their standpoint, and that's what we were there to do, to talk through all that and bring every single piece of evidence. Is there an angle of reasonable doubt to where we're not really sure? Like, are you really sure? Are you 100%? Oh, they convinced them. Or are you 99? That's reasonable doubt. Isn't if you're that you're 99. We can't convict you. What? No, that's wrong. It's not 100%. That's wrong. What brought the ones who felt she was guilty over to the not guilty side? Was there anything in particular that seemed to resonate with them? It's hard to tell from my position. You'd have to ask them about it. But in my opinion, I think it was just due to the poor investigation. There's just too many holes. And, it's hard to prove that the collision happened. So if there's reasonable doubt that happened, or that there may have been foul play, if there's room for that, then it's hard to come to a guilty verdict. Then what happened when the jury initially said they had a verdict and then said, oops, no, we don't. And then 15 minutes later they said, oh, we do. What happened there? That actually is kind of interesting. So the envelope, it was sealed and it's locked away, but be looked at. But on what that, everything on that initial slip was the same as the slip that was presented. But why did they pull it back? Pulling the back was for the OUI charge. The deal was driving under the influence, essentially drunk driving, yes? We think in our deliberations we had decided there was enough evidence and proof that she was driving under the influence. And how did the defense do? That was not an answer to that question. No, they released that verdict at 227. That was not an answer to that question. He didn't explain Why they pulled it back? They pulled it back to knock on the door at 227. Somebody wanted to be a troll. That's pure Turtle Boy, in my opinion. Whoever knocked on the door at 227, pure Turtle Boy. I think this jury was compromised. There might have to be an investigation. How did the defense lawyers do? Her lawyers specifically, I think that I think that all the lawyers on both sides did a really good job. They presented their case as well. The police, you say the investigation was poor. The defense said it was more than poor, it was corrupt. And they pointed to the lead detective who had been fired. Didn't testify in your trial. Did that have an impact? Did you think it was a corrupt police investigation? Do I think it was a corrupt police investigation? I don't know. There's no way for me to know. I can't. I wasn't there. There was just there was holes in the case that left for reasonable doubt. I think they could have checked some boxes or, have done some things differently. But do I know that they were corrupt? Absolutely not. I don't know that there was any corruption going on, but I do know that there wasn't enough proof or evidence secured by the police to convict Karen Reed. Absolutely not. There was not. Fair to say that your view was that her SUV did not make contact with John O'Keefe. Therefore, she did not kill him. But you don't know how he died. I would say that's fair to say. I don't know how John died, and I do not believe that there was a collision between the SUV and John O'Keefe. Did all of the hoopla around the case, the people outside, did it give you comfort in reaching a verdict like this, that you saw there was a community behind your point of view, or was it irrelevant? Honestly, that made the pressure a lot harder, and it did not give me comfort. It made it a lot harder to block out everything and come to a decision. Why did it make it harder? It made it harder because all of the eyes are on us. We were told we were the most important people in the courtroom, and they keep us away from the crowds of people in front of the courthouse, but we do see them, and I don't think that that having all those people swayed me to go either way. We were only tasked with looking at the evidence. We have 12 jurors. We had to back up how we felt in this, and for our decision, and we couldn't let any outside, this is weird, and we couldn't let any outside factors or punishment. We couldn't factor any of that. We had to look at the evidence that was presented to us, absorb it, really understand it, and see if there's any reasonable doubt, and there was. No, I don't buy it. Sorry, I don't buy it. That was written by a lawyer. Sorry, John, whatever your name is. I don't buy it. Not for a second. That was written by a lawyer. You only say that kind of stuff if you're trying to avoid an investigation. That was written by a lawyer. What is going on here? That's outrageous. That is too perfect. It's too much of a defense spin. It's too perfect. That was written by a lawyer, in my opinion, and he was following a script. I think they compromised this jury. Sums up. Something's really weird. I know, JP, but no, JP, listen, JP. If I were just saying this on a gut feeling, I'd be totally with you. But look at this, JP. Look at this, what we were looking at earlier, all right? And just tell me if you think this can't be a coincidence, JP, right? Am I actually losing my towel mind? This can't be a coincidence, right? Someone saying a few weeks ago it was a hung jury or not guilty. The jury secretly decided a month ago. And then the same person being go investigate it. I'm not a liar. My cousin is on the jury, so I do know a few real facts. Come on. I can't, I just can't. I can't see it as conspiratorial. I know, Lady Justice. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. But, you know, I'm so glad we watched that interview, folks, because let me just tell you, after watching that interview, my concerns are not assuaged. Hello, Richard and Joanne Hogan. God bless you, friends. No, James, listen, James. Do you think I'm doing this based off of just a gut feeling? No. Nonsense. You read that comment. No, we're not going after anyone. Listen, JP, that is not our job. And actually, we talked a little bit about this earlier. The reason why I was saying that juror used very specific words, he slipped up a little bit, though. He said he saw the crowds. And if you saw the crowds, you might have seen a sign. And if you saw a sign during deliberations and you didn't say anything to the court or before deliberations, when you were asked each day if you saw anything about the case, the other thing that I'm really worried about is that it's not actually, if any of this happened, if the jurors were talking, if they pre-decided, if they talked to their family, it's not done. And I don't want to even think about this. It's not my responsibility, but that's like a very serious thing. And it doesn't matter if a verdict's rendered. There's no double jeopardy protection for a situation where there's any extraneous outside influence on the jury. It's a hard and fast rule. So listen, I don't know where this is going. You know what else I think is weird, and I want to talk a little bit about this. Where's the statement from the Norfolk DA? Where's the statement from Hank? Even if you lose a case, you put out a statement. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but something's wrong. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what it is, NW. You might be on to something. They just, like, there's something just weird. Like, that whole interview was weird. Well, right, and then I think Judge Cannoni always picks the juror in seat 1 or something. Like, I don't know. No, yeah, we're not going. Nobody's going after anybody. I have to analyze this. Are you kidding me? I would be derelict in my duty to not analyze the jurors' opinions. But at the same time, like, part of my analysis is we got to think of the wider context. There's some weird stuff that happened, and that juror was a little dodgy with the answer about why the delay in the verdict slip. Yeah, we need a statement from Hank. Like, I don't think Hank would want to leave us all in the position where we're just like, okay, so it's over and you don't want to say anything. Like, we really supported you, you know, and what you were doing. So I think Hank would know that. That's my opinion. And so he would never just be like, oh, screw those people. I think there has to be some reason for it. And you can make a statement after the trial. There's nothing that would preclude you from doing it. The trial's over. So it's a little weird. Maybe they will put out a statement, but it's just, I don't know. There's something, I don't know, James, about whether Hank will join the Turtle Boy prosecution. Someone said he was on the Zoom for the hearing the other day. Someone was trolling Hank, Linda the AC Ninja. Someone was trolling Hank, so we removed them. Generally, no one gets removed here, and I also want to say a thank you to... if Colleen Henry's listening, I don't know if you saw it, there is an apology that someone would like to render to you, so I want to just mention that. Colleen Henry is a super towel, and Towel appreciates all of your understanding. If Colleen Henry ends up popping in, Colleen Henry is a super towel. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Jeff Williams. Hello, Lazy Susan. And so, you know, Murder by Maestro, right. That was, the juror who spoke out was just an idiot. Yeah, so Murder by Maestro, it's all layered. You have to remember this. When TMZ ran the video of Karen and Alan kind of like hugging or whatever, immediately the defense started like getting close to TMZ, giving them exclusives, and TMZ backed off. TMZ, so I don't know, we can talk a little bit about this. Do you mind if I just answer questions and comments as I see them? I would like to do that. So TMZ, you have to understand what Hollywood is like. So before TMZ was around, there was this really famous guy who was like really good at bugging or like wiretapping and stuff. And what he would do is he worked as a PI in LA in like the 70s and 80s. And he made a lot of money being a fixer for Hollywood. He was kind of a precursor to TMZ. TMZ is, as much as they do coverage, in my opinion, they're more like a fixer. Like, if you have connects at TMZ and you are in that Hollywood world, it's kind of like being on page 6 of the New York Post. Like, if you're in that world and they care where you go to dinner and what's going on and all of that ridiculous stuff, okay, then you have to have connections with them because they're kingmakers, all right? Like, they determine what gets said and what doesn't. So if you think of this weird relationship when the video of Alan Jackson and Karen hugging dropped in the summer of 2024, TMZ ran that. So someone who did not like Alan Jackson got TMZ to run that. You have to literally, it's like a running ops to get that stuff run. Sometimes you have to pay for it. And that's called native advertising, folks. And then TMZ immediately, in the summer of 2024, started getting exclusives from the defense, and then TMZ backed off the defense. And now, you don't go to Christina Rex, you don't go to Katie Benoit, you don't go to David Bienick, you go to TMZ. You don't go to Turtle Boy, you go to TMZ. Nope, not buying it. I think the defense, maybe this juror was not like the plant of the plants, but there's no way this wasn't defense coordinated. Sorry, don't buy it. And the reason why I say this is, it's all part of a larger problem that I think we're staring down, which is there's no way that the jury voted 9-3 guilty the first time, and then this happened the second time. And then there's just too many questions. Too many questions. Yeah, so Eva, thank you for bringing that up. I watched the 2020 interview last night, or the 2020 special. It wasn't great. It was rehashed. It was a lot of Karen's. They didn't have Karen again, so it was just Karen's interviews from before the first trial. And it was not good. It was the Proctor interviews weren't very long. I mean, I didn't think some of the stuff Proctor was saying really was a good look. Like, silent majority? Like, what? What? No. We are a very small segment of the polity that supported and supports the O'Keefes and that investigation. There's like a very small segment. So, yes, of course, Troy, thank you, and it will go up on the screen as well, my dear friend. And I'm not gratuitously complimenting Troy. Troy, sua sponte, issued an apology to Colleen Henry, and I really appreciate that. And so, yeah, when I rewatched the ABC thing, a lot of it, I liked the interview with Brendan Kane. I thought that was really well done. I thought the song playing over John's funeral, I think it was the bagpipe song Amazing Grace. So the segment with Brendan Kane and Amazing Grace at John's funeral, like the showing of John's funeral footage, that was really well done. Very tasteful. I would have loved to see, like, it made me think I wanted to do like a 3-minute video and whatever, and maybe I will. But it should. I wish Amazing Grace had been longer. I wish it had been the full song, like the full bagpipes, like Amazing Grace, however long it is, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I would have rather have seen that, like, playing with commentary from Brendan than just the 30 seconds they did. In terms of the Proctor interviews, I don't know. Like, I get it. I really do think that Michael Proctor found text messages from Karen Reed to David Yannetti while he was searching Karen's phone, and I think Karen Reed said some things that couldn't come into the trial that made Michael Proctor be like, okay, this girl did it, you know? And so, to me, And like another interesting thing is I saw this floating around social media. What if Karen said in one of those texts that John potentially elbowed her car, Murder by Maestro? And you got to imagine John might have been a little mad if he wasn't going to bring Karen in to that house. So, I don't know, he's walking away. She says something really messed up as they're getting out of the relationship. He slams his elbow into the back of her taillight. He was a cop. If you're going to do that, you're going to do it with your elbow. If I'm going to break a door, I'm going to go through it with my elbow. If I'm a cop, that's like, or a battering ram or a horse kick, you're going to use something like that. It's an instinctive maneuver. So it was Guitar Hero, and we'll watch it now that I think about it. By the way, Guitar Hero, I love Guitar Hero. Did you know that I can get to 72% on Through the Fire and Flames on Expert? You must understand, I literally have a Guitar Hero controller that still works right here. Do you want to see me play Guitar Hero on stream sometime? I bet that would be really fun. Towel, the Guitar Hero, the guitar playing towel. But yes, I think we should look back. Does anyone remember exactly? I think it was during during Yuri's testimony when we actually looked at the video. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on. I meant to add guitar. Sorry if I removed someone's wrench. It was not my fault. I only meant to add Guitar Hero as a super towel. So if I removed your wrench, please forgive me. I will re-add it. Hello, Z Travels. Yes, Guitar Hero. I love Guitar Hero. You don't understand. I have a PS3 right next to me. I can just turn it on and I can play Guitar Hero 3 all the time. Right now I'm a little rusty, so I can't get past The Devil Went Down to Georgia. But my word, Towel loves Guitar Hero. I know we are all having a wonderful day learning about Towel. Okay. But yes, so no, let me just tell you, I don't think, listen, let's just talk about it. All right. I think Michael Proctor should not have been talking to Kate Peter. You're out of your mind. I'm sorry. You're out of your mind. She's a wild card. She's dangerous. She's got her own motives, in my opinion, and none of you matter to her. I'm sorry. That's my opinion. Okay. What? Like, what? You don't just end up randomly working for Turtle Boy, okay? Like, come on. So you trust this woman, and then, come on. Same with you, Gretchen. Come on. Out of your minds. In a loving way. I don't know Michael Proctor. I think Gretchen's wonderful. But, like, I get it. Okay, maybe Kate Peter pulls the wolves over some people's eyes. But do you understand, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps more so than anything else, the toxic cult of personality surrounding this case came down to Kate Peter and Aidan Kearney, in my opinion. And, like, I don't understand why anyone, yeah, okay, an operative, whatever, but, like, why would you ever tell Kate Peter stuff? Let me just show you something, actually. Yes. Yes, Stacy. This was before the verdict was rendered. Troy, I don't have time to look back in the back scroll, but eventually I'll try to do that. And so, let me just show you, okay? Let me talk about a few things. Let me talk about a few things, okay? The first thing I want to talk about is this Karen Reed search warrant affidavit. Well, actually, let's talk about the email first, okay? Let's talk about the email first. And, you know, it's hard for me. The case is over, okay? The case is over. So, they're not under a gag order. The gag order's over. But there's something I want to look at, all right? Okay, there's a statement from the Massachusetts State Police, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a statement from the Massachusetts State Police, just in. A statement from the Massachusetts State Police, just in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to read it to you now. Just in. Statement from the Massachusetts State Police. I'll bring it up on your screen. Just in. A statement from the What is it? Is it MSP? No, it's Mass State Police. You should follow me, Mass State Police. I want to help. I am a towel. I support law enforcement. How many moderates support law enforcement? Come on now. This is a good idea. I am a wonderful person. I'm a towel. A statement from the Mass State Police about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Here it is. The MSP extends. Hold on one second. Stay with me, little towels. I got the statement from the MSP. I am about to read it. I have to type it in at the same time that I read it. I don't have the audio program that Murder by Maestro wants me to get yet. The MSP extends the Massachusetts State Police extends its sincere condolences to the loved ones of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe. Now that's the first part of the sentence. I applaud Colonel Noble for beginning the statement with that. Okay, let me get the next part of the statement. It looks like this then talks about the investigation. The events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. Under my direction as colonel, the state police has and will continue to improve in these regards. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that reflect the value of professionalism and maintain public trust. Ooh, somebody got lectured by the governor. Colonel Jeffrey Noble. Not that I don't mind, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but somebody got yelled at by the governor. I think this is like the time the state police manhandled Little Towel, and then there was a meeting. This meeting was probably a little bit more intense. I'm glad I wasn't there. Well, let me show you the statement on the screen in 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. But there you go, statement from the Mass State Police, breaking, I think it is just now, related to, and is from Colonel Jeffrey Noble, related to the conclusion of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. And I'm going to read it for you one more time, and I'm also going to upload the statement as an image. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for being with me. This is breaking news, of course. We have a statement from the MSP just in. And I am a towel. Made me realize I think I'm one of the few moderates, and I guess I'm probably fiscally conservative and socially moderate, although I'm very religious, that supports the police. I realized it overnight. I was like, oh my God, I'm a tough on crime moderate. Like, oh no. But then I was like, wait a minute, I'm not tough on drug crime. I think we should figure that out through other ways. We don't need to put people in prison for like simple possession of drugs. I think we can fix that in other ways, like rehabilitative services. We should go after the dealers, especially people selling drugs that kill people. That's what I want to do. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen, I also think overnight I realized that I am a very tough on crime, pro law enforcement moderate. And I just want to embrace that. And whether your politics or not, like I believe, not tough on crime gratuitously in a racially imbalanced way. I believe we have to be tough on crime so that people respect the system. And that is how I feel. Hello, Taterbug. I am a towel. And I'm glad to see you. And we are reviewing a statement from the Mass State Police. Let me bring it up on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. I should be able to do that in the next 5 seconds. And there you go. I am a towel. All right, take a look. There's the statement from the Mass State Police. I'm going to reread it for you now. It says, the Mass State Police extends its sincere condolences to the loved ones of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe. The events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. Under my direction as Colonel, the State Police has and will continue to improve in these regards. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that reflect the value of professionalism and maintain public trust. Colonel Jeffrey Noble. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. But let me talk a little bit more about, you thought, I almost got away from it, but it's not happening. I want to show you, ladies and gentlemen, after that detour from the statement from the State Police, which I do applaud for starting with in memoriam for and condolences for John O'Keefe's family. But what I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to, first of all, hold on one second. I wanted to click that person's username because I wanted to follow them back. Okay, then I want to look at this. I want to talk about something. You want to talk about this investigation, maybe not at the time, but at least like some of the things that may have actually cost this case. That maybe the jurors didn't know about this stuff, but like, come on. Do you see this? Do you all see this email? Let me make it a little wider for you. And don't tell me, sorry, those of you who know where this came from, don't tell me you don't know where don't tell me you don't understand. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do you see what this email is? It's from August 28th of 2022. Wait a minute. Oh my God. You don't understand. No, you don't. Well, Devils, are you saying that she was not guilty on OUI? Are you lying to us, Devils? Don't lie to us. Devils, how dare you? You come in here, you like the New Jersey Devils. You're from New Jersey, which we love towels from New Jersey, and you're going to tell us Karen is not guilty on OUI? That is outrageous. It is a travesty. It is a sham. It is a mockery, and Taterbug times you out. That's hilarious. Now, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I'm about to tell you something very interesting. I just had to go on a soliloquy there. Do you see the date of this email? My mind is blown. Wait till you all hear what I just put together. I just want to add Elizabeth Lander as a super towel. It is great to see you. Anyone who waves at Dewdrops can become a super towel. Ladies and gentlemen, August 26th of 2022 is a very... I see that, Troy. We love Taterbugs. Taterbugs doesn't like devils. I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do about it now. But let me pull this back here to my very interesting towel-related insight. Okay. Timeline of this case. Incident, John's death. Night of incident into morning of John's death. 29th of January, 2022. An initial arraignment, Stoughton District Court. February 2nd, 2022, David Yannetti representing her. David Yannetti stands on the courthouse steps. It was a tragic accident. I see no criminal intent. June 6th, 2022. June 10th, 2022. Karen's gets her charges get bound over by indictment to Norfolk Superior Court, okay, by a grand jury. Karen gets arrested, again, brought in to Norfolk Superior Court, and she's bailed. That's June 10th, 2022. Yannetti is still the only lawyer. August 23rd, 2022. I found video the other day, and we'll watch it again, of David Yannetti on the courthouse steps with Court TV on August 23rd, 2022. This email, which shows Karen had already started communicating with Alan because they had already got to a decision on the fee. To understand, this email is from August 26, 2022. Alan, you were involved in this case from August. You were the reason that Court TV was there. Wow. We'll watch the August 23rd, August 26th or August 23rd. It might have actually been August 23rd, 2022. Oh, my dear God. Alan, you did set the whole thing up. I believe Alan Jackson was the reason Court TV was on the steps with David Yannetti that day. Alan did all of this, huh? So Alan, it's not that Alan's a brilliant lawyer. Alan is a politician. Alan's a fixer. That's not healthy for the justice system. Alan, do you really think that's healthy for the justice system? Come on and do an interview with me, Alan. I want to talk. I want to match wits with you live. No filter. No money. Come on. Anyone can make money or have friends. You actually want to show what you're made of? Debate me about this case. No notes. Live. Then we'll see who gets torn a new one. Please, don't punch down on people like Kelly Dever, who serve as nobly as police officers. There's a reason why bright line reasoning exists, Mr. Jackson. Go up against someone who, quite frankly, could decimate you on this specific case, on these specific facts in a debate. You won't stand a chance. I don't know if you won't be as you certainly won't be as useful to the government, the federal government, after the debate with me. I know what you did, Alan. Anyway, you want to read this email? Because it has a wider point. I was actually going to make a point about Kate Peter. So tell me, which police officer you think would have had access to Karen Reed's emails to Alan Jackson? Furthermore, we'll talk about the court TV and thing in a second. Why would this email get out there? This is Karen Reed writing an email to Alan Jackson on August 6, 2022. This is going to ruin David Yannetti's day a little bit. I don't think he likes me because I post this email sometimes. I'm sorry, David. It's not about you. I think you're a wonderful lawyer, David. It's not about you. It is just you were the subject of the email. I cannot do anything about that. I'm actually trying to talk about Kate Peter and Michael Proctor. Please give me a second. So anyway, I feel very bad. David Yannetti is very upset. I can just sense it. David Yannetti, get out of my soul. On August 26, 2022, at 5:28 p.m., Karen Reed wrote, and it's Karen blanked out at gmail.com. Okay, thank you. Just please understand that I am summoning every possible resource to get to the 200,000, and that Yannetti is likely out of his league with what this case requires. I just can't have the relationship with him fall apart and resort to a public defender for trial. I also don't want to disclose our fee agreement with Yannetti, since he's already given me a break on his trial fee, $200K versus $250K, with $100K signed over from my bail money if we go to trial. I'm planning on saying that a colleague is paying you directly, which is close to true. A colleague has structured a low-interest personal loan for me that is payable at maturity. And then Alan says, totally understood, we are good. Do you want to tell me who possibly could have gotten this email? Karen didn't leak it. Alan didn't leak it. David didn't leak it. David didn't even get it. This was probably Michael Proctor reading Karen Reed's phone, and this got to Kate Peter, in my opinion, potentially, and she got it out to the internet. Come on. Michael Proctor, why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Yeah, Christine, I also think that Alan and Jackson were, seeing each other. But, can we also just, go back just a little bit and talk about why would you do that? Why, Michael Proctor, in the context of a high-profile murder trial, would you let this email get on the internet? It was not given to me. Hold on. It's so funny. Someone came in here to troll. If they had taken 30 seconds, they would have found we were actually talking about something very interesting, which was someone was asking me about my thoughts on, Michael Proctor and the investigation and the interview last night. I think it was Eva Towle. And it led me down this kind of natural ramp where I was like, okay, maybe, just maybe. Well, I think I first saw this on the internet in early 2024, late 2023, so before the first trial. Maybe this email shouldn't be on the internet, right? I didn't post it on the internet the first time. I found it on the internet. I'm allowed to go look for things. And it was on Twitter, and there's only one way, okay, that could happen in my opinion. Michael Proctor got this email and other things and told Kate Peter about them. Why do I think that? Well, Kate Peter made a post yesterday on X being like, and I saw it, I don't know if it's still up, but the post was like, oh, Karen, you told David Yannetti that you didn't think you hit John that hard, or maybe that John smashed his elbow into your taillight, something like that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's something going on, and I think this was a clean investigation. I think Karen Reed was responsible, in my opinion, for leaving the evidence at the scene that put together the case against her. Okay? And I think that evidence was compiled and amalgamated and presented as well as it could have been. That's not what I have an issue with. But I think starting in like the fall of 2023 or the summer of 2023, especially when the state police unit attached to the Norfolk DA probably figured out that they weren't being investigated for John's death, but instead the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the feds, I think they got a little desperate. That's just my view. And I think they got some friends who got a little desperate. Like, there were a lot of mixed motives. Like, some of the witnesses wanted attention off them, in my opinion. The state police wanted to figure out why Aidan Kearney had a connection to the FBI. And you want to know how I can actually prove that someone was really interested in this? So let's finish up with this this email though from Karen, because to just combine the two things. So Kate's post last night about the text message from Karen to Yannetti. Well, we know from the trial that the reason they had to get a tank team, the state police, for Karen's phone was because someone, I believe it was Michael Proctor, found attorney-client privileged material on Karen's phone during a search and then stopped searching it. Okay, you want to bet that it was this email and then also the messages to Yannetti, and you want to bet that Michael Proctor, and I'm probably going to listen, I apparently went to high school with Liz Proctor. I don't know her. She could be very wonderful. Maybe she is. Hello, Liz Proctor. I'm sure you're wonderful. But you don't think it's just a little weird that this stuff gets out on the internet? And maybe, listen, do I think Michael Proctor told Kate Peter to post this stuff on the internet? No. Nope. I think, you tell the wrong person someone, and then there's a bunch of online anonymous accounts. Oh, somebody posted it. How did that get out there? Oh, well, I know it could have only been the person I gave it to, but I can't prove it. Oh, I'm okay. I'm just kind of, please, I have a lot of thoughts, folks. I just am kind of analyzing this. But let's look at one other thing about the state police and whether they might have, been a little bit upset that Karen making so much noise about John's death led the feds on to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which, by the way, was investigated by the same MSP unit who investigated Karen. Hello, Mike. Now, here's why I say it's very interesting. Have you all ever looked at the FBI FOIAs related to Aidan Kearney? Kudos to the person who found this. I think they found one of the names, and then I went on the other kind of. And I don't know if you know this, but Towell has covered government regulatory agencies for a while. Towell actually got recruited by the antitrust section of the DOJ while I was in law school. I politely turned them down because, to be fair, ladies and gentlemen, I use medical cannabis, and there is a bill pending in the federal Senate that would allow people who work for the DOJ to smoke medical cannabis. Until that bill passes, apparently there's a brain drain going on at the DOJ, so I'm going to wait for it to pass, because if the brain drain gets bad enough, they'll be like, okay, fine, these people are really smart, they can work at the DOJ even if they smoke medical weed. But right now, if you go to hypothetically, if you go to apply to the CIA or something, right, and you're reading all the interesting information that they tell you about the different components of the application process, it says, and they're so nice about it, but it says, we understand that some states have legalized the medical use of prescription, flower. However, if we cannot permit that, we apologize. And they're like, okay, hypothetical CIA, I understand. I will not work for you just yet. One day, you should permit medical cannabis patients. You don't understand. We are very smart towels. All right, so let's take a look at this FOIA record. Now, you think the state police might have figured out that Aidan Kearney was maybe looking into some of this stuff with the feds? So let me read you this FOIA. This is, when did I report this? Hold on. I reported this. Oh my goodness, I wrote a lot. How do I write this much? I wonder if I just go into a flow state. This is like a 5,000 word essay. If I read this and I didn't know myself, I would be like, oh my God, this man writes novels on social media. How does he do this? I forgot I did this. Wow, this is like that time Lil Wayne heard his own lyrics and was like, I wrote that? The guy was like, yeah, and he was like, oh my God. Oh my God, how do I do this? Listen, I don't mean to bloviate. I don't mean to pull an Alan Jackson. But how do I do this stuff, ladies and gentlemen? I am astounded by my own abilities. I forgot I even wrote this. I think all my adrenaline's gone, so my memory might be going as well. I agree, Chastity. Those comments were a slap in the face to John. The ones by Karen. Hello, Bunny. We are about to read a very interesting story. And by the way, if you're wondering, Grant, what is that on that screen? And what does this have to do with the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA and why they thought they were under federal investigation and perhaps it didn't have to do with John's death? Well, have you ever considered, ladies and gentlemen, that I found this really interesting FBI FOIA document that's like 70,000 lines. By the way, you can't search it by name, and the FBI is so smart that even if you save the PDF and open it in OCR and try to search by text, they have it encoded so you can't search it. So, in order to search this file and find these three names, William Reed, Alan Jackson, and Aidan Kearney, I had to download a 70,000 line document. I had to convert it into text. Then I had to parse it out into different notepad files and Control F. It took me like 4 hours. My computer, doing nothing else, struggled to process this FOIA file, and I'm convinced the FBI does it that way so it's hard to search FOIA files, but I'm a little towel. You don't understand. If I can get a raw file from the FBI Records Information and Dissemination section, I will get it into text format. I will make it searchable. I am a librarian towel. So anyway, those three names and dates are kind of interesting, aren't they, ladies and gentlemen? You know, Aidan Kearney got involved in the Reed case right around that date. Literally, his first article was right around then. He started talking to Karen more right around then. Why is someone FOIA-ing? And who would know to FOIA the FBI about Aidan Kearney in April of 2023? And why would then, very early in this, no journalist would have figured this out. I don't think I figured this out by then. I think I was starting to by December, but I don't think I figured it out till the spring of 2024. There is no person on this planet, and I say this with confidence, there is no person on this planet in April, November, and December of 2023 who would have any reason to believe that those three people would have, like some kind, especially April of 2023, would have information in an FBI FOIA. No. I mean, yes, they did start mentioning the federal investigation more and more in the fall, but they're clearly the same person did these three. You have to know what you're doing to file an FBI FOIA. You have to really know what you're doing. I want to see these FOIAs. I'm going to FOIA the FOIAs. I'm going to listen, I'd put dollars to donuts. It was Brian Tully or Michael Proctor or someone in that unit, because they wanted to know what the federal probe was about. And it wasn't about John's death. That's why I think when Josh Levy was doing the federal grand jury about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial in the summer of 2023, from what I understand, he was like apologizing to the witnesses. So why would Josh Levy be apologizing to witnesses that he brought in for a grand jury? Because it wasn't about those witnesses. It was all cover. There were some witnesses. I finally figured it out. There were some witnesses in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal grand jury over the summer of 2023 who were targets of a federal probe, but it wasn't about John's death. It ended up being about Sandra Birchmore, and the witnesses who were part of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed grand jury, the federal grand jury, were not told this, but Levy felt guilty because he was using them, basically. I figured it out. I'm figuring a lot of stuff out right now. Alan definitely sent Court TV in August of 2022. And then once Aiden got involved with Alan via Karen, that there's just no doubt that Aiden got involved with the feds. But it couldn't have been about John's death. And I wonder if the feds would have told him, like, listen, this is an op. Like, we're going to help you write this stuff about John's death, but we're really going after this unit. I don't know what to do about this. Really, this is a cluster F of the highest order. MBM, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. No. Let's look at the search warrant. Okay, let's look at Karen Reed's search warrant, and I'll tell you why you wouldn't. It was too sensitive at the time. What I thought was maybe it was Alan putting in a FOIA on Aiden, but no, I think it's more likely it was the state police. Because even if you get a non-responsive FOIA or a FOIA that denies you information, it will tell you enough. You have to redact information if you're the FBI based on a code, and the code, if you cross-reference it, will tell you if it's an active investigation. But let's take a look at the search warrant affidavit for Karen's phone, because it ties into something we were talking about earlier. Could someone explain to me why this document is public? Could someone explain to me? I mean, anyone. I'll listen to any reasonable explanation. Why is this document public? Do you know what this is? Yeah, Willie Wallace. I agree. And what if former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton PD reported the Stoughton PD and the MSP unit attached to the Norfolk DA because of what was going on in Stoughton? Oh no, what did Barbara do? That might have been an accident. Barbara normally is our friend. We like Barbara. What happened? Oh no. Barbara, your timeout has been fixed. Oh, of course, Kalmora. Not only just grieve, we are looking into things. We're figuring things out. Hindsight is 20/20, and I love meditation in your username. I appreciate your support. We love our Canadian friends, and who are super towels, and I also like your vibes. Okay, all right. Listen, I don't know. Troy, I've talked about this before. I don't believe in this ACAB philosophy. I think it's outrageous. I think it's an insult. I think it would be like saying all of our veterans are, you know what, outrageous. Does misconduct happen from time to time within police departments or within the church or the military or any other institution? Yes. It's not the misconduct, it's how you respond to it. Institutional rot happens by repeated instances of bad conduct not being addressed. One bad apple does not spoil the entire law enforcement bunch. The Mass State Police are not an irredeemable organization. On the whole, I think they're just fine. I think the reform has to come in a few places. One, I'm not really sure if we need a paramilitary police force patrolling our highways and doing murder investigations. I'm sure that we can figure out a way to make this somewhat closer to traditional law enforcement. I think it's wonderful, the rich history of the state police, the structure of its command, but it induces this culture that is hostile to accountability under the auspices of confidentiality that is more appropriate for a military wartime setting than for policing. Okay, it's not conducive to modern policing or to community policing or to building trust with the public, clearly. And I think it creates this hierarchical structure of command that is unaccountable and that becomes very nested within the political machinations of the state. Okay, so we have to really look at why I don't think, and I want to be very direct, Madam Governor, if you be so kind, or if your press staff would be so kind to relay this message. Madam Governor, if you are a towel, I actually asked the governor at a press conference one time a question, and she answered me, so I think the governor is a towel. So, Governor Healy, my opinion is this. Centralize the homicide unit. Take it out of the DA's offices. Reduce this nested structure of detailed homicide divisions or detective units within DA's offices. I know it will be a culture shock. We probably have to do things a little differently in Boston and Springfield and Worcester anyway. But I think that the first step to this is we have to, I think the state police are going to be furious about this, but I think we have to demilitarize the state police. I'm sorry, you can keep your military vehicles. You cannot be a paramilitary organization. It is not working. You're not instilling trust. You can still do riot control and all that stuff with the POP team. You're not instilling trust. You are just basically creating an unaccountable bureaucratic infrastructure that people hate. Even though I think on the whole you're all doing really good work. So that's out. I'm sorry, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to reform this, if we're going to have talks about this, we're starting there. We cannot be a paramilitary organization. You can still do things with police discipline. It cannot be a paramilitary organization. I'm very sorry. Second, we can still have lots of veterans in the state police. We should still have very high standards. We should still expect that level of training, but it cannot be a paramilitary organization. And then second, we have to decouple the state police units from the DA's offices. I'm sorry, it has to be done. Yes, unfortunately, Troy, they can keep their hats for ceremonial purposes. But yeah, I think Towel's two-pronged plan to reforming the state police will be just fine. They can keep all of their armaments. They can keep their Bearcats and all of their tactical gear. They can continue to have their pop squad. They can continue to function as a paramilitary organization, but we have to demilitarize them. I'm sorry, that's the first step. The second, because it's just too much of this military wartime confidentiality thinking. No. Your domestic law enforcement. Posse Comitatus exists for a reason, damn it. And then second of all, we have to decouple these assigned assigned police units to the DAs. Those units are ending up with more power than the DA because the DAs rotate in and out, ADAs rotate in and out. But where there's little turnover is those detective units detailed to the DAs. I'm sorry, that's the root of it. They have too much power because they're there for like 30 years. And so they're them and they got they have their people. I know who their people are, at least in that unit. Not that I care. I think they're generally doing good work. One time, although I do question, I think one time they lit me up on 95 to troll me. And if that was you, Fanning or Tully or whatever it was, that was kind of funny. And mind you, I think these people are doing good work on the whole. It's just I think politically it can get very intense, which is true with everything. But I remember I was going down, I forget if I was going to a medical appointment or something. I was down going to Brockton or something, and I came back up 24. And I remember looking to my right. I think it was the day Tommy met with the Canton police chief ahead of his 24-hour vigil or something. Tom CPU will remember. And I never told Tommy about this, but it's just coming to my mind now. And so I'm driving up. I came up 24, and so I took 24 to 93 South. And then as 93... I guess it's 93 North. As 93 North turns to 95 North, or 93 South turns to 95 North, right there at exit 1 into exit 27 or 28, 29, right before Dedham, I'll never forget. I was in the far left lane of the Pike. I was only going 65. I was just kind of driving along, not minding my own business. Everything was normal on the highway. And I look over, and there's this red car with this kind of it was like a classic 80s car with a dual sunroof. And I was like, that's Tommy. I know what Tommy's car looks like. I've seen him pull up before. That's Tommy. So I look over, and I didn't wave to him, but I was I look over, I saw Tom in the car, and then I thought to myself, I remember Tom saying something. Either I was watching his stream, or I listened to him tweet, or I saw his tweet, and he was like, I'm going for my big meeting today with the Canton PD. So immediately my brain clicks, and I'm like, okay, he was coming up 95 from Canton, like right at the split, and he's now going to Dedham. So my mind's like, okay, that's normal, nothing out of the ordinary here. How funny to like run across Tom. I didn't intend to do that, like just how coincidental. I kid you not. 2 seconds later, I got lit up by two stadies, one in an undercover silver car and one in a undercover black car. They were definitely tailing Tom. For sure, they were tailing Tom, because I watched them, because Tom was to my right by like 2 or 3 lanes as he took exit 29A into Dedham. I distinctly remember it. And those two cops cut across 2 lanes from like following Tommy over to the fast lane. They must have known it was me. They must have been thinking to themselves, no way is he tailing him. I was not. I had just by happenstance come across him. But as they pulled behind me, they lit me up right away. And they didn't pull me over, but they flew to like 100 miles an hour, both of them with their lights on, past me. I moved to the right. They spooked me, and then they turned their lights off immediately. And I was like, I knew it too. I had put it all together. I'm a very attentive and aware person at all times. I know exactly what's going on around me most of the time at all times. And so I put this all together, and I was like, they just lit me up to troll me. Oh, yeah, for sure. And that's my opinion, is they lit me up to troll me. And I was like, kudos. Like, that's actually kind of hilarious. But what's more hilarious is I put it together. Ha ha. And then I was like, very interesting. You gentlemen really like to play psychological chess. This is interesting. Yeah, Kalmora, the witness intimidation component is fascinating. And by the way, if you're interested in the witness intimidation component, let's talk about how this document, which should not be public, was posted on a Flipboard website for just a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. This odd, like all of us have our styles, right? It's like a fingerprint. You know, if you've ever watched the movie V for Vendetta, it said that a smart man could figure out like an underground bunker's location by virtue of the type of limestone in the wall or the bedrock in the wall. Well, a smart man or smart towel can figure out who you are based on your pattern of what websites you use to upload things. So, like, my fingerprint is Google Drive, okay? I always use Google Drive for my documents, and a lot of people do that, so it's not necessarily a huge hint. But, like, I use Google Drive. It blends in. Like, you can't, if I needed to share something anonymously, I could, but you don't even need to do it anonymously on Google Drive. It tells the people who uploaded it. I'm not trying to hide. But my fingerprint for uploading documents is definitely Google Drive. If you see Google Drive links of exhibits in this case or whatever, it's probably my files. Well, someone else definitely has a fingerprint of this flipbook site because it's only been used twice. And I monitor this kind of stuff. Once for this search warrant, which should not be public. This is the search warrant with the affidavit for Karen Reed's phones from January 2024. It's on the basis of information provided by Natalie, who was on the state's witness list in the retrial but not called, and then also Lindsay Gattani. We're going to read it. I mean, it's the whole story. Like, they got Karen and Aiden. Even back then, they had them pretty good, but it gets worse now. I'm sure it's worse now because in May 2024... So this search warrant was written in January of 2024. A few months after this was written, leaked group chats came out involving Aiden Kearney and the Roccos and some other people, where they were like, Aiden basically said, like, who do you think told me to go ask Jen McCabe questions? Who do you think told me to run Jen McCabe's plates? Implying it was Karen. But going back to my other point about Michael Proctor and Kate Peter. He's probably a good guy. He probably was just cornered and a little desperate. Not so sure about some of Kate's other friends, but at least Proctor, I think he was just cornered and desperate. And Kate, in my opinion, presents as someone like that would be helpful for this, but she's really not, in my opinion. So, the email message between Karen and Alan about David, that getting leaked is weird enough. Okay, like that never should have been public. That is an egregious, you want me to be very direct, that's an egregious abuse. One of the most egregious. It's so offensive that it made it hard. I cannot defend it. You leak a defendant's emails with her lawyer about the other lawyer. Hell, hi, Kelmora. I live in Boston. I'm from the Boston area, born and raised here. But my family is Jewish and Italian and Irish and Lithuanian. Although I think the Jewish people were from Lithuania. That's why my last name is Ellis, because my family immigrated from Lithuania to escape Russian pogroms in the 1800s, and when they got to Ellis Island, they couldn't pronounce my family's last name, although we know the ship they came over because we can trace them back to this small village in Lithuania, so we know where they came from, but we don't know what their name was. They couldn't pronounce it. We became Ellis. It was a very interesting time in American history. The immigration officers would just be like, okay, you can come into the country. We don't know what your name is. You're not speaking English. Your last name is Ellis. So there you go. But anyway, back to Michael Proctor and Kate Peter. So this, I don't know it's Kate Peter, but this document, when it was originally uploaded, I saved it. I had to screenshot it page by page because the Flipboard website does not allow you to render the PDF and download it. It should never have been made public. You know when this Flipboard website got reused? Like 18 months later to upload a document in the Kearney case. I think it was a motion to dismiss or a ruling on the motion to dismiss or something like that in Norfolk Superior Court. Same website. I don't know. And that second document was public, but like, I don't know. It's a telltale sign that that email shouldn't have been made public, and this search warrant never should have been made public. Ever in a million years. It is so offensive that email was released. I don't even like Karen Reed. I don't know her, but I just think, like, I don't like what I've seen. I don't like what I've heard. That's my opinion. I don't like her. That was disgusting. Like, forget the comments. Like, you don't know how much it hurt me and my sense of like respect for the justice system and the law enforcement and whatnot when I saw that email leaked. That's disgusting. You leak a defendant's email to her lawyer about another lawyer? You can't. It's grotesque. Like, it violates the foundational canons of investigatory ethics. It left such a bad taste in my mouth that I was literally furious. Again, I do not like Karen Reed. Again, that email is incredibly valuable information. If you gave that to me, let me make something clear. Maybe that's why no one would ever give something like that to me. If you dropped that to me, okay, anonymously on my doorstep, I wouldn't publish it. I would not publish it. That email. Nope, no chance. Zero chance would I publish that email. Nope, you couldn't force me to do it. It's just such a violation. Now, did I repost it? Sure. I can't do anything once it's already public. But if you came to me with something like that, whether through an intermediary or not, and you wanted me to publish that, something so foundational to the canons of investigatory ethics, no. And I've been waiting to talk about this for a while, but no, I would not publish that email. This search warrant, I mean, it's as egregious, in fact, because it is not a public document. But it's not as egregious as violating attorney-client confidentiality, because apparently people want to troll at Karen online. Like, that was gross. That's why it's like, I kind of think Karen got the wrong idea. Like, just because I really didn't buy into her whole defense. Just because I didn't buy into her whole defense, that doesn't mean that I didn't see other things going on where I was like, okay, there's something up here, and that doesn't mean I was willing to help her, though. I want to be clear. Like, I didn't say this until now. I hinted at it, but I was not willing to help her. And I never would have been like, hey, Karen, during the trial, we should talk. One time, actually, I was thinking about it because there was some images spreading around of her supporters that I think, like, some men in her movement were spreading around about women. And I feel like Karen's the kind of person, like, one thing I actually believe is if Karen found out that men in the Free Karen Reed movement were spreading pictures of women in the Free Karen Reed movement without their consent, well, any pictures without people's consent, but in particular her own supporters, I think she would go nuts. I think she would be furious about that. So There was one time where I was like, I didn't want to do it, and I wouldn't subject her to that because I didn't want to get subpoenaed. But that was the kind of thing during the trial, like literally a matter of like human safety or like a very strong moral issue. Okay. Like, if it had come up, I probably would have been like, okay, here's what I know about people in your movement spreading pictures of other people in your movement without their consent. As a human, I hope you will do something about this. I'm never going to tell anyone we had this conversation. That never happened, but if it had happened, that's how it would have played out. And then the other thing is, like, maybe now, if she ever did an interview with me, yeah, I would ask, like, okay, so, like, what's good? Like, why did this clearly Proctor release that email? Like, are you pissed about it? Like, what's going on there? And by the way, no money. Like, you want to match wits with me? You actually think you can do it? Like Alan or whatever. I won't debate David. I like him too much. But Alan or you, Karen, no money involved and no notes. You have to do it. You have to win on your wits, and you have to answer questions in real time that you don't get prepped for. I don't think you could do it. I honestly don't think either of you could do it. Even together, I think both of you would be outmatched. Even on a digital call, even with people around you helping you, you would still be outmatched. But yeah, so even though in part of that interview I would ask about things like that email and this search warrant, and I want to read through this search warrant for you now. And before we read through the search warrant, let me just read the post that I wrote the other day, because I think this is very interesting. You know, the investigation came up a lot, right? So not the investigation of John's death, but let me talk to you about just why I think that door even got opened and why it worries me so much. So let me read you this little towel post here. Give me a second. I worked hard on this one. I'm going to try to zoom in for you, but no promises. Nope, that's too far. Okay, there we go. So this is what I said when I wrote up that FBI FOIA situation, and I think you'll learn. Eva, it's more than that. I think Kearney took screenshots of his conversations on Signal with Karen, and the state has them, and Kate knows about them. You realize Kate's facing open felony charges, right? I think for witness intimidation, and she has some other charges open in other courts. Do you ever wonder if her and Aiden like have a mutual interest at all in this, in seeing their charges go away? Things got a little out of hand between them, didn't they? A little bit of a tactical drawdown. Makes me wonder if Kate had mixed motives from the start. I'm a pensive, contemplative towel. So this is what I said. Breaking overnight. The very first FBI FOIA related to the now confirmed as closed federal probe into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case on 4/21/2023 was about Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. This was right as Alan Jackson and the FBI Worcester Field Office, Agent Samuel Weiner, helped, quote-unquote, apparently, Kearney with a wiretapping issue per text messages between Aiden and Karen. Now, they talk very broadly about it, but that wiretapping issue involving a woman named Victoria Haskins out of Rhode Island. There's something there. Like, there's no reason the FBI should have been calling around about Victoria Haskins. Like, why? Why? Ask the why question there, and you unlock the whole puzzle of Karen and Aiden's relationship. I also wonder if, like, just the way my questions I have are, like, did Aiden fall in love with Karen? Like, was she playing him? Did she help him and then, say, okay, I helped you, you helped me, and then did he help her and say, okay, I helped you, now you help me, and did she say no? But let's keep reading. per text messages between Aiden and Karen via an intermediary on the witness list and Reed's retrial named Natalie. Read the full breakdown of that timeline via the search warrant for Karen's phone. That, via leaked text message from March of 2024, according to leaked text message from March of 2024, caused Karen to stop speaking to Aiden and label Aiden a risk. And then I linked the search warrant. Kearney, after an alleged campaign to torment witnesses in the Reed case that went on for over 18 months, now faces a potential bail revocation. He didn't get his bail revoked after a judge in Aiden's open felony cases related to the campaign said Kearney was on thin ice. Earlier, he didn't end up getting his bail revoked, but the judge sternly lectured him. Earlier, the state moved to revoke Kearney's bail after the online blogger said Jesus told, oh my God, I forgot about this, said Jesus told him to, quote, take revenge, and which he did say, Jesus, he said he was being funny, but I watched the video. He said the words, Jesus speaks to me at church, and he told me to take revenge. Now, I'm quoting him there. Whether he was doing that, he said it was tongue-in-cheek. Like, he said that, which was very strange. And further, Kearney said he wanted police officers involved in his case and their families to die in a conflagration. I do believe that part he did say as well. I think he was also claiming that was satire. That part, wishing people die in a fire, that part it's not, I don't really see the sarcasm there. That just sounds like hyperbole, which is what he argued as well. But at the same time, the first thing is funny, but it's sacrilegious. The second thing, if it's sardonic, the second thing is, in my opinion, not funny at all. It is just scary. But that's my opinion. See video of those shocking remarks here. Oh, okay. So should we actually listen to what he said? I think we can do that. I'm a towel. Let's listen to Aiden Kearney. This was quite a moment. This man said some things. And by the way, cover your towel ears, ladies and gentlemen. If you have young towels around or young doggo towels, I recommend they not listen to this.
Mastermind all this shit. Fuck that corrupt piece of shit. It pisses me off that he gets away with this shit. Fuck him. He was rehomed, but he's still involved in my case and tried to have me locked up again last month. He can go get fucked. Him and his stupid wife and his stupid family. I hope they all fucking die in a fire. Fuck them. If I found out tomorrow that Brian Tully was burned alive in the most painful way possible, I would be so happy. That would be awesome. That'd be great. I hope he dies. I hope pain and misery happens to him after what he's done to me, what he's done to Karen Reed, what he's done to my children. I really fucking hope. I would get so fucking hard if you told me Brian Tully died in a car accident tomorrow. Brian Tully actually deserves to get hit by a car and die. Die. And so I don't give a fuck if he dies. I don't give a fuck who he leaves behind. I hope it's painful. I hope every single waking moment for the rest of his life is miserable, because that's what Jesus would want me to do. Okay, I go to church every Sunday, and that's what Jesus talks to me, and that's what he says: revenge.
What?
You can call me journalism Jesus, and I plan on rising tomorrow from the dead. You guys don't know this. Tomorrow's
what? You plan what? I do not remember this part. You what?
Easter. Jesus is back with a vengeance.
Okay, that's true.
It's not to compare myself to Jesus or anything like that, but
that's not a good idea. No, it's not.
Getting nailed to the cross is much worse than losing a Facebook page, but they're both obstacles. You know what I mean? And they thought Jesus was down for the count, and they thought I was down for the count.
What?
And what are they doing? What happened with Jesus after that? Oh, rose from the dead, literally started his own religion. One of the biggest religions.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if Jesus started his own religion. I think that was Peter and Jesus' disciples. But at least some of that, in very broad brushstrokes, is accurate about Jesus. Let's for the past 3, 4, 5 seconds, at least some of that was somewhat accurate.
In the world, there's a million sects of it. Now of
I am not sure if there's a million sects of Christianity. Actually, hold on. We're gonna create a special segment called Fact Checking Turtle Boy, where I am gonna look up whether things that Turtle Boy says are true. Now, he said there's like a million, so let's give him a little wiggle room of 100,000 on each side. How many sects of Christianity exist in the world? How many sects of Christianity exist in the world? The 45,000. Nope. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have checked. Aidan Kearney was wrong. There are not like a million sects of Christianity. There are 45,000. I'm very sorry, Aidan. You do not win the prize. You got that very wrong.
Christianity that have been created. And yes, this is, you're right, yo. This is extremely disrespectful. I'm a devout Catholic, but I am extremely disrespectful. So if you want a respectful channel, you have come to the wrong place. It's about to get a million times more offensive than what I just said about comparing myself to Jesus. Okay? Like a million times. So I would just log off, go watch something else. You'll be better off that way. Your feelings won't get hurt. There's a million ways to consume, can't read content. We don't have time for people like that over here.
Oh no! Oh no! Ladies and gentlemen, hello, I'm back. Sound back. The only thing I was saying there was I don't know how we got from the video of Aidan talking, how we got from the recap of Karen and Aidan's connections to a video of Aidan, and then I realized my reactions in that video went from shocked to horrified to flabbergasted to stunned to angry to I think he's talking about Jesus, and then I started to realize, I can't tell if he thinks this is wrong or if Aidan thinks this is funny and wrong, or if he can't tell if it's wrong and he just thinks it's funny. And then I was saying there was at least 6 to 12 seconds in there. I think the part where Aidan was generally in very broad brushstrokes explaining the historical context of Jesus' death and crucifixion, and then how St. Peter inspired the rise of Christianity. Aidan did get wrong. There are not a million sects of Christianity. There's 45,000. But that part, generally, very broad brush strokes, I understood. The last 6 seconds where Aidan was like, there's other Karen Reed and John O'Keefe content that's respectable. If you want to go listen to that, go ahead. I understood that. But the rest of that, I was just utterly baffled, ladies and gentlemen. I was utterly baffled. I was on a roll, Eileen Steffens, don't worry. I have a memory that allows me to just repeat on basically verbatim what I had just said, which I did for you all. Sound is back, respect. Don't worry, you're just a few seconds behind. Murder by Maestro beat out Eva very quickly. It was quick on the draw. We can call Murder by Maestro and Eva quick draw towels. All right, so here's what I want to do. I'm going to keep reading. Other FOIAs over the fall of 2023 related to the Reed case included William Reed, Karen's father, along with Alan Jackson, Reed's lawyer. However, those two FOIAs related to Reed and Jackson came months after the FBI FOIA about Kearney. and that Kearney FOIA happened literally as Karen and Aiden began speaking for the first time. If this April 2023 FOIA was an attempt by Reed's lawyers to do background research before linking Kearney up with the FBI in the context of generating tips about the state police by way of artificial honeypot coverage of the Reed case is unclear. That's what I thought at first. Now I think it was more likely the state police. But that would track with reports that Kearney has an FBI file and has taken voucher payments for his cooperation with that agency. Now that report, it's unconfirmed, but it is very interesting. Likewise, if the FOIAs on Jackson and William Reed were done by the state police in an effort to learn more about that federal probe, likewise, if the FOIAs on Jackson and William Reed were done by the state police in an effort to learn more about the federal probe that by the fall of 2023 had moved on to the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's death is also unclear. But that would very much track with Josh Levy, former U.S. attorney, confirming in public that the Birchmore probe started in August of 2023, right as the probe of John O'Keefe's death by the feds was closing. Thank you, dear Towel friends, for your service and informed public discussion. That was, I think, Turtleboy Exposed, who found that FOIA. Read the FBI FOIA log that unearthed this new information, although it is a very difficult file to search through. Here, and then I linked to it. Here is more background that explains the proxy war between the old DOJ in Boston, under Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, Josh Levy, and the Norfolk DA, which may in turn have led to the DOJ launching a pretextual, now confirmed as closed probe into John O'Keefe's death to smear the Norfolk DA, only to uncover a cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the very same MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA, who investigated Karen Reed for allegedly causing John's death by way of drunk driving with a BAC between .14 and .28, backing up her car at 24.2 miles an hour, striking John, and then leaving him to die in a blizzard on the lawn. That was the allegation at the time. Thread, a timeline of chaos. Karen Reed, Turtle Boy, FBI, Fed Games, and the state police who didn't realize they were being played. That's why I think it was all about, what it was all about. The state police know how to investigate stuff. They're going to know if they're being investigated. Throw them off the track. Someone called the Reed case, the coverage of the Reed case, a DOJ psyop, and that's basically right. Think like domestic CONTELAPRO. And it should be illegal, but the FBI is allowed to operate domestically. If the CIA did that, that would have been very illegal. And what the DOJ did, pushing the boundaries, but prosecutorial discretion gives them a lot of leeway, especially if they get a big fish like the Birchmore cover-up. Okay, fine. As a special treat, on this, the day of Towel, resharing Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser. Here's what I think went down between April 2023 and spring 2024 regarding the now confirmed as closed federal probe into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. You're about to get inside baseball. You have been warned. Let's roll. Oh, before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, let's do the poll. Someone requested it. It's going to be tough. Who did you prefer as a Karen Reed prosecutor? Let's get this. Hank Brennan, Adam Lally. So I'm very interested to see what the people think. Personally, I think the case was stronger the second time, not because of Hank, just because of Hank. I think Hank played a huge role, but because there was more evidence against Karen. So I don't think we can just look at the verdict. Lally getting a 9-3, Hank with this chaotic guilty on OUI, not guilty on everything else. I think it's more who was the better prosecutor. Who do you prefer? So let's take a look. I think a lot of people are going to pick Hank. I think some people are going to have liked Lally in hindsight, though. It's 93 Hank. So a lot of people on this channel, after having watched both trials, tend to favor Hank over Lally. But anyway, I'm going to keep reading. The other thing I want to talk about is, okay, so I have to figure out how to do this. I think, so I'm willing to just do it, and I'll keep track of it. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a request that has gone out. No, don't worry, bossy Texas chick. Wait, hold on. What's been going on? We're talking, hold on, bossy Texas chick. We're talking about the history of Aiden and Karen. And the reason why is that we went on kind of a spider web because there was some very weird stuff that came up in the jurors interview on TMZ. However, Bossy Texas Chick, if there's anything that you want to talk about, we can absolutely do that. The reason why this spider web started is we were concerned by some developments that had happened overnight. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to, especially if some of you have other questions, immediately dive right into this. And in fact, I know that a lot of you find this interesting, but allow me to actually speak on something. And you know what, Bossy Texas Chick, before I even saw your comment, I said to myself, before we dive down this rabbit hole, which I do think is important and relates to what we were discussing over the past hour in terms of what was going on with the jury and the weird fourth question and the weird style of deliberations. I also want to talk about something that I think we can use to be a powerful force for good. Oh, I understand, Bossy Texas Chick. No, don't worry. I was just about to switch topics, as it were, my dear friend. It's 5-MeO DMT. I am so glad you're back. Hold on. I have a plan. Hold on. I think this will make you immune. It's gonna, hold on. Let me do it on my phone. But, the next thing I actually wanted to talk about, and maybe I felt Bossy Texas Chick's vibes, ladies and gentlemen. There was actually something to refocus our Zen that came up in my mind. I didn't want to mention it at the top of the stream because I was decompressing about so much of what had been going on, and it led me to realize that I'm not just anguished, and I don't just look at as we talked about for a long time actually at the beginning of the stream, how much anguish came about as a result of this verdict. What really worries me, and what I think permeates through my consciousness, is that there's an unsettled feeling with the process. And so I think a lot of people... Oh, I see. Oh, no, I see. Oh, goodness, I feel very bad now. Murder by Maestro, that's right. We did go into that Aiden digression. I feel very bad. I thought it was important. Certainly not something I meant to expose people to, but looking back over the past 60 days, I just want to be clear, there were some things that happened that I experienced that were very traumatizing that I'm just now starting to remember coming out of this. So for all of us, and of course Bossy Texas Chick will take their time. I just feel bad they rushed home from work. But I think we all kind of come to terms with our experience, and this was a flurry. It was a lot over the past 60 days in our own ways. Yes, but obviously I take a lot of it on. I'm so happy to see 5-MeO DMT, my dear friend. Welcome back. And what I want to talk a little bit now about is something that I think we can do to help. I want to figure out the best way to do this, but I did see some people thinking about ways that they can help, and especially the O'Keefes or the family or John's thrice orphan now niece and nephew. I need to reach out and ask if I can find a way for us to help, but I want to let you know that's something that's on my mind right now. It has been on my mind for a little while over this past 12 to 24 hours, but I didn't want to jump right into it. But I did see a post go up, and so if we on Towel Channel can be part of that, and if I can reach out and get permission, I'll find out if I would prefer to just share the direct way to do the donation, but I don't want to do that without that person's permission. So I have to reach out to them, and then if I get their permission, I'll put it up on the screen. There may be a way, and this Bossy Texas Chick, it speaks to something that, and I'm so glad you spoke up, it speaks to something that is important to me. Not just decompressing about what we've all experienced over these past years, and in particular what was the last 60 days, but the fallout and how we can be supportive to each other, but also the people who were directly impacted by this in so many ways. And so that I think is an important component of this whole discussion, and I just want to pay a little homage to Bossy Texas Chick for bringing that up. And I didn't mean to go down that road, but as you know, Towel has a propensity sometimes When I get going on explaining something, especially if people are kind of asking questions, I have a propensity to rant. I'm not going to deny it. I'll own it, ladies and gentlemen. But also, I think it does go to the larger way about how we all, yes, absolutely, how we all go about processing our experiences. And I was talking about this earlier on the stream. Some of us have the luxury, ladies and gentlemen, of being able to maybe not focus on other things in life, but try to look for solace in the day-to-day routine, But for some people, whether we're empaths or we're out of empathy, we're connected and we feel a connection to the people who experience this, there is no escape. There will never be a day where this doesn't impact John O'Keefe's family, I imagine. And I was saying earlier, I really hope that they, and I'm not imposing any quest for justice on them, but I hope they do adopt a similar mindset to the Goldmans after the OJ trial, which is, Harvard Yard. Hello. I am starting now, and we can do the Zoom whenever. Hello, Harvard Yard. If you're out there, we can do the Zoom whenever. What I was reflecting on is there are so many people for whom this reality will never go away, and how do all of us balance the amount we care? This wasn't, as much as there was some educating, informing, and entertaining going on, this wasn't anything close to a sporting event. It was a manifestation of our authentic compassion, I think, for the people going through, John's family and the witnesses and otherwise, this terrible situation. So how do we honor that? And how do we continue to, we can't just abandon the O'Keefe family and the witnesses, and we can't do that. So in light of all of the different developments going forward in the future, I've been reflecting a lot on how we can help. I think one of the most important ways we can help is continue to be supportive. There is absolutely no reason, as this process continues, that the O'Keefe family and John's friends and those who are not given the option to turn, quote, off what has happened are not forgotten and feel like there are people around them at all times, perhaps now more so than ever before. And yes, I'm really hoping that Harvard Yard will be able to join us. Who picks the jury? Allie 90211. It's a good question. It's you get 18 or 16 preemptory challenges each, so it's a big jury pool. You have to agree on the jury, but you can only strike 18 or 16 jurors each without cause, and then after that, it's a negotiation between the judge and the lawyers to find jurors. But going back to sort of how we all decompress from this, maybe you decompress a different way. Maybe the way you decompress is by chatting with your towel friends in the chat. Did you know it's 93 degrees? So listen, we don't deal with this kind of heat very often up here in Boston. I don't know about some of y'all in Texas or other parts of the country. We love our Texas towels. But it's very hot here. So it's 93 degrees. And I had some doctor stuff going on today, and I still said to myself, I think it's not even about how I'm processing this and thinking about everything that unfolded, although, as you heard over the past hour and a half, I have a lot of thoughts. But I think it's how people, if in their own ways, want to have this discussion. That's why I left the chat open. That's why I'm happy to answer your questions. Vegan Vine, it wasn't that. Aiden went to jail in December of 2023, got out on a bail revocation in February, and then by March, Karen was saying Aiden was a risk. And it is hot. 91 in Texas. Yeah, it's a dry heat up here as well. But I also, part of the reason why I was I wouldn't say opening this stream, as I am going to open a Zoom if Harvard Yard is able to see this. Art Journal is wonderful. No, absolutely no, Bossy Texas Chick. You're the opposite. I think you pulled me into a very wonderful, reflective state. We're not even going to go back to some of what I was talking about before for a little bit, because I'm interested, now that I kind of get pulled back in and out of my soliloquy, I'm interested in what... Well, first, I'm interested in doing this Zoom with Harvard Yard, so I'll see if they are able to pop up. And then if any of you also want to talk on a Zoom, we can see about that. I want to talk about the future of this channel a little bit. I want to talk about what I would like to continue doing, going forward. And part of that, I absolutely feel, does involve talking to each other about, what are you interested in hearing? We'll see, Troy. You're very kind, but for now we'll allow Harvard Yard to use audio or whatever they want to. It is a big, it's a big universe and obviously I think we've heard from our dear friend Harvard Yard, but they are allowed to participate however they want, and that goes in terms of whether they use a voice or stream, and they're not going to be pressured either way. And the other thing, so I want to talk about a little bit more is, part of it is how can we continue to support John O'Keefe's family? What support do they need? But the other thing is, how do we support each other? How do we continue to create a space here for people to talk? And so part of that is case coverage. What are we going to be covering going forward? Part of it is there's more to talk about the Aidan Kearney cases, of course. Those directly intertwined with this Karen Reed case. How's that all going to play out? Hello, Sheffield Towel. Yeah, it is, and I agree. I think, Bossy Texas Chick, absolutely. I'm sorry we even had to go down that road. I just want to point out, in that part of the soliloquy, if you missed the preface there, I was saying I get really upset when people say things like ACAB or someone who would say all veterans are, whatever. That would it hurts me, right? Because I don't understand how people can take this attitude that the whole institution is corrupt. And so then I went on a soliloquy and we ended up down this path, and then I was just horrified that Aidan was saying that stuff, and then I had to just pause. But creating this space, continuing to cover the Turtle Boy cases and the live streams of those hearings, and covering, of course, Lindsay Gattani is one of the named victims in those cases, Chris Albert, Colin Albert, the McCabe, so many different named victims in those cases, ladies and gentlemen. 14 open felonies, maybe some misdemeanors thrown in, but I think it's mostly felonies in Norfolk Superior Court. Oh, A to Z, you are so kind. You started a membership parade on a day that is, I think, a time where a lot of people are healing. And so Purple Haze and 222 and Carrie Ann and Joy and Not Guilty and Caroline Renee and Elizabeth Lander and Heather and Jennifer and Kat and Cherish Your Sparkle, which is a wonderful name, and Bree and Moki, enjoy yours, and Duke Lacrosse, enjoy your super towel emojis. You are so kind, A to Z. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. And it's an interesting time, actually, for us to talk about that, because I don't just want to gratuitously cover things, okay? I don't like that idea. I don't think, I would never feel comfortable just being okay, I'm going to cover something. 222, that's wonderful. Hello. Irish Gal got a membership. Hello, Mira Hardy. That was amazing. What a great moment. But, ladies and gentlemen, I don't just want to cover things because it's a balance for me. I would never want to deprive you of this space. So, centering all these themes, okay? How can we support the O'Keefe family and the witnesses with this wonderful community that's been created? How can we support each other and continue to create this space? And then thirdly, how can we recognize that I don't towel himself? You won't like it if I'm just covering something because it's on. Like, for me to do this in a way that is authentic, I have to really want to cover it. So, a few things that I want to talk about in that regard. Here are some of the things I'm thinking that I'm interested in. And, you know, I have some requests. Dewdrops, the Super Towelette Dewdrops themselves, actually has a wonderful request for towel for a case that I want to look into. Hold on. It's, yeah, I wouldn't say that it's, I'm not subdued, Eva. I was talking about this earlier. What it is that I think, and I think this is fair to say for a lot of us, the adrenaline and the cortisol is starting to go down a little bit. So for me, it's easier just on a day like today where, for example, we're not chasing a clock. We're not on like a set schedule for me to kind of be, oh dear God, I dropped 2 of my water bottles at the same time. I am a frustrated towel. That's okay. I will fix them later. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that's where I get a little frustrated. Not frustrated. That's where I get a little calmer, and I hope you won't take this as me not being in my regular towel mode, but I have an opportunity today to kind of, first of all, it's 93 degrees, and the heat really slows towel down. Towels do best in about 67 degrees, 62 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little higher. Not 93 degrees, I am melting. So please do not miss that either. The heat, I think, affects us all. It affects, like, especially in an area where we're not used to heat. 93 degrees is a lot. But yes, don't take this as me not being in my zone, so to speak. I'm thinking about a lot of different things. Part of what I'm thinking about is I don't like just covering things for the sake of covering them. I like covering things because I find them interesting. I believe in the cause, and I think there's something to cover. So on that list, the first thing is the request from Super Towelette Dewdrops. There's a case Dewdrops has requested. I'm going to look into the name again. I have it in my notes. I just don't have my notes up right now. The second case is the Idaho 4. I've had an independent interest in that Idaho 4 case for about a year. I didn't really understand why there was even a defense. But then some people, I think it was Tony B, said that it's not necessarily that there's a defense, it's whether he was working alone. And that made me very interested. And then all of a sudden, you get out of nowhere, like a few months ago, and then it really blew up over the past few days, this DoorDash driver getting like pulled over on a suspected OUI drugs, and then in the Kohberger case just being like, well, volunteering to police, like, hey, I was in the neighborhood of the Kohberger case, like, I'm that DoorDash driver, like, I saw him. That's weird. That stuff doesn't just happen. Like, what? What do you mean? And that DoorDash driver had some weird history with her past husbands. So, hello, MJ Baker. So, I agree. Yeah, I agree, Mel. I do think that it's more likely than not that Karen Reed will end up back in the courtroom. But as to the Kohberger case, I've been following this case for about a year, and what really astounds me about it is it was very professional. Like, if you look at Kohberger's path of travel from Washington to Idaho, I believe, Pullman, Washington to, I think it was Boise, Idaho, maybe. If you look at the path of travel, like, there had been some trips to, like, scout the area a few days before. There, like, and I don't mean to just gratuitously move on, but no, at Lazy Susan, that's what I'm saying. I want to be very clear. I am a very... Well, no, hold on. I just read reporting yesterday about the body cam video with the DoorDash driver. Now, I have the full hour-long interrogation of the DoorDash driver by the police. Now, what the summary, which was on, I think it was Fox, Idaho. I was watching a summary yesterday. The summary was, as I just relayed to you. So I want to disclaim that Towel's actual research has been very much delayed into the Idaho 4 case because I've been a little preoccupied. However, this interesting report that I saw the other day about the DoorDash driver, it wasn't really new because the body cam had been out there. I think it was uploaded by AXOM Body Cam on YouTube like 7 months ago. That is very, very interesting. Yeah. Oh, really? Wait a minute. No. So, Lazy Susan, this is very interesting to me. And yeah, bossy Texas chick. Maybe that's one silver lining. But this is very interesting to me, Lazy Susan. Maybe I'll take a look, and I don't want to do it on stream. We can do it on stream if you want. I have the whole body cam. I saved it. We can just watch it. I'm very interested in the timing of this, the interrogation. I don't want to go right to the Koberger case. I feel like that would, maybe we can do this another day. That would be kind of closing off a space for discussion about the Reed case and a collective experience. I think a lot of us are still digesting and emotionally processing. But I would really, she was pulled over twice. Okay. So, oh yeah, Lazy Susan. So here's what I know about this. The report on Fox Idaho or whatever it was only recently, 3 days ago. But they were reporting on a body cam that had been uploaded by a YouTube channel 7 months prior. Okay, I'm not opposed to watching it. I just want, if we're going to do that, I just want everyone to, let me put this Koberger interrogation. Let me put this on the list. I want to hold a little bit more space right now, but I'm not saying we can't. I just want to see how people, exactly, I agree, Wicked Uma. I just want to see how people are processing. There will be days tomorrow, the next day, where there's a lot of time, and okay, let me back up. There is not a lot of time, because if we're going to actually do the Idaho 4 case, then we only have, the judge just ruled, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that it looks like the August trial date coming up is going to happen. It was convicted. Sorry, JJ, you're talking about the Idaho 4 case. I'm not sure. I need to do more recess. Oh, sis. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking about the wider context of thinking about how to keep this community around, and also I was saying there are some cases, I can't just cover a case because it's happening, or anything because it's happening. I have to really be interested in it. And the Brian Koberger, Idaho 4 student murders case is something, just because of how tragic it is, and I think one of the roommates actually survived and discovered the scene. It's horrifying, and that case is something that I have been covering and have been thinking about authentically for a while, so it's something I would feel comfortable covering. I agree, just being nosy, but what's hard for me is when I cover a case, it's a learning experience. So to get to where we got with my recall and relay in the Reed case took years of my life. And the Koberger case, I know, I'd say 1/20 of what I knew about the Reed case, 1/10. I know the cities involved, a little bit of the GPS data, where the GPS transponder turned off for how long. Obviously, I don't know as much about this DoorDash driver as I want to, but I'm very interested. But it's a way to create a space, and that matters to me. When Epstein passed and justice not found, focusing on accomplice, Ghislaine gave place for people to put their sense of justice, focusing on that makes perfect sense. Calmora, I love that. First of all, thank you for supporting the channel. I love it. It makes sense. It's a way to give cathartic relief. The Turtle Boy case, but they're going to, listen, I think Bob Cosgrove can do it, but I'm wondering. No, Bossy Texas Chick, you did the opposite. I think if you can kind of see in the comments, I think what a lot of people have been saying is, obviously, there's more that Towel's going to talk about. We'll come back tomorrow. We'll come back, etc. I'm the type of person who just really likes being able to talk, being able to have friends around, and I like that so many of you have friends here. So really, where my heart is at right now is leaving this space open for you and engaging with you all, but also thinking about going forward how that can kind of be made manifest. So that's why both, like, as I was going on that spiel about the Turtle Boy and Karen Reed case, and as I was talking about the Koberger case, what I'm realizing is there is a lot for us to still talk about. And I think this excellent insight from Calmora meditation which is, for Epstein's victims, it became the Maxwell trial that was really an important release. For the situation with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed and Turtle Boy, we're going to see the civil trial, of course, with the O'Keefes and the family, and KF, the niece. But more importantly, perhaps, is going to be some of these other trials that go on related to the people Karen knew. Will Karen face witness intimidation charges? I don't know. But it's interesting. And Lazy Susan, they're called Pro Burgers. Oh, no. Lazy Susan, if you are interested over the coming days, either if we can talk, I don't know if you have X or whatnot, if you ever want to talk to us about the Idaho 4 case, please, if you feel, it seems like you have a wealth of information. My primary goal is I'd like to become educated more about it, and I'd like the people here to be educated about it. Hello, Sun-Eyed Girl. Yes, listen, and so this is the other thing, and why I'm both leaving the space open and talking about this not for the substance of these cases or the merits, the Idaho 4 case, the Aidan Kearney cases. I'm talking about them because of how I'm thinking about this channel in the future and where I want to take this coverage and how I want to keep this space around for you all. So I definitely want to... yes, absolutely, Lazy Susan. I can imagine a lot of people picked up the Idaho 4 case, and then as KR became sort of very overwhelming, all the information, the Idaho 4 case, it was hard to keep track of both. But Lazy Susan, I'm thrilled that you know so much about it. You can be our Super Towel Idaho 4 expert. And the other thing I want to say is, hello Moki, hello Macy Towel, hello Sid, hello Allie90211, hello Moki, good news, you got a Super Towel membership gifted by A to Z earlier. You can now use Super Towel emojis. Have you ever considered that? You are a Super Towel. And the other thing I want to say is, I think a lot of people are feeling down today, but I don't want any of you who maybe are just having been fueled by so much adrenaline and cortisol over the past 60 days to think that this down feeling is a negative reflection on you, or a personal failure, or a character flaw. Regardless, I think, of what the verdict had been yesterday, there would have been a collective exhale of fatigue from all involved. And maybe the euphoria of each side getting what they wanted would have changed a little bit of the relaxation of the stress hormones and the adrenaline. But I think we'd be kidding ourselves to not reflect on the toll this took on our bodies and our minds, and of course imagine the toll it took on the O'Keefe family. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a certain way that our bodies react to stress, and I'm not a doctor, this is not legal advice, don't take, I'm not a doctor, this is not legal advice. I'm not a doctor, this is not medical advice, don't listen to things about medicine from a towel. But in general, there's you can study this type of thing and learn about stress hormones and adrenaline. It's a studied phenomena. When you're in a stressful situation, especially prolonged stress, you can develop long-term fight or flight adaptations. So you can become in a permanent state of like elevated stress hormones, elevated cortisol, elevated adrenaline. It's like permanent. You get stuck in it. And it can be environmentally conditional, like you can be subject to external stimuli, you can be subject to emotional manipulation, but really it can be situation dependent. Like you're going through a trial, it's 60 days, you're watching every hour of it, it's a lot, and you will get through it. Your body will force you to get through it, but then the very day it ends, it's totally natural, regardless of the outcome, to just have dropped in those stress hormone levels. No amount of energy drinks, nothing will pick you up from that. It is your body saying, I gave you everything I could to get through the past few months, and we did it. We got through, and now we're in a decompression mode. And what do we do with that decompression? That's why we're talking about supporting the O'Keefe family, and that's why I think it's so important that I send this message. I actually want to get permission to share this fundraiser if I can. And then the other thing is, so many of you are just talking with each other, and that has become a just definitional component of Towel Stream. The fact that there are people here who have found connections with each other, that matters a lot to me. I want to keep facilitating that space, and I want to make sure that whatever it is you want to talk about, however it is you want to talk about, it is open. Now, as I mentioned, I'm your wonderful towel host. I have not lost my towel spark. I just think that my adrenaline and stress hormones are going down. Oh, hello. 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 I am so sorry I missed this. And the person who just sent me, I will follow up shortly now that you're in my main inbox. Oh, goodness. I just want to say, if I forgot to send you messages, it's not because I missed them. It's because they went to my other folder. Now, the reason I'm reaching out, by the way, and pausing, is I'm trying to find a way to, let me see this. Hi, Allie. Would it be possible, oh, sorry, you didn't hear that, to promote or to raise donations for your fundraiser on my stream today? And if so, what is the best way to do that? Sorry about that. I read out for you the message. I'm being completely transparent. I'm going to find out what the best way to support this fundraiser is. I'm not even going to tell you what it is until I get permission, because I think you all will really want to help. But I'm not saying it. I'm not doing it until, not Allie 90211 towel, the other towel, until I get permission. So if you're listening, I sent you a message on Facebook. Look at your Facebook, and then I will say, hi, I'm a towel. All right, and just say your thoughts, ask your questions. As you can see, there's nothing else on the screen but you all today. Bossy Texas chick, I feel you on that one. Fly free. Oh, yes. Did you all hear about Air Towel yesterday? Also, I want to extend a special towel thank you and hello to Colleen Henry. Colleen Henry is so loved and appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. They can't always get here first thing in the stream, but they're always the last one to watch. And I just want Colleen Henry to know that Troy has extended a formal apology, and it went up on the screen, and we will all continue to revere and make sure everyone, in particular Towel's friends like Colleen Henry, are always comfortable. Now, 5-MeO DMT, you have no idea how happy I am you're back. It is very possible, ladies and gentlemen, one thing we will talk about, I know you all went through it, there was a great towel war of 2025 yesterday. Our blue wall of towels was tested. We were invaded. It was intense, ladies and gentlemen. Commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force, Def Otter, Eva Towel, Murder by Maestro Towel, so many of the super towels. We rose up in a collective voice, ladies and gentlemen, and we said, we are a blue wall of towels, and you shall not come in to Towel Stream and try to start a war. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there were a lot of people who wanted to test the blue towel wall, and the Great Towel War had some unintended collateral damage. We welcome back all of our towel friends. If you ever run into a problem with a co-towel friend that you've seen here for a while, don't worry. Just try to get Towel's attention. I will intervene, and I will try to do my best to make sure everyone feels comfortable. And we've even seen that sometimes, even Troy, being an exemplar, was like, wait, I have to apologize. I'll do it. And that means a lot to me, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, I'm waiting for a response to see if we can continue to... Oh, God bless you, Troy. you didn't have to go that far. That was a very nice. Troy said, Colleen Henry, please accept my apologies for saying anything that may have upset you. You are a stakeholder and well regarded on this channel. Please forgive me for anything stupid I said. A good source would brunk turkey videos he gives the straight dope would be. Yes, what's the bossy Texas chick? Sorry, is it brunk turkey? Is that, I love the name if it's like kind of like a pun on drunk turkey, but I don't want to get the wrong person. All right, what did Meredith? I can entirely understand that. I think a lot of people who committed themselves to this trial, it was a large emotional investment. I think there were some of us, oh goodness, over however many months, years, who put a substantial amount of time into supporting the O'Keefe family, the cause related to this case we believed in. And I think it's natural to want to decompress and process some of those feelings. And by the way, Meredith, we're honored to welcome you to the Super Towel fold. Whoa, I'm hearing reports that there was a juror with a pink tie on. Diana, it could have been to take the spotlight from Karen, because the only thing in the world that would have drew the media away from Karen yesterday was Proctor. Do you remember how you all told me I need to drink more water? I would just like to let you know, Towel is hydrated. This is I'm pretty sure this is a substantial amount of water. I don't know exactly how many fluid ounces it is. It does not tell me on the bottle. Why would you create such a big bottle? And then how is it even legal to not say the amount of ounces that are in the bottle? It must be somewhere. It is, hold on. What? This is outrageous. How can you sell a bottle and just, what do you put it on the tag at the store? You don't tell me how many liters are in it? Ladies and gentlemen, I have a bottle of water that is so big, it does not tell me how many ounces of liquid are in the bottle. I am utterly baffled. I wanted to tell you I'm drinking X amount of water today, and I now don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, so this water bottle is bigger than my head. It is just like, I just want to point this out. It is a giant water bottle that is like, it's like a 2-foot tall water bottle, and it doesn't tell me how much water. The water is not blue. I think it's just there's a background that is making it appear blue because of the way the filter works. It is just regular water. I think you can see my head through it. Hey, I'm a towel. Anyway, thank you. I know one thing that so many of you talked about during the stream was it's water. First of all, I don't drink anything but water and Gatorade. So if folks who are sometimes wondering, like, how does Grant do this? I only drink water and Gatorade. I hope you understand this. I have my medicine, like my flour that I take, that I buy medicinally on the regulated market. And that's it. I only drink water, Gatorade, and energy drinks and coffee. Hello, Caroline Renee. Thank you for that estimation. It does look to be about 2 liters. It is a giant bottle of water, and let me just tell you, I am well hydrated. I am thrilled that I got this big bottle of water. I think by drinking water, I'm starting to come back into my old towel self. You don't understand. Maybe some of my energy levels are going up. That must mean that I'm becoming a towel. Oh, I'm sure Eva Towel is going to be thrilled with this. This is one of those moments where my cadence comes back, and then I'm like, oh, yes, that's why I enjoy delivering my syntactical precision in this way, because I'm a towel. I mean, that all really fits together, ladies and gentlemen. It makes sense. I'm a towel, and I enjoy expressing my towelness, and there you go. All right, now, there it is. Hold on one second. All right. I have obtained HB thinks it's 3 liters. Murder, but I agree, HB. Hello, HB Towel. It's great to see you. Oh, I'm getting How Towel Got His Groove Back. Oh, yes, we're making a movie. It's going to be called How Towel Got His Groove Back, and I'm kicking into gear. Here we go. Have I heard of the Rendon Group? They were hired by the DOD in every U.S. military intervention since the Panama invasion in '89. The innocence fraud guys all work for them. Whoa, what? The Rendon Group? Is this like the Boston Consulting Group? Oh, God bless you, Calmora. I definitely am a bit of a spiritual person, and I can tell your energy is just wonderful. Don't ask me how I know. It might be non-temporal. I can't explain it, but I'm honored that you found us, and I'm thrilled that you found friends here. It means a lot to me. Yes, 5-MeO-DMT, the bottle is so big, it is bigger than my head. If I drank all this liquid, I'm not sure. Well, first of all, I would have to wake up like 6 times tonight, and I don't want to do that. I want to sleep. I think you could be Andre the Giant, and if you drank that much water, you would still have to go to the bathroom like 5 times. It's so much water. Yes. Alley 90211, can we call the movie How Towel Got His Groove Back with Alley 90211 sardonic assistance? If you call a movie, if you write the word sardonic in a title, does that signal to people it's a comedy? Or do you think the English language has degraded where people don't know what sardonic means anymore? And is that, in and of itself, a sardonic commentary on the state of society? We are now triple metaphysical here. I am a towel. Look what you've done. Alley 90211, you brought out towel. I don't know how this is happening. Hydrated towel. Yes, I think. Hello, Oh, I'm sorry. I missed it earlier. HB, I went on a soliloquy. It was very convoluted, and now Towel has gotten his groove back, and we have things to talk about. It's hard. It is hard. And listen, I try to be a place of solace and respite, and I try to be a source of inspiration. But I don't think we should just say, everything is roses. Like this woman, even though she was found guilty on OUI, got off, in my opinion, for a crime. And I'm very interested, why did the feds want to help her? Like, who cares about Karen Reed? Like, seriously, who cares? She's some professor. She worked as an equity trader, like day job, and then was a professor. What was she, like some plant for the intelligence establishment, like keeping tabs on the financial world? That's literally the only thing that makes sense is that, or Allen and what makes more sense to me, like just what I know about this stuff. I don't know anything, by the way. I'm a towel. How this all happened, I'm pretty sure, is because Alan Jackson, for a long time, has been a very helpful person to a lot of people. If you know what I mean, in the political arena, like getting the DOJ the information they need. You'd be surprised. Like, now that I think about it, if I were in the... First of all, I'm not sure we should ever put Towel in the government. Like, I could do it, but I don't want to. And I'm pretty sure I would do things like this. I would be like, well, first of all, I'd demilitarize the MSP. Well, I'd let them keep all their military equipment. I would take away their paramilitary structure. But I'd keep the rank structure. But I would also do things like this. And hold on, I have to remember what I was just talking about. She worked as an equity trader. I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah. Okay. So what I would do is, I love how I can just play my own live stream back when I forget what I'm talking about. I'm a genius, Towel. What I would do in the financial sector, who's going sailing? Oh, you know what? We may actually have a picture from Super Towel Beach Nance on their cruise. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know Super Towel Beach Nance went on a cruise and sent us pictures? But what I would do if I were in the intelligence world is the best possible source is going to be a lawyer. Like, imagine if you could run a lawyer as the intelligence community. You could get everything you want. Eva, have amazing time on your sailboat. And hello to EB, who sent a donation to Towel. God bless you, my dear friend. And then I wanted to say, hold on. We have a statement from the Norfolk DA within the last hour, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. We might. Let me make sure this is the right one. Hold on. I'm forwarding it now. We might have a statement from the Norfolk DA. Hold on. Hold on, Towels. Hold on. Oh, Beach Nance, it came in. I'm so excited. We also have pictures from Beach Nance's vacation, which I'm excited to see. All right, hold on. I'm about to tell you, Little Towels, whether we have a statement, the first statement from the Norfolk DA. Are you ready to find out together? We're going to be Little Towels. Who's ready for this? I'm ready for this. I was born ready for this. And by the way, this could be very interesting. I'm playing this as a news clip, so it's I'm using this for commentary purposes, and we are going to see if this is actually the Norfolk DA speaking. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness. Oh, and we got an. Oh, I love these pictures, Beach Nance. They did come through. I love them so much. They're amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me find out if this is actually a statement from the Norfolk DA. Hold on. Okay, I understand. Sorry, it's not you all. I think people are trying to get me to look at this. Hold on. All right, Little Towels. Sorry about your comments freezing. I am trying to load this. All right, hold on. Let's see if this is this today? No way. Is this actually today? I would be so excited if this were today. All right, it's opening, Little Towels. I'll fix your comments in a second. Mr. Roboto, you may not be wrong about that. Where were you up there in the chat? Oh, wow, your comments are a little bit delayed. Sorry, but it's going to take me a second. All right, hold on. Let's see if the... Okay, we have a statement. We have a statement. We have a statement. What? It seems to have said there's no actual video, so it seems here's the statement. The jury has spoken, Morrissey told WBZ TV. That was it? The statement is the jury has spoken? From Morrissey. What? All right, somebody, I want to find it. Hold on one second. I'm going to actually make a media request. I want the actual statement. All he said was the jury has spoken? No, I don't believe that. Hold on. And I'm so glad some of you are finding this an important place to convene and talk about this. But I'm not just going on that. All right, what's the... All right. Media... inquiry, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Hello, and to whom it may concern. Is there a formal statement from the Norfolk District Attorney or Hank Brennan regarding the verdict in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial? Thank you for your service to the Commonwealth. There you go. You can hear everything I wrote. Grant Smith Ellis. Okay, I sent it. Yeah, I know. I'm going to take a look. Does it say anything more? I got the statement. Murder by Maestro, is it just what I read? Because their article isn't very good. I'm going to just get it from them myself. But Murder by Maestro, does it have more on Rex's Twitter? Oh, yeah, Lazy Susan. The clerk definitely has the SJC has a PR office. Wait, they have a PR office in Norfolk County, or you mean the SJC? The SJC in Massachusetts has a PIO, the Public Information Office. All right, so let me go to Christina Rex Towel. Yeah, I'm not really sure that Karen is free, but she's guilty of OUI. That's not necessarily the greatest thing. I'm not sure why they're celebrating that. All it is, the only statement is the jury has spoken. Come on, Hank. Yes, Nancy, thank you so much for that, my dear friend. I got it right away. You were the one who helped us break this news. God bless you, dear friend. And the only statement is the jury has spoken? Come on. Just something from Hank. We want to hear from Hank. We all invested a lot in this. Diana, it was just to take the, I agree with you. I don't know why Proctor did it, but it was just to take the attention away from Karen. Oh, of course, Wicked Uma, of course. It's just I don't understand. They're like celebrating, like, hey, this woman drunk drives. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, listen, Don, I don't agree with you about that. You're not going to last. Maybe maybe not. Like, I don't think you should insult Hank. Do you really think that this jury was no. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. I think something was up with the jury. That was a much better case by Hank than the first trial. I'm sorry. It was better. And I mean, I'm glad Morrissey put out a statement. There's a video on YouTube. What's HB? Is it of a statement? Hold on. We're waiting for HB Towel. I am monitoring. We have gotten a statement from the Norfolk DA. I wish Hank Brennan would put something out. I mean, Proctor said something. That's true. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Wait, so everybody's in the blue wall of towel unless you're not in the blue wall of towel. So that's kind of a redundant point. Crime trial addict. Also, I think this channel, I mean, as it grew over the trial, we went from like 20 of us hanging out to like 50 to 150 to 400, 500, 700. So to me, it's more. I know the people here individually. They mean a lot to me. So I love this space. The numbers to me aren't important. It's the people here. Yeah, well, I agree, just being nosy. Hank Brennan, Morrissey hasn't really said anything except for that one pretrial statement. Yeah, that's creepy. That is creepy, Leslie. Yes, Proctor spoke last night, Brooke, but it was not very insightful. It was on ABC 2020, and it was not. It was actually like the antithesis of helpful. It was a very short series of clips that were played, and it just wasn't very helpful. Yeah, and I think the jury, I agree with you, Sheffield Flannel. Right. I agree. I think it was a little weird that it couldn't be mentioned in the federal probe. Full video on YouTube. All right, HB. I'll check CBS News' YouTube. I really hope we get a statement from Hank. I did email him asking for one. But I'm not going to go, like, find Hank Brennan. Like, I sent him an email. If he gets it, wonderful. Otherwise, I tried to get a statement. So I'm going to check YouTube, WBZ, and let's see what we can find, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I do wonder, like, there's just some things, like, clearly this jury had its own issues, but also, like, clearly I just don't understand. I mean, the investigation was fine for the circumstances, but just the way things got so hostile between the DA and the feds, that I think is the story that has to be told. I agree. Like, and even Proctor's visceral reaction to Karen's, maybe her text he found or just her action related to that night. I think people can understand it. I just don't know who prepped him for that interview. So let me see. I have the full CBS News video. I'm going to see if this is the one. I'm just going to play the audio first. I'm going to see if this is the one that talks about Morrissey's statement.
The criminal case against Karen Reed is officially over. The jury cleared her of murder and manslaughter charges in the death of her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, as she was convicted of driving under the influence. WBZ's Penny Commit is in Dedham, where the scene outside the courthouse is very different today.
Pink confetti scattered on the sidewalk and barricades gone from the Norfolk Superior Courthouse. Today, an eerie calm compared to the crowd that packed this street just yesterday, cheering after Karen Reed was found not guilty of her most serious charges.
Murder in the second degree. What say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Reed was acquitted of second-degree murder and leaving the scene of a deadly crash, leaving the courthouse with just a misdemeanor OUI conviction, sentenced to 1-year probation.
No one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have.
She's free. Karen Reed could be any one of us. We still need to figure out.
Only increased since her first trial, which ended in a mistrial in July of 2024. This time, jurors heard from 49 witnesses over 8 weeks and saw more than 200 pieces of evidence. On Wednesday, Reed thanked her supporters for donating more than $1 million to her legal fund over the last several years.
Yeah, no, this doesn't have what I want. I'm looking for anything to do with the statement from the Norfolk DA. But thank you. That was an interesting video. I almost went down to the court today. It's 93 degrees. God bless you, Penny. I'm not going down to the court when it's 93 degrees. I'm inside. I don't have my central AC running because it's very pointlessly expensive. I'm inside with a window air conditioner and a fan next to me. By the way, I'm not showing the fan on screen, but I have one, and I'm still too hot. But I'm just flabbergasted that the only thing that the Norfolk DA said was the jury has spoken. Wow. Oh my goodness. The comments are updating. Sorry, I forgot some of your comments fell a little behind. So they're all updating at the same time. Hi, PK. Yeah, that thing she said was terrible. Yep, I have a window air conditioner and a fan. I'm a hot towel, ladies and gentlemen. We are cold towels some days. We're hot towels. Mike says he wouldn't mind TB walking now if he gives up Karen and she does time. Well, yep, Mike, but you got to think about how the named victims in the TB case might feel about that. It's wicked hot. I was telling him, Alley Towel, we're not built. They were like, Grant, you seem like you have slowed down. Okay, well, in the Northeast, we are not built to operate at 93 degrees. If it got any hotter, I would give up. I barely can go right now at 91 degrees. Very interesting, Vegan Vine. Thank you for that. Very interesting. So the Rendon group, I wonder if they... I wonder, it's going to hail later, PK, at 93 degrees. Can hail happen in 93 degrees? Allie 90211, what if I am actually a French Bulldog? Oh no, I haven't considered this. Hello again, PK. Yeah, and then this is just mostly an open chat space right now. I think we're gonna. I did send Harvard Yard Towel a message. They were doing their thing today, but we're talking, we're chatting with each other, and then we're going to keep an eye, ladies and gentlemen. I wish Hank Brennan would say something. I mean, there's no reason he can't, but you know, it's up to him. 2 years for Aiden and 12 to 15 for Karen. Hello, Cassie Marie. We're having an open chat. As you can see, Bossy, Texas Chick, Ange, Whittick, Brooke, Mike, so many people, Wicked Uma, Meredith. We're chatting on the screen. Someone said, how is it hotter in Mass than Texas? I don't know. Yeah, I think a lot of us are processing what's going on. And you can see the chat slowed down again because I finally got it loaded up to the current moment. I think even Towel's still processing. I'm kind of going through ebbs and flows. I got a bit of energy after I finished my Red Bull either. No. I don't think they would have rioted. I think they would have accepted it and then protested, but that would have been it. I don't see Turtle doing more time than Karen. I see Karen being Turtle's leverage, in my opinion. I do see more criminal. I could see more criminal charges coming from for Karen. Actually, that's something I'm interested in your thoughts on. Do you think more criminal charges are coming for Karen? I could just see it. Yeah, Drew Drops, I feel you. I think we're all processing it in waves. After the sugary Red Bull energy crumbs the crash. That's right, Mike. What I really needed was my Super Towel America energy drink. For the first day in probably, I know what it is. Whoever was asking why I'm out of energy, for the first day in 60 days today, I did not drink one of these. And I would just like to let you know that if you drink 200 milligrams of caffeine, 1,000 milligrams of carotene, 1,000 milligrams of taurine, and 200 milligrams of alpha GPC, that doesn't sound healthy, every day for 60 days, then the first day when you don't drink that, you will feel like you have lost your towel spark. Christina, you don't understand. The old liberal DOJ, not you, Christina, the Christina Towell who probably got removed, you don't understand. The old DOJ in Boston hated cops and probably tried to get Karen involved in some kind of weird political proxy battle. Oh, thank you, Anthony Barton. Let me take a look to see if there's an actual video. Sorry if I watched the wrong video. Oh, there was a video on the link that was sent earlier. It just wouldn't play for some reason. Let me see if this video... Oh, that was the video I played from YouTube. Thank you for that one, Anthony Barton. I was playing that on YouTube. But I just wish there was more from the DA. I wish there was something from Hank. I think it's right in some sense, but I mean, Hank has a right to speak, and I don't know, though. He does work for the Norfolk DA, but just the words the jury has spoken. I mean, that's picking your words, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if it's tipping something off, though. I wish he had said, like, for now. Yeah, and I also think the jury got reasonable doubt wrong. Reasonable doubt is not 99.9%. Why are people monitoring the witness's house? That's really creepy. That's actually incredibly creepy. It is just incredibly creepy to see people being like, oh, this person was going from this witness's house like after the trial. Like, I thought that would stop. Like, I can't imagine people are still doing that. That's very sad. And then the only statement from the Norfolk DA, of course, was the jury has spoken. What an interesting series of events. And I do wonder, like, I don't know, like, what is Karen going to do? Just, like, walk around? She's going to have to move to Hollywood or something. She's not just going to walk around. Thank you, PK. Very good to know. No, and listen, I will be the first to say, I think getting off this stuff is going to be helpful. It does. It's just an. Hold on. It's just an energy drink, right? But I think these energy drinks, all of them, are indeed like evolving, because like when I drink this new Tropics, like these energy drinks, it is a lot of energy, but it's like, it's consistent energy for like 8 to 10 hours. Whereas a Red Bull, it doesn't even have that. A coffee doesn't have that. Wicked Uma, we are here for you, my dear friend. Linda Y all day. I'm not exactly sure what that means. but I am opening this chat. Oh, wonderful. Oh, good. Folks, we get to interview Harvard Yard. Who's excited? Harvard Yard, you know I'm about to send you the Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love hearing from Harvard Yard. Did you know that Harvard Yard and I have some things to talk about? I didn't get to listen to Harvard Yard's audio message because I had a doctor's thing this morning, but I can't wait to talk to Harvard Yard. I'm going to send Harvard Yard the Zoom right now. Who's ready to hear Harvard Yard, the Super Towel Harvard Yard? Oh, that's so wonderful. All right. Not Allie Towel in the chat, but Allie Towel, who is responding to me on Messenger. That's so wonderful. I'm so happy. You do you. And if you do another fundraiser in the future, you just let me know, and I'll be happy to support you. It's not Allie 90211 Towel. It's another Allie Towel. Allie Towel. You come join us anytime, Allie Towel. We love Allie Towel. We love all our Allie Towels. If your name is Allie and you're a towel, we love you here. And you might be thinking, oh my God, my name is Allie. He's literally talking to me. I'm a towel. Congratulations. There you go. Now, Mike, have you ever considered that the horses are down the park, right? And then when you go down Harvard Yard, there's that park in Harvard Yard, and then the horses are frolicking with the horse children, which are called foals. I've thought about this a lot. Oh, Lynn Hennis, I have good news for you, my dear friend. Towel has obtained what we believe to be about 2 liters, maybe 3 liters of water. I am very excited for this. It is bigger than my head. I'm excited. Allie 90211 is realizing the TV is talking to her. She is thrilled, ladies and gentlemen. She's absolutely thrilled. Yay, Harvard. Yeah, Harvard Yard is amazing. And by the way, what we're going to get to talk about with Harvard Yard is some of Towel's plans for going forward on this channel and how folks, I heard, I reached out to Sunnyside. I got to remember exactly the username. They're wonderful. Hold on. I believe it was, hold on, little towels, hold on. It was Sunny Spirit. Sunny Spirits. I reached out to them. They were in the chat yesterday. We are going to try to have... Oh, Christina. Why? Goodbye, Christina. Why is everyone in the blue wall of towels? Well, for a number of reasons. We have blue wrenches. We're friends with each other. I'm a towel. I haven't really thought about that. Oh, hold on. I got the Norfolk DA link from Anthony Barton. I think it is only the, yeah, it's, oh, okay. Thank you again, Anthony. It's, I wish it was more than just that statement. I know there's a video that plays, but it looks like, the video that they have playing, or at least it won't load up. They have a very bad video player. Sorry, CBS. I wish you would just integrate YouTube. You know, it's cheaper to just integrate YouTube, and you'll probably do better for yourself. Like, I get YouTube, like you would, I think CBS would be better off just embedding YouTube than using this player. It's okay, but like, it's not great. But yes, hold on. I'm trying to see if this video attached to the CBS Boston website, which has a very long, unskippable commercial for Bob's Mattresses, is different than the previous video. So hold little towels. Hold little towels. No, it's the same video. All right, thank you for that, though. That was helpful, Anthony. Thank you. I'm going to start up this Zoom. All right, let me go to participants. Let me click this. Let me click this. Let me click this. Of course, we, the Towel Friends, love to talk to you, Harvard Yard. You don't understand. You are a super towel. All right. So I sent that. And then there we go. So give me a second to get Harvard Yard in here, ladies and gentlemen. And then we'll talk about the... Yeah, so I watched the 323rd Judicial District in Texas, Boise, Texas chick, and I like the Texas judicial system. It's firm but fair. I actually like the state of Texas. I think it's a very nice place. Apparently I went to Austin when I was 3 years old. I don't remember it, but I went. So, hold on. So, HB, can you link it? I can't find the, Oh, are you talking about D.A. Morrissey's first statement, HB? I just can't find... if you're talking about the one from, like, 2023, we can watch that. But if there's a new one, I don't see any new video statement, so I might need your help with that, HB. I found the CBS Boston article where Morrissey says where it has Morrissey saying the jury has spoken. But there's no video of him speaking attached to that. Austin is indeed a nice part of Texas. I have been there. I was 3, though, so I don't remember it. But I did send Harvard Yard Towel the link, so as soon as Harvard Yard Towel's here, we will continue talking and thinking about what we're going to do going forward. Harvard Yard has some plans, ladies and gentlemen. Harvard Yard is wonderful. Menya says, Hank stood there and said, don't look away, but in the end they did. The jurors, the judge, they looked away from the questions, from the contradictions, from the pieces that didn't fit. Someone also posted in another group. Well, you stand firm, Allie. I can't respond to you on... It's not that, Allie 90211. Grant said she is about 5 foot. Who, Karen? Yeah, she's like 4'10" to 5 foot. She's kind of Turtle Boy's height, a little bit shorter than him. They're kind of little Oompa Loompa munchkins together. Karen at least like looks that size, but like Aiden's a little small for his size, so he looks like a little Oompa Loompa munchkin, and she walks a little weird, like bow-legged all the time. Anyway, she's like a little Oompa Loompa. Yep, and I do want to see a statement from Hank. I think a lot of people do. I hope he'll release one. Maybe he's working on it. Oh, the little Oompa Loompa thing. I was like, what is so funny? Oh, yes, I was talking about the Oompa Loompa. You don't understand. When I get in this mode, I start being hilarious. There in the News Nation is insulting Natalie. We will defend your honor, Natalie B. That is why we are the Blue Wall of Towels. Yeah, Troy, I do agree it's not cool to insult someone for their medical conditions. Like, for example, what if Jen McCabe misspelled that 623 Google search because she has MS? That would mean that people who made fun of her for that misspelling were making fun of her MS. That's not cool, Troy. And do you realize, Troy, that Aidan Kearney once wrote an article that was going to be entitled Grant's Bloody You-Know-What? Like, talking about, I think, my colitis. And I'm pretty sure Karen intervened because for the first time, and I'm pretty sure one of the only times I've watched, he didn't change the name of his article. Like, but before it went up, it went from, like, he had some planned name involving my bloody you-know-what. And when it went up, it was not about that. And I think Karen actually feels some sympathy for people with that condition. So, I'm pretty sure that was her. Karen's like, how did he know that? Well, because I watch very closely. That's why you don't want... Well, I bet Karen really wants to do an interview, but also doesn't, because it would be live, and I don't think she can actually match wits with me. She can match wits with some people, but in a controlled environment, or with people who she thinks she's smarter than in an uncontrolled environment. But I don't think she could ever play ball with someone who's smarter than her in an environment she doesn't control. AJ couldn't either. AJ would do a little better. Yannetti would do fine. I think Alessi would just be interesting intellectually. I appreciate it, bossy Texas chick. I think the balance I'm looking for is keeping a space around for people to sustain their connections, and then also covering what I'm interested in. And so part of what I'm interested in is talking to Harvard Yard Towel as soon as they come on. But I'm also interested in certain cases we've been talking about. I'm interested in the TB case. I'm interested in, as it connects to the Reed case in particular, and what's going on with Lindsay Gattani. And justice for Lindsay Gattani, by the way. We should start a whole movement that is just centered around justice for Lindsay Gattani. You want to talk about people who need support, ladies and gentlemen, Lindsay Gattani's fundraiser is at the top of the stream. You want to look for a reason to rally around someone today, ladies and gentlemen. You want to look for a reason to support someone. Consider donating to Lindsay Gattani's legal fundraiser. She's one of the named victims in the ongoing Turtle Boy cases. If we can help Lindsay Gattani, ladies and gentlemen, by God, let's do it. Let me see if I can drop this link in the chat for you right here. If the Give, Send, Go link works. I think it does. Yeah, it's still up. So you can get to Lindsay's fundraiser. Please consider supporting it through the link in the chat. If the link that I drop in the chat doesn't work, please let me know. You can also send donations, and I can get it to the lawyer through the third-party payee. Whatever Lindsay needs, just let me know. Please consider helping Lindsay Gattani. Oh, hold on. I want to put an uppercase G. One of the named victims in the ongoing Turtle Boy cases. And yes, you know how much it would mean to me if we supported Lindsay Gattani. Ladies and gentlemen, people are always asking, oh, okay, we have a statement from one of John's friends. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read it right now from Chastity. Thank you very much, Chastity. I just have to, we're centering all victims today and the vulnerable friends of John. And I appreciate you, Chastity. I'm going to bring the statement up on the screen right now as we wait for Super Towel Harvard Yard to join us. So stand by for Super Towel Harvard Yard, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to bring up this statement from John's friend. I imagine this is going to be Brendan Kane or John Jackson. Let's take a look. I would like that message to go away. Thank you very much. Oh, give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a second. I'm bringing up the statement from John's friend. Yeah, there's never going to be any charges for anyone other than maybe Karen Reed and Aiden Kearney related to this case. To the Super Towel, who was kind enough to share this with us, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to play it for us. And I think part of today is I need to decompress a little bit. I need you all, if you don't mind, to help me. I need to come to terms with all of this and think about where we're going. And part of that is you all sending links and asking your questions. And there's no one that I'd rather hear, oh, Harvard Yard's coming soon. There's no one don't rush, my dear friend. There's no one I'd rather be here with doing this and discussing than you all. You all, as I've said many times and meant, you all are a very special part of Towel's life. And I don't think I would be able to cope with the ups and downs and so much of this without you all. And I want you all, if you can, to please consider helping Lindsay Gattani as well, because I want anyone who is going through this very difficult process in whatever way they might be going through it to feel supported. So, of course, just let me know if you want to help, and let's listen to John Jackson. God bless you, sir.
Incredible man. Just incredible man.
John Jackson is remembering his friend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
This whole process is not it's not something he deserved. It's just it's unfortunate. He deserved much better than this.
O'Keefe's mother leaving the VFW in Dedham, where family and friends gathered after the verdict. Several wearing blue shirts with O'Keefe's police badge number 2490. Jackson says he and the family respect the jury's decision, but it is John O'Keefe.
This whole process is not it's not something he deserved. It's just it's unfortunate. He deserved much better than this.
O'Keefe's mother leaving the VFW in Dedham, where family and friends gathered after the verdict. Several wearing blue shirts with O'Keefe's police badge number 2490. Jackson says he and the family respect the jury's decision, but it is not what they wanted.
The prosecution did an excellent job. Everything the jury needed.
Sorry if you can't hear this, folks. I don't know why it was so muted. I tried to get it to play louder. Yeah, no, I know I'm on mute. I was trying to get the video to play louder, but what John Jackson said was, and I don't know why this video is not playing right, but here's what John Jackson said. I'll repeat it.
Incredible man.
John was an incredible
John
man, just an
Jackson
incredible
is remembering
man.
his friend, Boston police officer.
This whole process is not something John deserved. It's just unfortunate. He deserved much better than this. And that's Peggy O'Keefe leaving the VFW in Dedham. Just heartbreaking. Jackson said the family respects the jury decision, but it's not what they wanted. The prosecution did an excellent job. Everything the jury needed to convict was in front of the jury. Hard to watch, folks. Hard to watch. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. I'm glad John's friends and family were able to make their statements, but just heartbreaking to watch. Well, we'll take a breather, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we'll remember what's central to this, which is, for some of us, we might be able to tune out. We might be able to tune it out, but on the whole, this was someone's friend, their son, their family member, and it will their father, their adopted father. It will never go away. Their uncle. And Bossy Texas chick notes that John DePietro said Alessi was brought on just to inundate Hank Brennan with motions. That wouldn't surprise me. Almost burned towel nose there. If she had been found guilty, the last thing I would do is gloat over the other side. It takes kind of different spiteful to do that. I agree. Morrissey is against the outcome of the trial, says HB. That's one way to read it. That's certainly one way to read it. We respect the decision, the kind of people in blue. If Karen would have been convicted, they would have called the jurors every name in the book. And listen, I also think, I don't think that it would have been right if the defense started raising questions, but the way that jury was talking, that was a very pro-defense jury in a weird way. And I think some people are asking questions legitimately so. Yeah, Natalie B., thank you for explaining. It was Moscow, Idaho, where the Idaho 4 case took place, allegedly the axe, and then Boise is where the trial is taking place. Also, yes, no gloating, like that's not necessary. You don't have to be some deep cover operative. Don't make people feel uncomfortable. And then be like, I think that this space protects itself, so you can watch. No, it's okay, Mina. Which is an acceptable word. Hold on, HB. I don't know, HB. I'm so confused. I don't know what you want me to listen to. You keep saying there's a video. I would love the link, but the video I go to on the CBS YouTube does not have a video of Michael Morrissey. So I would love to watch this. I don't know what HB. I'm sorry. I'm not getting frustrated. I just don't know what you're listening to, and I can't find it. Was it Morrissey that said that, or Jackson? John Jackson. Sorry. Jehovah must have had an earful last night, says Kat. I admit shedding tears and saying a word or two to our Father. It's not over yet, according to Psalm 37. God bless you for that comment, Cat and Hat. Towel burned his nose, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't actually burn the skin of my nose. It's just I burned my nose a little bit. I'm a towel. It's not that. I think it's in Plymouth County, actually, Monarch, the civil suit, so it's a different county. Oh, just taking a breather, enjoying all your comments, ladies and gentlemen. I have good news. Hold on a second. I think we might have Harvard Yard Towel with us. Harvard Yard Towel, if you are here, you picked a very good moment. Don't rush. I know you were parking. And let me make sure the audio is all set up for this. All right, very good. And yeah, I'm excited, folks. We are going to talk a little bit. Hello, Sheffield Flannel again. We're going to talk a little bit about where I think things are going in the future, what we're going to cover on this channel. And I think you all wanted to spend some time together today, and I'm very glad we got to do that. It means a lot to me. But yes, we have a DiPetro jury interview, ladies and gentlemen. Just coming in right now. I'm reading it. I'm going to read it out to you. We have a John DiPetro jury interview. Hold on one second. This was a note-taker alternate juror from... sorry. This was a note-taker alternate juror, ladies and gentlemen, interviewed by John DiPetro. This is breaking. I'm going to comment on this. John, thank you for your excellent journalism. Harvard Yard Towel, if you're with us, we are going to listen to a little bit of John DiPetro's interview with a alternate note-taking juror, ladies and gentlemen, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Give me 1 second. I'm going to bring it up on your towel screens. Thank you for flying Air Towel. As always, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that Air Towel is a towel-based airline, and we are thrilled to have you with us on Air Towel. Our landing may have been a little bumpy yesterday, but we nonetheless touched down, ladies and gentlemen, in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. Yes, we touched down, guilty OUI verdict, but not guilty on other charges. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me close this ad. No, I just want to close the ad. I don't want to get feedback. We are going to listen to this interview, John DiPetro, just breaking now, ladies and gentlemen, the John DiPetro, our wonderful Commander Super Towel. We shall listen to this breaking exclusive interview. Please, of course, follow John DiPetro. We love John DiPetro. I am going to comment on this interview. This is analysis. I am a towel. Who's ready? The first breaking juror interview from John DiPetro. Air Towel, we get you there with a smile on your face. Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Thank you so much, HB Towel. I will figure this out. You are a super towel. I just want to let you know you're loved, appreciated, and you are administratively and towel-based efficient. Your administrative and towel-based efficiency is noted and appreciated. Apparently on NBC 10 Boston, we are going to see D.A. Morrissey's video statement on Karen Reed. Hold on. NBC 10, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. There's a video statement, apparently. We are also going to go to John DiPetro's juror interview. Don't worry, Towel has a lot going on, and we are waiting for Harvard Yard Towel, too. I am going to figure this out. Hold on, little towels. All right, so what I'm doing right now is I have John DiPetro's, hello, I know 5MEO DMT, we're flying Air Towel again. We haven't hit turbulence, I'm just bringing a lot of things up. So YouTube, NBC 10 Boston, we're looking for D.A. Morrissey's video statement. Hopefully this might be a new one. Bringing it up. It might not actually be on their YouTube yet. We'll check their Twitter as well. Oh, okay, got it. Hold on. No, you shouldn't be. Oh, I see. You're in a virtual rating room. Don't worry, my friend. You should be able to hear me. I'll tell you when you're ready. We'll do these two. Let me just see if we got an actual statement. Hold on. Hello. God bless you, Heidi. And I just want to let you know we're about to take a look at D.A. Morrissey's statement if it's up. NBC 10. Norfolk DA Karen Reed statement. And then, so we're going to take a look at that, and then we're going to listen to John DiPetro's jury interview. And then there's a, great. Great to hear, Harvard Yard. Watching interview of, apparently we watched the TM. So this was one, so far we have one deliberating juror who spoke, and now we have an alternate note-taking juror who was selected, ladies and gentlemen. And what I'm looking for as well is also it's a deadline special tonight at 9 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. 9 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. All right, so I'm not seeing anything about this. Hold on, let me maybe HBTEL. Maybe that was Morrissey's original statement. DA Morrissey's video statement on Karen Reed, NBC 10. Maybe that was, I don't know if this is a new one. We can listen to John DePetro's interview. Hold on. Let's play this.
All right, then that would be Beacon Charter School. And they actually did have a graduation ceremony. It was at Rhode Island
College. Hold on. Oh, we got to find out when it starts playing.
I'd have to go look it up. I know I saw an article about their graduation class, and
the rate was only 48% to graduate.
Oh, it was. I wasn't aware of that. I only knew that somebody graduated.
Chastity, we're going to listen now. Does anyone have a direct link? When does it play in this interview?
And then it was just like last week, education about what constitutes successful operation for them, and they're answerable just to the Rhode Island Department of Education on that.
Well, I think these kids are being cheated out of an education. They only have that many, and then when students graduate, and
why can't I skip forward? When does it start? Oh, you have to start again every time? No, we're not doing that. Does someone know, just quick clip of the DePetro interview? Oh, you read the interview. Okay, scroll down. Oh, okay, it's actually a reading. It's a reading thing. I got it. Let me bring it up on the screen for you. All right, here we go. It's actually a written thing. Thank you so much to the person who sent this. I'm sorry I missed that at first. I thought it was on John's audio show, but it looks like a written piece. So let me scroll in for you here, and let me zoom in and make this easier to see. All right, so I was not a deliberating juror, so I can't speak to what the 12 deliberators were told. As for being an alternate, I have to confess to being very let down when Jim called my number. He called 3 other numbers before 17. I thought I was going to get through, but what can you do? It's luck of the draw. 6 of us had to be alternates. So how would you have voted? I would have voted not guilty for all charges except for maybe the OUI. I think she was drunk in the morning. They tested her in the AM, but that doesn't prove she was drunk when she left the bar because she easily could have gone home and drank. How was Hank Brennan? Hank was very focused, very determined. He did a great job at crossing Sergeant Barrows. He definitely tripped him up and got him confused on the pictures. But at times Hank came across as just rude, saying over here to witnesses was way over the line, and the thing with holes in the back of the hoodie, that really hurt his credibility. How was blue paint? Honestly, my head was spinning. I thought it was a joke. I couldn't believe a forensic expert would do something so silly. Hold on one second. Let me make this a little easier to see. All it did was demonstrate that if you intentionally put your bare skin against wet paint, the paint will transfer to your skin. I don't know how anyone could think that was a smart thing for the prosecution to show. What was wrong with the case? There were some glaring holes for the prosecution. To name just a few. 1, Hank kept portraying KR's statements at the scene as an admission, but that doesn't add up. If KR admitted to killing a cop, why didn't any of the cops on scene arrest her or even detain and question her or put it in their reports? There's an officer down and there's woman yelling admission for emergency responders to hear, but by coincidence not a single cop heard it or thought to write it down? That's odd, right? No consistent, but the EMT did relate to her colleagues. No consistent explanation for injuries. No medical doctors would say that a car was involved. If he was on the lawn from 12:30 to 6 a.m., where was the frostbite? The reddening of the pancreas! Oh, come on, the reddening of the pancreas! The state just ignored this. Why? I'm not a true crime guy. I don't know about other murder trials, but maybe you do, John. Is it normal for the state to charge someone with murder when their own medical examiner won't call it a homicide? Even if they called it a homicide, that can't come in a trial. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of the law. It is normal for the state to not call the main detective. Now, consider, is it normal for both of these things to happen in a murder trial? Common sense would suggest no. That's massive doubt. What did defense do well? Defense did a good job of establishing reasonable doubt, especially with Trooper Buchanan. He was so defensive. I kept asking myself, why are the police so defensive, evasive here, and not just Buchanan? Who were good witnesses? Oh, no. The scientists from ARCA, BS, were convincing. And when they were, this is a defense plant. Oh, come on. And when they were cross-examined, they didn't get defensive or snippy. Contrast with so many of the witnesses for the state. Brian Lofgren was maybe the most convincing? No, I don't believe this. No. No, the guy's freaking colorblind. Oh, Hank, you didn't go hard enough on Brian Lofgren. One of the jurors believed him. Oh, no. Hank must have just thought Lucky was a joke, so he didn't even go hard on him. Brian Lofgren was maybe the most convincing, at least for me. I was born in Norwood when JFK was president and have lived in Mass my whole life. I've shoveled more driveways than I care to admit. If there was a body laying 1 or 2 inches of snow just off the road, there's no way the plow truck driver would miss it unless he was drunk or had skipped his route or he was colorblind. Who were bad witnesses? Jen McCabe, too many things didn't make sense, especially she forgot who she called when those other agents asked her. Carrie Roberts, she kind of admitted to lying at these are all defense talking points, to the grand jury. She said she didn't do it on purpose, but it still made me wonder, why is the state calling someone who lied at the grand jury? The Boston cop Dever, she didn't want to answer anything. It's kind of funny in hindsight, but at the time it made me think, why is a policewoman so reluctant to say whether or not there were cameras at her police station? It can't have been that woman because that's the foreperson. This was one of the deliberating jurors. Oh, wow, that's bad. That's a defense plant. That's brutal. Okay, so I think we found both what we were looking for. Yeah, I agree with the person who analyzed this as defense talking points. That was hard to read, folks. That was very hard to read, indeed. Now, towel friends, I do want to bring on our towel friend, Harvard Yard. I know that you're with us, my friend. You just heard the interview with the juror. I don't know if you've heard interview with juror 4, but if you'd like to come on and chat a little bit, I think some of the towel friends would certainly like to hear from you, and certainly was interesting for me. A lot of these jurors, I thought it was 1 or 2. I think there were a lot of defense plants on the jury. But yes, we'll wait for Harvard Yard. You're able to unmute. Hello, my friend.
Hello and good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
I can, and you will be thrilled to know that when I mentioned earlier you might be joining us, the chat exploded. They were very excited.
Oh, I'm just humbled. I'm humbled. Well, this is Air Towel, Public Relations, checking in from LAX. Seeing if I can get an interview with Alan Jackson. But I am in the commercial area, and I don't think he flies regular commercial airlines. So I would be, I'm not in the private plane section, but I am trying for everybody. Trying.
Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm hearing then this is incredible. Thank you for this surprise. There is a towel reporter. It is Harvard Yard themselves on the ground at LAX right now, ladies and gentlemen, attempting to obtain comment from Alan Action Jackson.
I sure am. I don't have the ability though. I believe he probably. I'm sorry. I'm like you, Dave Grant. My brain does not have enough caffeine, energy drinks. I don't think he flies commercial. I think it would be fair to say he likely does not fly commercial.
Well, you want to know what's interesting? I've actually seen pictures of him arriving at Logan with Karen and Liza Little in the commercial baggage area.
All right, then I will take back that comment, but that doesn't mean you don't fly into somewhere else and for the cameras go to the luggage there.
Oh no, absolutely. And listen, if you see media waiting or moving around LAX, they're probably there for Alan Jackson. My advice to you as a fellow reporter towel is just follow them. We're like cats. They herd us together, and look for a reason to put your camera in Alan Jackson's face and yell things that may be good questions.
Oh, that would be luxurious. I also thought about a little visit to TMZ. I've been able to hear Grant some of it today. And again, hello everybody, and bear with my less caffeinated, non-rested brain. But the section we were just talking about, I think. Hang on, I put some notes here from John's reporting. I think this is what was going through my mind. Okay, is if it indeed is a younger demographic, which I think we're finding out it is. I think today, Grant, just jump in if I'm not correct on that. But if we think about it, right, they're talking about drinking into the next morning. Okay, that's a younger demographic. Now, I'm not saying older people don't drink into the morning, okay, but when I was in the younger demographic in Boston, you could separate your drinking between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. when you kicked it up, start going again for the football game. So I'm just throwing that one out there. I think also the blue paint, the person saying they didn't understand that, again, that I would see as just someone younger. How would that make sense? You could animate that on a computer. You could do it other ways. I might qualify that as old school. Again, this is just, Grant, these are just some thoughts coming through. Is it making sense and coming through okay?
Oh yeah, and the reason what I was doing while you were doing that is I actually have my piece of paper here. It is you can't see the back of it, but that is a very special towel piece of paper. Because I have my notes, just general, no descriptors, just general race and age of the jury. And here's my estimation of all 18 members of the jury in order before seats were switched. Number one, and this is from the front row. I start in the front row at the window. It was a white man in his 30s. Number two was a white woman in her 30s. Number three was a Spanish, and these are not the orders the court used. Number three in the front row was a Spanish woman in her 30s. Number four, who I thought was a potential FKR, was a white woman in her mid 40s. Number five was a white male in his 30s. Number six was a white male in his late 20s. Number seven was a white female in her mid 20s. Number eight was a white female in her mid 30s. Number 9 was a white male in his 60s to 70s. Number 10 was a white female in the early 30s. The back row from closest to the window to the exit in order was a black male in his mid 30s, a black woman in her mid 30s, a white male in his mid 40s, white female in her mid 30s, white male in his mid 50s, white female in her mid 30s, white male in his mid 40s, and then a black male in his mid 30s.
Interesting. Well, I can definitely tell you the mid 50s did us all wrong out here. So anyway, I'll just stop with that. Wow. Okay, I'm just kind of trying to visualize that right as you're going around.
And for the towel friends just tuning in, you're tuned in at quite a moment. We have Reporter Towel, Harvard Yard on the ground in LAX monitoring for Alan Jackson's arrival. And we are now weighing in real time with Reporter Towel, Harvard Yard about their reactions to the youthful nature of the jury. I've heard it said cases are won and lost at jury selection, but here it seems like it really was. In this jury, we saw reports earlier leaking out may have decided a month ago, regardless of what happened, to vote the way they did. How do you react to that?
I think I saw that tweet, or that you're talking about that particular tweet that had someone typing about an uncle or a cousin's brother or some deal. That one.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it goes one step further. I'm hearing other reports from independent towel sources that about a month ago, 3 to 4 weeks ago, those exact same rumors were spreading. That not just rumors, but reports among well-connected sort of national figures, that the jury had decided that about a month ago that there was, and not only had they decided the way they were going to vote, but there was potential external discussion with family members or other people outside the jury that it was either going to be not guilty all around or they were going to hang the jury. And that was a month ago.
Yeah, I think this is just, I think it's disturbing. I think I if somebody or a group of people could get to the bottom of what went on there, I don't know that it will ever happen, but what went on there. And I'm going to put myself out there and just say who was bought there. My personal opinion only. What happened there? Because something happened there.
Well, yeah, and it doesn't necessarily even have to be a direct exchange. It could be something simple as there were a lot of people who got on the jury and the defense knew, and some of the defense's supporters knew from the beginning, and they were in there specifically to reach a result for the defense. That is the kind of thing I could see have happened.
Yeah, and another one to think of too, let's pretend like I was a donor. Okay, let's pretend I donated to those picture signings that Karen Reed did, or I went to one of those dinners. Or I had financially, even small amount or big amount, I might have a vested interest in seeing that all the way through. That's just, again, I'm just throwing off the top of my head. That it went a very long time. And, we talked a lot yesterday about the community here, the Tau community here. There's also small offshoots. We know the big sea of pink and all that stuff, okay? But there's also offshoots. It's like, the way I want to put this is there's always more than meets the eye. Okay, especially I feel in the Free Karen Reed movement. You've got fundraisers, you've got advertisers. This for real, to me, feels like a political campaign. And I don't mean all right, let me hang on one second. So if you work in public relations, right, you've got a broad scope. I mentioned to you, I think, Grant, last night in the voice memo that you'll get to, but picture it on a piece of paper with a bunch of squares. Okay, now this is the old school way of doing it, but you'd have your arm for donors, you'd have your arm for social media, you'd have your arm for on the ground people, you'd have your arm for and I do believe this was completely orchestrated. Now, maybe a different way we can look at it is, how did each of those jurors fit in those squares? And again, this is just an idea, okay? But it's worth just thinking about. Now, I would love to I believe in the justice system. I question it with this, though. I really am starting to question this. And when I hear that their favorite or this person's favorite was Lucky, well, yeah, he's like Santa Claus. You're in the middle of sitting there for what, by that point, 10 weeks or however. I'm thinking that he's the coolest thing that ever hit the building.
Well, but I get that in the sense of like, okay, we watched the baby Lucky videos. They were wonderful. I get that. But like even Ronnie, the juror from the first Karen Reed trial, who was very pro-defense, said he thought Lucky was completely not credible. Was Hank too lenient with Lucky? Hank kind of was gentle with Lucky, if you remember, and I'm going to try to remember what day this was. This was, I want to say, the 27th, 28th, 29th day of trial, right in the middle of the defense's case. Hank was very gentle. He treated Lucky like a victim of TB and Karen. Was that a mistake?
I think that we have to trust that he judged the room at that point, okay? So he could see what we couldn't see. How were the jurors responding? What was the movement in the courtroom? Again, as we said yesterday, gifted cross-examiner. So he knew exactly, and remember, it's fluid, the trial. They may have their way they're going to question this, and they got pivot. So it is possible that he didn't go as hard on him because of the nature of the courtroom, because he would go harder on others than him. Lucky came across to some people as semi-sympathetic, I guess would be a way to put it. So, are you gonna, make this man that's here and I believe he had some tears at some point. Are you going to then, cross-examine him, and make him look like a fool? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out.
No, I totally get you. And it also makes me wonder, I think you nailed it. Hank Brennan seemed to have the lucky cross designed to get in the Turtle Boy article for consciousness of guilt purposes, and then Hank withdrew the consciousness of guilt motion. So it does make me wonder what was going on in that flurry of back and forth. Did Hank get too wrapped up in the tactical posturing and then forget that what the jury really needed to hear about Lucky, even in a gentle way, was that the man was colorblind and he misled and Hank did bring this out. That's what makes me wonder, like, how could the juror have said that? Because Lucky admitted, and it's why I felt it was kind of weird that the juror was smearing prosecution witnesses, but ignored that Lucky literally told the federal investigators, the agents in May of 2023, that literally June of 2023, the same day Turtle Boy, or Karen Reed, defense investigator, the same day Turtle Boy ran an article about Lucky, Lucky starts talking to the defense. Then when Lucky eventually talks to the federal investigators, Lucky tells them he saw a car at like 2 a.m. and police tape at 3:30 a.m. Hank pointed out that Lucky admitted and was wrong in what he told the feds, that Lucky saw a car at 5 a.m. and the police tape at 6:30. So how can any reasonable, rational juror be like, oh yeah, Lucky was great and that other witness misled the investigators? No, I think that jury pool was compromised. I get the sense there was probably 6, maybe 10 FKR people on that jury, and I'm very, very worried about how it happened.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with that 100%. I'm just kind of slow rolling to that. But I think think about it like this way, right? So, Grant, if I'm sitting next to you and I'm like, pat, 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 okay, right? I'm just going to kind of be gentle with you and talk to you and not be mean. I'm going to just keep people's attention. Looks like a nice gentleman up there. So I'm going to pat, 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 and then I'm going to punch. Okay. So I think he did the pat, 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 punched. And I don't, for everybody, don't physically mean that. But that would have gone potentially over some jurors' heads. Okay. Now, if it was full, indeed, of free Karen Reed types, they were already clued into Turtle Boy. They were clued into that. They're, well, I just think I cannot, Grant, similar, you get past seeing these squares of a campaign of different subsets of different things happening. You've got a jury, you've got whoever it was at the bus stop taking the pictures. And there will be people that say, oh, this sounds crazy. You people are crazy. I don't think so. I don't think so. Really don't. And I heard very early on in your stream, look, nobody's asking for anybody to do something and go after people but what I truly believe is there are investigative journalists out there that are not letting this alone. That I can tell you for sure. Grant, like yourself today, you're taking it in. People are talking to people in chat. It's starting to evolve, and the thinking will evolve. The guy, okay, here's my feeling on this. The guy that showed up on TMZ or however, TMZ is just such a deal. And you started to explain Hollywood, and I'm down here. I mean, you're absolutely correct. And we were talking civilly yesterday, right, about Amber Heard. Remember that whole gig with TMZ, right? You call in the tips. It's all so connected. And when we get over to another portion in a minute, it's connected on both sides. That's what's so wild about this. And I'm going to just put it out there. It's not just the free Karen Reed people. It's also the corruption in the police. So they have their own little board over here, so to speak. It looks different. I'll jump in with this right now. So, for example, you have Proctor last night on 2020. I watched that. And look at this. Boom. Out comes the statement the day after 2020. I am surprised. I don't know if you call him corporal or colonel or whatever out there, but look at that. Boom. First sentences, condolences to the O'Keefe family, as it should be. Okay. the fact that that was first line, and again, as it should be, but look at how it dovetails to Proctor's appearance. Okay, Proctor appears, you've got a 24-hour waiting period. I just
Well, I'm
What?
so interested in your thoughts on this because you're in this, and I don't know if you know this, but I study. I'm a third generation sort of student of critical theory, so I study the opposite of PR. I study how Edward Bernays developed the discipline, how it came to permeate the cultural ethos, torches of freedom, etc. So I'm very interested in this from your perspective, the PR implications of the interview with Michael Proctor last night. Let's start there and then go to some of these other statements. You watched the 2020 special. A lot of it was regurgitated, but the Proctor parts were new. As a person who might have prepped him for that interview or who watched it, I mean, some of the quotes I thought could have been better. I didn't think he was very well prepped. What was your reaction as a PR professional? Because I was completely overwhelmed, and I thought that Proctor came off, although it worked from a PR perspective, that Proctor's name was in lights and took away from Karen, which I saw as targeted. It also didn't make Proctor look great.
Proctor, he wasn't super lawyered up, I can tell you that. I think he's very angry. I didn't see, I feel, this is my observation anyway, there was no attorney unless they were hiding behind the refrigerator there in the kitchen, it seemed like. I thought that he, two things. I thought that he seemed bitter. I thought that he did seem a bit cocky that would go along with the perception of him. There was moments, she's going to kill herself. That's what we all say. I'm not going to get exactly right, but
that it was a joke or something.
That it was a joke. So he portrayed some of the things that he really did and really is. That being said, for people in law enforcement or knowing law enforcement, such, as myself, not in law enforcement, but he brought up something that really I wish that, and it was almost when they first, in the end, when they had the segment with him, is we did this because we lost our brother, our Boston cop brother. And it was said so quickly with just one, this PR standpoint, one darkened picture, I believe, with one of the children. It's like I just wanted to scream at the TV, why weren't you people saying the truth all along? Why didn't you say it? Law enforcement cannot assume that people understand that bond. I understand that bond. Okay. It was just like, why haven't you said this before?
It's such a key insight because a lot of people think of this fraternal blue line as like a negative, but that's only when it manifests itself in certain situations. The real blue line, the thin blue line, the movie, if you watch it, the thin blue line is about the fact that these people put their lives on the line every single day. And it's very much like being in the military, and there's like a bond of honor for the service to the principal. And I wish, right. And that was the one thing I thought it was okay how he, and I tried to watch as much of his interview as I could. I thought it was okay how he said something about, and you're right, he quickly led with, this was a state of fury, and I'm paraphrasing, this was a state of fury, and a brother police officer had been taken. But what I would have said from a PR perspective, and I don't mean to be too hard on him. This is a man doing like a national TV interview for the first time. But what I would have said is to bring people into that moment. Losing any human being is a tragedy. Losing and seeing a police officer who has lost their life, whether in the line of duty or otherwise, is one of the most harrowing experiences that any individual police officer, any first responder, anyone who's ever served their country or their community can imagine. That's how you lead. Then you transition. So to bring you into those moments, as I'm looking into this horrific case, I'm saying to myself, how can someone have taken the life of someone so honorable. And as an investigator, it's an adversarial process. Of course, the natural human emotion is to villainize the person who you think is responsible. We have an adversarial system. But he didn't deliver it that way, so it came across as saying, a cop died, I was upset. I thought that could have had more oomph.
I agree, and I wish it could have had. I'm thinking this, as we're talking, had more umph in the trial. But again, now they were up against a conspiracy. Okay, so you couldn't push that as hard. But the truth is, if another officer dies, it is a family. So for those that aren't as familiar, okay, let's say that you are in town A and an officer is shot or injured or anything. You're in town A. People will hit their lights and sirens and come from town Z. Like everybody comes. I mean, it is like, it doesn't matter who. In California, I think it's the 1199 code or however, but people will just come. They don't, whatever officer, whatever it is, they just come. That's the community. And again, to remember, a lot of people have issues with police. I respect that as well. But it is a bond where they're dealing with life and death and safety and unsafety every single day, and where they have to protect their partners and protect their, it's very difficult for people to understand that don't know. And it's also not fair to expect people to just know. So it's dual sided there. But I conspiracy. Go ahead.
Well,
Dan.
sorry, and we'll come to the conspiracy, but I saw such a good question. Michael Proctor only lost his job because Karen Reed weaponized the DOJ to get his text messages that never would have come out in a state criminal trial. So obviously I feel an incredible amount of sympathy for him, and I want to just be clear to people. I think you, as from a PR professional, and me as a student of critical theory, we're not in any way trying to say that Michael Proctor should have been up there delivering this interview like someone with decades of PR experience or who's like a student of critical theory. We're trying to say, here's how we would have presented this in a way that would have embodied the principles he was trying to talk about. So just remember that. I think both Harvard Yard and I may have a little bit of specific skill in this area, and we're not trying to be overly judgmental. We're trying to help, because if we didn't care at all, we wouldn't be talking about him. We're trying to help.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank you. That is very, very true. And this is the dialogue with no judgment. I think, Grant, that would be fair to say. There's no judgment. We're just hashing it out as if, well, we are, you and I, talking with people that are tuned in as well. If that's a fair way to put that, so there's no offense taken anyway. Is that fair to say?
Oh, absolutely. I was saying you said it so well. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Here's what did hit me with his, I almost said testimony. I'm still, my brain is still so in trial.
Interview.
Interview. Thank you. Pardon me. I'm not so sure about the fell on the grass piece. That was a bit over the top. Again, I don't take it away from Trooper Proctor if that's indeed how that went down. I thought it was.
Oh, do you want to explain that part for the people because some people don't have Hulu or 2020, so they've asked us if we could just try to explain each quote. And I don't mean to put the burden on you, but just anything you remember of it.
Yeah, it was random because I think it went from, it was like one issue to how were you notified that you were discharged? No, I think the question was, how did you feel when you were discharged? I think that's how that went. And he said something to the effect of, I fell down in the grass in my front yard. Grant, wasn't it something like that? Like I fell into the grass in my front yard?
When he was describing when his union rep came to pick up his badge and gun and uniforms. Yeah, so, that, I wouldn't, if something tells me he actually did, like I think that happened.
I know, I agree with you, but wasn't the grass when he found out that his job was over? I could be wrong. I think they were two separate things. The union rep and found out he was discharged. Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
But falling in the grass.
right. They were. There was a lot of. You're right. There was cutting, and and I don't mean to jump in, but what frustrated me is they didn't present the full interview. They just cut a lot of it and spliced it so it was kind of disjointed. But the falling in the grass thing. Tell me more about your thoughts. I found it authentic in the sense that I truly believed that he fell in the grass. But sorry to have jumped in.
No, please. Yeah, no, so I felt a little differently about that. I was like, kind of like, huh, he fell in the grass. It didn't make sense to me. What did make sense was the class A's. And that's when I started to cry because people that understand that is the dress uniform. That is the uniform that's worn to funerals. That is the uniform. That is your class A's. As I've stated before, my ex-husband, um, still is in law enforcement, and there were so many funerals between 2008 and there were funerals for multiple. In Washington you had 4 cops shot. Over in Oakland you had 4, the big funerals, and when we would travel to them, those class A's, like, he wouldn't let anyone touch him. He had the hat, he held it on his lap. It is just I think what would be for some people pure gold. And you it's honor. It's, you work your life towards that. That's I don't know how to try to explain it because I did become very emotional. It's a symbol similar to when he mentioned the police officer, Boston police officer that he lost. It was very serious. That I resonated with 100%. And I'll admit I did cry because that is true. And people think, oh, well, wasn't your gun, da da da. Nah, no. That was absolutely, I believe, truth from the heart. And I believe that to be authentic. I believe also that he believed what he said. That's what I will say about his interview. Good, bad, indifferent, cocky, jerk, whatever. He believed what he was saying, and he was ready to talk. He'd been waiting a long time to talk. So it's a universe, law enforcement, that most people don't understand if you're in it. But therein lies the problem, right? That most people aren't, so therefore they don't understand, or they've had horrible experiences, or you mentioned earlier, ACAB and all that, and rightly so, in some cases, But I think in his case, I think that I think he opened up a bit on the corruption. I think he came across as he wasn't really backing down on what he said.
There's no doubt in my mind that investigation of the death of John had integrity, and that there was no cover-up, no corruption. Every single thing he delivered there, I thought was spot on. They were specific, rapid-fire questions. Was there a cover-up, or did you frame Karen Reed? No. Did you plant evidence? No. Or absolutely not. I absolutely believe everything about that investigation was solid. The only thing that I kept coming back to there were some things, the way he presented them, like, oh, do you think a lot of people support you? His answer was, yes, I think the majority do. They're just not on Twitter. It's the silent majority. If you're going to say that phrase...
Yeah, that was offensive. That was offensive. Sorry to interrupt. That was offensive. I found that to be offensive.
I know you, exactly. And you have to know, and I know you're a PR professional, so I would love to hear you sort of soliloquize, if that's a verb, render a soliloquy about this. But saying the phrase, whether you're whatever side of the political spectrum you're on, saying the phrase silent majority is very loaded. It's politically loaded. It's socially loaded. It has a meaning. So just maybe you can explain a little bit and how that landed with you.
I don't know if that was a conscious or unconscious dig. I think that was a very poor choice of words for a lot of reasons. It's very divisive. That's just like you said. I mean, it's political. I think I think he would have been served in that time to say our supporters have been unwavering. Our supporters have been unwavering. There may not be a large number of them, or however, they're not as large or so. I don't know, Brand. I'm thinking something to that effect rather than throwing those two words in, and that may have been unconscious. But the good thing is it's not making headlines today.
Well, no, exactly, and it pulls me back to something I wanted to say to you, which was, I felt the tag. People are saying, why did Proctor do this? Like, why put his name up there? No, I think this was a plan. I think it was and I think the way if I were in the PR realm of those, and I was not, which is why I can comment and analyze on this, what I would have advised them to do, what I would advise the state police to do, is use the one person who can take headlines from Karen Reed to cause a splash on the day of the verdict. But I would have had him way better prep. They threw him to the Sharks. Do you remember when Prince Andrew gave that interview with the BBC where he just got ripped to shreds and then lost all his royal titles?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you know the backstory of that, but Tal has some friends in places, and I will tell you straight up, the royal family did not prep him for that. They just straight up were like, oh, here's the BBC, you're doing an interview. They gave him no access to the royal press conversation. Royal press, like prep people, they sent him in there and he got eaten alive. I'm a little bit worried that that's what happened to Michael Proctor. He like was told like, oh yeah, you're part of the plan. Like, you're going to go out there. We're going to use your name to take some of the rub off her. Your name will be in the spotlight. But then when they actually sent him to do the interview with Matt Gutman, they didn't prep him in the way they should have. As someone who, like, I'm sure you can speak to this more than me, I would never have let someone who was a client go into a interview like that and say things like that. I would have had that person so prepped that they would have been dominating the interviewer. And I was a little bit, that was the part that blew my mind. Like, how are you going to put this man in a room with Matt Gutman? You have to understand, like, you better bring him to the level of like a journalist if you're going to put him in that room. And it didn't feel like he had someone in that room, like, who could do that for him.
But I hate to admit, it brought me so much joy once things calmed down from the emotion, okay, earlier in the day, to realize, holy, they're freaking splitting the baby. They got, oh, not guilty. Come on, let's watch the not guilty and we'll show you Proctor. And I guarantee you there is a lot of people that tuned in for Proctor. It's so in that 2020, I mean, I would like to send them flowers. It's like they did bring some of the attention away. I want to put this. Okay, I watched X and I watched some of the YouTube channels in the feeds going, what? Proctor, what? Proctor, absolutely stunned. And it just made me smile from ear to ear because it was like, really? People are surprised,
Well, so what do you think as a PR move? Because I think we take it for granted when we're conversant in the media landscape here. What do you think, or explain to us, what does it mean to take the attention like that even on the day of a verdict? Like, it really, to take the attempt to put any name but Karen Reed in the headlines on the day of the verdict like that, it's tactical, right? And the only way to do it is you sit there and you think, okay, who hasn't really talked? Who's the one everyone wants to hear for? Proctor. Yeah. It's too targeted.
It's it's viewership. I mean, they're going to get more viewers, definitely. Pardon me, I'm just taking a sip of drink. I think it's viewership. I think that it but I don't know. I always continue to think of some goodness in the world, that they were showing both sides. I'd like to think that.
Well, I did think... oh, no, go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I was going to say, they did recycle a lot. It was Karen's previous interviews. And, I mean, you can say, I was commenting earlier, they are very interested in ratings. And my first thought was they had a cut for not guilty and a cut for guilty, and this was the not guilty cut.
Well, and Brent, here is the other fascinating that I was like, they did not quote her saying, I've done everything for justice for John O'Keefe. And I was like, thank you, 2020.
You know why
because had they done that.
Oh, you know why they didn't have time. But yeah, please go ahead. Had they done that.
No. Grant, they had the clip of her in front of the courthouse. They had the clip. Remember, her statement was only, again, I don't have a time, it was probably under a minute and a half. So they really had to work hard to clip just that first part. So somebody in production or, producer said, too controversial, don't. We're going to have hate mail for 20 years, whatever. I don't know what they said, but they did not air that. And I appreciated that for the family, for the friends, for the fellow officers, because how dare her? I still can't get past that yesterday. I cannot get past. Thank you. It was this, and I've watched it a bunch of times. Thank you. Number one, here we go. Here's our square boxes, Grant, right? Thank you, my financial supporters. That was the number one thing out of her mouth. I'm double checking on this. If I wasn't using it, it was financial, then it was personal, people that helped. Grant, please double check that, but I'm fairly certain it was the money.
Well,
it was the people.
Exactly, and you actually led us into a great point. Bossy Texas Chick actually shared Karen's statement. Now, I know you might not be able to hear it on the Zoom, but what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab the link and I'm going to play the audio of it only. I don't want to look at her. I'm going to play the audio of Karen, okay?
I can't come. Yeah, I can't see. All I can see is your beautiful face. I cannot see the YouTube or anyone. I'm waiting from here and muting. Okay, I'm here. Bye.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll let you know when it plays. So, folks, this is a great thank you to Bossy Texas Chick. We are only going to listen to the audio of what Karen said on the courthouse steps, and we're going to review that right now. Thank you to Bossy Texas Chick, of course. Bossy Texas Chick is a super towel. It is only the audio. Thank you for this short Bossy Texas Chick.
And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So thank you. That's now played. Wonderful.
Grant, was it financial? Was it financial people, John?
Yeah, so they actually, thankfully, Bossy Texas Chick didn't make us listen to the first part, but you could hear it start by saying, and the second thing I want to say is, and then she immediately said, the clip that you just talked about, and for those who are listening, that was the clip that ABC chose not to air. So please, I think you're spot on about that, Harvard Yard. After listening to it again, someone made a call, and now that I know they had the footage on the cutting room floor, and said, we're not playing her saying she was the only one who fought for justice for John.
Yeah, because they know it's not true. Okay, so this is what they did. Okay, little offshoot here. But like we said yesterday, people are not going to change their minds. If you think that Karen Reed is the next coming of the universe, you're going to believe that. If you believe that family was wrong, that she murdered John O'Keefe, that she's a psychopathic, narcissistic name, I don't know, just string along, whatever, you are not going to vary from that. I don't think this is a trial where people are going to wake up, one day and say, you know what? I don't think she did it. I'm thinking about Randy the dummy. I don't think she did it. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, we did talk yesterday that there may be people when the civil suit comes that see the real side, right, of her, you kind of what was behind it all. I think we were speaking of yesterday. But I think that 2020 knows that. I think they know it was divisive enough that they were smart not to put that part. Very smart, because anybody, I'm sorry, okay, the not guilty jury people, okay? If anybody knows she did not do anything for John O'Keefe, and it was never part, and again, we're going with the little squares. But if you take her statement, again, watch it, it's planned. Money was first. I thought that was very telling. Okay, the money. I hope somebody's correcting in chat if that's wrong. But it was money. supporters, and then Alpha, I was responsible for saving John, or however, and just lay it over that map of all their little different parts and see how it played out. Because it played out in the money, it played out in her and her image and her this. And then it played out in their quote, we're for John O'Keefe too. We're for both. We're for both. It's all, I think, in time, we're going to be able to put it together and truly see what really happened. And it's sad. And man's life was lost. And I think for me, what I keep thinking about is, and everyone I know has seen his picture by now, but he has such a sparkle in his eye in every single picture. If you're a visual person, you'll know exactly what I mean by that. And this isn't, twinkle in the eye. No, a visual spark in his eye that's just quite beautiful. And it's a disaster. But here's what I do trust. I trust, Grant, there's people like you and I, your chat, different YouTubes that are today using critical thinking, using skills coming together, whether it's PR or critical thinking, or people in chat with other ideas, or Zona. I'm going to get the name wrong. The gentleman yesterday. People are coming in today that are cerebral types, okay, let's say, that are wanting to think this through. This is how it's processed through the brain. It's processed through the thinking. Some people are group hugging. Everyone's a little bit different in how they're reacting. But yeah, I just think that, there's a long way of saying that. I just think that I think the truth will come out in a little different way, I think, than people are expecting. But somebody or some people or something will uncover what happened here. They will.
Oh,
it may take time.
Oh, no, I think you're spot on, and it segues into something I was thinking about. We've had a lot of comments about, and we talked earlier about the quality of the investigation, how I think we both thought the investigation itself was pretty solid, but maybe some of the, personal feelings about the loss of a fellow police officer, not necessarily directly bearing on it, but definitely played a role. But what I'm interested in is, what do you think about the federal investigation? A lot of people will say, oh, the feds were just using Karen's case as cover to look into the MSP, but it was more than that, right? The feds helped ARCA violate the sequestration order. The prior DOJ in Boston under Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy helped Karen hide invoices, I believe, from ARCA to the defense and things like that, from the state who was filing TUI requests, which is a way to get information about federal probe if you're a part of a state criminal trial. And it seems to me that federal investigation into John's death was completely corrupted, probably worthy of being further investigated by the GOP Oversight Committee and the DOJ OIG, and that it's very possible that Josh Levy now suing President Trump is going to open up the potential that federal probe into John's death is going to itself be investigated. Tell me a little bit about that. How Michael Proctor was obviously not a target, but he was subject to the victimization of that pretextual federal probe over the summer of 2023 that we now know is closed. Do you think that federal probe had any integrity at all, or was it all just to get Morrissey and find dirt on this MSP unit?
No, I will admit right straight out front, I'm not as familiar being this close with the federal. I'm just going to give you from my heart, when I heard you speaking this morning, going through those papers, the 70 pages or however. Now, we're going to apply the same squares now over to the law enforcement, right? These different parts, okay? There is another big trial, the Birchmore trial, I believe you had mentioned. Was that what they were investigating?
Well, the timeline... Or do
I have that totally wrong?
No, well, and this is like me trying to learn more about the Idaho 4 case. The timeline is very complex. What happened was Sandra Birchmore was murdered on February 1st, alleges the federal government, 2021. It was a Friday. 9:23 p.m., I believe, was roughly either when the murderer entered her apartment or when she was killed. Now, Sandra's body isn't discovered until February 4th, 2021. by the Canton PD, actually. Now, within 48 hours, so February 4th to February 6th, the Canton PD delivered to the Massachusetts State Police, the same unit that investigated Karen for John's death, by the way, although that hadn't happened yet, evidence that Matthew Farwell, the former Stoughton police officer, was at Sandra Birchmore's apartment at 9:23 p.m. on the night of her murder, that the maintenance man at Sandra's building confirmed to the Canton police that Farwell was the man who moved Sandra into her unit. And then furthermore, as if it's not bad enough, the Canton police went to Sandra's school where she worked and got evidence that Farwell had been telling people that if Sandra wouldn't get rid of the child, that Sandra was telling Farwell at the time was his, although it turned out after the fact to not be his, that Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself. Yet, what happens on February 6, 2021? The Mass State Police unit gets handed, that investigated Karen, same unit, gets handed this information from the Canton PD, but somehow the Mass State Police unit, attached to the Norfolk DA, with 2 troopers who used to work in Stoughton with Matt Farwell potentially, determined that Sandra's death was the result of self-harm over the course of 2021, maybe early 2022. After Farwell gets exonerated, okay, then we're in 2022. Karen's case has now started related to John's death on the state level, January, February of 2022, okay, January 28th, 29th. Karen gets charged February 2nd. Now, what happens is no one's really looking into Sandra Birchmore's murder, okay? It's been said it's self-harm from the state police. That was the end of it. But it was laying dormant. Sandra's family was trying to hire an independent medical examiner. They were fighting for justice, but no one was listening, and the feds definitely weren't listening. Now, jump forward, let's see. So that was January, February 2022. So jump forward 12, 14 months. Jump forward to May of 2023. Now, Karen Reed first started talking to the U.S. attorney a little bit before that in November of 2022. But the federal probe into John's death really ramps up in May of 2023. Now, nothing ever comes of it. There's no target letters. There's no further investigation. But what's interesting is after that grand jury kind of winds down, it's not over, but it winds down at the end of summer of 2023. August of 2023, the Sandra Birchmore probe opens. And Josh Levy confirmed this at a press conference. The Birchmore probe opens August of 2023. It can't be a coincidence. I know for a fact, based on an incident back in the Vegas in the early 2000s with a journalist named Steve Miller and a wrestling school promoter named Buffalo Jim, I know for a fact that the FBI used Steve Miller's articles about a strip club called the Crazy Horse 2 as pretextual cover to generate artificial attention to that guy's blog. He was a journalist, so that Miller could become a source for the FBI by directing all the leads that came in through Miller as a journalist to the FBI. Now, what's really interesting is Aiden's pace of coverage over the summer of 2023, the way in which all of that was going on. Wow. I think it was an artificial operation, and the result of it, and this is why Aiden and Karen, in my opinion, had to be very quiet about it, and also why there's incentive for people close to the Mass State Police to be quiet about it. The result of that federal probe or federal grand jury, and no one saw it coming, was not an investigation into John's death or charges or anything, but the launch of the probe into Sandra Birchmore's death. Now, here's why this gets wild. Who would be best positioned to help the state police find out what was really going on? If you're the state police attached to that Norfolk DA's unit, you know the federal probe into John's death is nonsense. But what are the feds really investigating? How are you going to find out? Well, you investigate. Aiden Kearney, in my opinion, did actions that were worthy of being investigated, but you use the investigation of Aiden Kearney and the people around him to try to find out what Karen Reed was telling Aiden Kearney about what Josh Levy was looking into. And that's exactly what the state police did, and that's why, because Aiden Kearney told Lindsay Gattani that Josh Levy was talking to Karen Reed in the fall of 2023, and then once Lindsay started talking about that, I think the state police then were like, oh goodness, we have to figure out what's going on with that federal probe. I have reason to believe they figured out that it was about them. They put 2 and 2 together, even though Aiden never told Lindsay that it was about Birchmore. The state police put 2 and 2 together, and then chaos reigned over that next 4 to 6 months. Now, let me be clear with you, Harvard Yard. I've talked about this before. Brian Tully, who was the commander of the unit at the time, this unit in question, and has since now he was there for a long time. He was the detective lieutenant. He's now been moved somewhere else. I think he's now just Detective Tully, maybe Lieutenant Tully. I don't know which rank he lost, but when he's either Lieutenant Tully. Yeah, I think he's just Lieutenant Tully. But something happened, in my opinion, with that unit right around this time in the fall of 2023, once they figured out that the probe was not really about John's death. They started scrambling to figure out what it was really about, but the feds couldn't have them figure it out because otherwise Farwell might flee. And I think the ring of cops, and mark my words, folks, the ring of cops related to Farwell is much more expansive than people realize. There was probably more victims than Sandra. This is a very big deal, and it's going to continue to become a big deal. But the timeline of the Lindsay Gattani story is very interesting because this MSP unit, I really think they had some conflicted loyalties here, especially Tully. I think a lot of it traces to Brian Tully, and I don't mean to drag him. I just don't know what he was doing or why he was doing it, like self-preservation, like institutional preservation, like protecting his unit. I don't know. But for whatever reason, after Brian Tully started, I believe, trying to figure out who the target of the federal probe was in November, December of 2023, and wasn't able, at least got some information, but couldn't put it all together. I think that what happened next was Brian Tully had, and some of these state police officers were also very loyal to some of the witnesses in the Reed trial. Not all, but some. And what that created another problem because I believe that Brian Tully took a 15-year forensic extraction of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone that included pictures of Lindsay giving birth, and then removed, then took that extraction, okay, and then released it to Aidan Kearney's lawyer, completely unredacted, on April 24th, 2024. Now, what's weird about that is the only things removed from that extraction while it was in the possession of the state police were messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay. But photos of Lindsay giving birth were not redacted, and then Tully personally hands over a 15-year extraction to Aidan Kearney's lawyer on April 24, 2024, which is right before the first Reed trial started, thus giving the Turtle Riders fodder because it's a zero-sum game. There's only so much public attention to focus on Lindsay instead of the Reed witnesses. You see what I'm saying? What I think Karen Reed and Turtle Boy figured out, and others maybe, was that it wasn't the investigation of John's death that was a problem. It was this unit that was a problem. And I've talked to some people around, okay? I know people. I know people in places. Some people have friends in high places. Towel has high friends in places. And I talked to someone, a few people, and the word I got back is that Michael Morrissey is a decent guy. And I've always believed that. The people that I talked to, I've never met the man, but the people I talked to say that Michael Morrissey is a decent man. What happened, and this is I'm not going to quote it verbatim, but this is a general summary of what my very non-existent, non-high-ranking sources say. It's not Michael Morrissey, it's the people around him. No one would ever tell me what the hell that meant. I now understand what that meant. And I now understand what was really happening here, which was Karen Reed was using as leverage what she knew to be some serious issues related to this unit, not related to her case, but related to the unit, to muddy the waters just enough for her to benefit in her own case from the behavior of this unit in other cases, whether it be Birchmore. And I think Karen even figured out what was going on with Lindsay at one point, although I don't know if she's ever going to. If those two ever get in a room, dear God, help America. That's all I want to say. If Lindsay Gattani and Karen Reed ever get in a room, I don't think they will do anything. I think just that conversation, I just want to sit there and just be like, okay, you two talk. I'm going to sit here. I'm a towel. You don't understand. This is wonderful. Anyway, Harvard Yard, that was a bit of a long explication, but all of that's to say, does that make a little more sense now why I say the federal probe didn't have a lot of integrity?
Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't. Here's my not knowing a lot. Why bloggers? There's two different bloggers. Was that somebody came up with that? Let's go with bloggers. That works. I know this is just things that are coming off the top of my head. So there's two different bloggers. It sounds like it worked semi with one, and then it worked well, so to speak, with a. Why was Karen talking to the feds?
Well, and so this is an even more interesting.
She's a defendant. I mean, what
yes,
but you just walk in and say hi.
No. So, and I'm happy to take you down this backstory. I'm so glad you asked. Towel's brain loves recall. You are the perfect person to talk to me right now. So I'll explain. So do you know who Rachel Rollins is?
No.
Okay, so Rachel Rollins was the former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, okay? She came to prominence maybe a few years before she got appointed U.S. attorney. She was appointed by Biden. She was very liberal, very, very liberal. Not a good or bad thing. I'm just saying this was this woman's reputation. Before that, she was the Suffolk County DA. You know where Suffolk County is, obviously, in Massachusetts?
That I do.
Okay, so she was the Suffolk DA. And when Rachel Rollins, back in 2019 or something, won the position of Suffolk DA, guess who was on her transition team? Little local lawyer named David Yannetti. Now, hold on. Oh, it gets way more interesting. It gets...
Hold on. Air towel is parked.
So air towel is parked. Are you talking about Alan Jackson, or are you making a pun on air towel?
I think we're well above Alan Jackson's pay grade in this conversation. Carry on.
Yes, no, absolutely. So here's where it gets even more interesting. And I trust me, I think AJ and DY know all this too. Hello, Alan and David. You know you listen to me sometimes. I'm hilarious and wonderful and syntactically precise, and I help expand your lexicon and historical knowledge. Don't lie. Furthermore, let me explain. So David Yannetti's connection to Rachel Rollins is only the base building block here to understand the wider framework of how Karen was able to walk in to Josh Levy's office, who was then the first U.S. assistant attorney in Boston in November of 2022. I think Yannetti opened the door because of his connection to Rollins, but what drove Karen's ability to walk into Josh Levy's office at that time was not actually Josh Levy. It was two people. One was Rachel Rollins herself, and one was Dustin Chow, who was a line prosecutor under Rollins in something called the Public Integrity Unit, which is basically the boss of the FBI unit that looks into public corruption. Does that all make sense? Good.
Okay. I'm just jumping in for 1 second. So this is, I have been mistreated by the police, and you people will listen.
No.
I know you'll believe me, or no?
No. Oh, no, it gets way worse.
But I mean, is that the theme so far? The theme is we'll march in here because you'll listen.
No. Oh my God, I'm about to give you a swerve that is going to blow your mind. Rachel Rollins, when she was Suffolk District Attorney, had two major political feuds with other district attorneys, including Michael Morrissey. One of the political feuds had to do with the fact that Rollins refused to prosecute a list of like 35 minor offenses that drove it drove the other DAs wild. They started making press statements about her. I think she called Michael Morrissey a meatball at one point, although I'm not positive about that. She did not like the other DAs like commenting on her style. And then it gets even worse. Rachel Rollins was the first person in Massachusetts, the first DA, to make an argument. Oh, thank you, Heidi, for being here. Rachel Rollins was the first person in Massachusetts as a DA to argue that people who commit murder between the ages of 18 and 25 should not be allowed to be sentenced to life terms because their brains are not fully developed until 25. This pissed off the other DAs as well. Michael Morrissey was one of the DAs that put out a statement, and Rachel Rollins got pissed about that as well. Rachel Rollins used to get really angry about things. I don't know what she's doing now. I think she runs a college, one of the Massachusetts state colleges. I'm not sure. Rachel Rollins, I'm sure you've listened to some of these things. You know that I have all of this right. Anyway, so Rachel Rollins has a bifurcated grudge against Michael Morrissey, and then her line prosecutor, Dustin Chow, has a grudge dating back to 2015 against Michael Morrissey. And here's how deep this network goes. When Dustin Chow's wife was working for the Norfolk DA in 2015, the Norfolk DA gave up original jurisdiction on a murder that had happened in Sharon related to the Whitey Bulger gang. The three defendants in that case, which was charged in federal court, were Whitey Bulger, Frank Cadillac Salemi, and Stephen the Rifleman Flemmi. Does Hank Brennan's name sound familiar now? Yes, it was Hank Brennan who was involved in that case. And now, here's what happened. Dustin Chow's wife. Dustin Chow, I don't think, was a Fed at that time. I think he was working in New York or something. I don't know. He didn't become a Fed until a little later. Dustin Chow's wife was working for the Norfolk DA and got passed over for a promotion. It has been filed in court documents in the Reed case that Chow went around saying to people that he was going to burn down the reputation of the Norfolk County District Attorney because his wife got passed over for a promotion and because of how she was treated. 7 years later, you can now see the constellation of political headwinds and political connections. It was, in my opinion, Yannetti's connection to Rollins, vendetta against Morrissey, and Chow's vendetta against Morrissey that culminated in Reed getting the meeting with Levy. Levy was the insulation so that it didn't look like Rollins was going after Morrissey directly. Now, here's why it gets a little wild. Guess what happened? So Rollins, this is November of 2022. Guess why Rollins gets forced out of office in May of 2023 by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General? Oh, you're not going to believe this. So when Rollins left her seat in Suffolk County as DA to become U.S. Attorney, the way that seat got filled was in Massachusetts, we have the governor who will appoint an interim DA until the election. Well, the governor at the time was Charlie Baker. Now, Charlie Baker is a moderate Republican by national standards. He's basically a Democrat, but he's a Massachusetts Republican. And he was not going to put a Rachel Rollins in Rachel Rollins' old seat. So Baker, when he got to fill Rachel Rollins' old seat when she left the position to become U.S. Attorney in 2021, filled it with a man by the name of Kevin Hayden, who's a Democrat, but a moderate Democrat. Now, in the primary, because the way it works is you fill the seat for 6 months, and then there's a primary that happens, and then an election happens, a special election. In the primary for that special election, Rollins' ally, Ricardo Arroyo, who was a Boston City councilor, ran against Kevin Hayden for Suffolk DA. That was a vicious, brutal primary, and there was an October surprise, either related to like the MBTA or something with Arroyo's girlfriend or something. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It was a ruthless, brutal October surprise that cost Arroyo the primary. Ricardo Arroyo, if you're listening, I'm sure you remember this. I'm sorry to re-traumatize you. Anyway, so Arroyo loses the primary. Rollins immediately, while she's U.S. Attorney, sends a text to Arroyo saying Hayden will pay for doing this to you. What does Rollins do? This is, by the way, in 2021-2022. Rollins launches a fake federal probe into Kevin Hayden, recuses herself from it, illegally leaks the recusal letter to the Herald and the Globe so that the Herald and the Globe will write that Kevin Hayden is under federal investigation when he's not. Sound a little familiar? Sound familiar?
Yeah. Hey, do you think that at some point, did you ever see Homeland when Carrie had all those papers all over the ground? Do you remember that scene? All over the ground. Do you think you would ever consider doing a stream with like these people's pictures and moving them around? Because for your average person, it is so difficult to visualize this. What it feels to me, or hearing, and again, I'm hearing, and it's so much information. As a visual person, I want to see, face, move the face over to that, over to this position, to that position. But it sounds like, well, one, this is making Governor Newsom look like an angel. There, I had to have one political thing in there. Sorry, but is it not fair to say that the Reed trial is like a microcosm of a bigger thing? Was that weird to put it that way? Does that make any sense of how I'm trying to express?
No, of course. The way that I've put it before is it was a political proxy war. The Karen Reed case, so Karen Reed became a very, what I'd call like a useful cover, but you also got to remember the larger dynamics, which is the feds can't just do this kind of stuff. Rollins caught hell. She got forced out while President Biden was still in office. She got forced out by the DOJ OIG. They literally said she violated 18 U.S.C. 1001. They could have criminally charged her with a federal crime. It was really bad. If you read that DOJ OIG report, you can literally Google it. DOJ OIG, May 2023, Rachel Rollins. It's freaking horrifying. But what's interesting is you got to think about if you're Levy, right? Obviously, that shit went up to the White House, just straight up to the White House.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And I'll tell you why. Guess who have known each other? Guess who have known each other since 2021 or 2020? Your mind is gonna literally explode. Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins. Now you might.
They've been seen publicly.
No, it's worse than that. They had direct lines of communication, and guess how they met? Do you know who?
Karen?
No. Do you know who U.S. Senator Ed Markey is?
I know the name.
Okay, so he's the U.S. Senator for Massachusetts. Do you know whose seat he happens to hold? Like, because we have 2 seats, but do you know he happens to hold JFK's old seat?
What in the world is happening in Massachusetts?
Oh, well,
What
this.
is
Oh, hold on.
happening in Massachusetts?
Hold on. It gets so
What is
much.
happening
No,
in
it
your
gets.
state?
You don't understand. It gets so much better. So.
I'm muting and changing parking spaces.
Oh no,
I'm trying
that's
to keep up.
that's
Oh,
okay.
keep going. I'm here.
I'm going to take you through it.
Is the chat rolling heavy?
Oh yeah, they are enthralled. I think they figured that we've put it together.
Yeah. I'm just like, yeah. It was, well, yeah. Please consider doing those face things on one stream. You know, where you can move the people so people can learn.
Oh, of course.
This is incredible. I mean, this is, yeah. Anyway, please. We're at Aiden with that lady. Aiden knows that person. That's all.
Yes, and I think the easiest way to remember her is the former U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. And I should also remind people, I'm so sorry, and it's so helpful for me to have you here, because in my mind, I see all this. So I have a photograph. I don't know if it's photographic, but like when I close my eyes, and you can see my eyes are closed, I'm not reading notes. I see what you're saying. So you're like, oh, her picture and his picture and that picture, but it's in real time. It's a stored kind of mental mind map that's like archived like an encyclopedia. And I just go to the different folders I need and all of their faces and the news articles about this. Like I know what dayboston.com ran the news article about Rachel Rollins commenting on Michael Morrissey, commenting on her DA style. You know, I know it all because I just see all of these pages. I know where I can find them, but to me, they're all vivid mental imagery. So that's what makes it so easy for me to explain it. It's not route memorization. I'm just reading the documents from memory. They're just kind of up on my mental mind map, and I sort through the folders, and I'm like, oh, yes, this Boston.com article about Rollins, and this Boston.com article, or this New York Times article, or I learned about this in a FOIA, or I found this in a primary source document, or the DOJ OIG report. Like I just have it, or this was in the Canton PD audit on page 79, line 7. It's easy for me because all the documents are there in full, and I can read them in like a second, and I just look at them. Anyway, so that's probably interesting to some of you, but I realize the insight here is it doesn't necessarily mean everyone's brain works like that, and I don't want to put like a map up on the wall. I don't need to do that, but I can totally put a map up on the screen, and I can just show you these people's pictures one day. Maybe that's a project we can work on. I like to do it live, but you know, it's fun. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about is the...
Sorry to interrupt. Would love that. At least for however your choice is to do it, but just so that there is a visual... Your brilliant brain, how it pulls information, it's like pulling it from folders and you can see it as you're pulling it, would be to convert that, from what I'm hearing, convert that to a semi-screen where people could see it, even if you were drag and dropping or however. It would help a lot. If you feel inclined in time, I think it's fascinating. All right, I'm muting.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, you know what we really need? I think what we can develop is we need a device that kind of like just a duplicator. So if we could just take my mental mind map and put it like projected onto the screen, then I won't even have to deal with this. I can just be like, okay, pull up that document and it will be on the screen. Now I'm a little concerned because it goes really, really fast that you all would be like, I can't follow this. So maybe we need like a pause function. But if I could somehow get my brain without using my hand to bring up images on the screen, that would be wonderful. Elon Musk, where are you? Someone help me. Anyway, getting back to 2021 and 2022 to continue this Viconian style recursive loop in the style of James Joyce, because I like Finnegan's Wake, and 5MEO DMT is going to be very pleased that I brought up James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake, because the way I tell stories is like recursive historical allegories, and I like to layer them with literary allusions, and I like to tell them that way. So God bless you, Vico, and thanks James Joyce, and also shout out to Hegel. But anyway, 2021 and 2022. There's a Senate primary in Massachusetts. This is for the federal Senate seat held by Ed Markey. Now, the primary is between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey. Now, Joe Kennedy Jr. was a red-headed representative at the time, I think representing the Massachusetts 4th District, which is the seat now held by Jake Auchinclosh, but don't quote me on that. Anyway, so Kennedy's in the House of Representatives, Joe Kennedy Jr., and he's running against Markey. Now, you got to realize the historical perspective here, okay? JFK, when he ran for president in 60, he was on a trajectory that took him from the old 10th district in Massachusetts, the 10th congressional district, where JFK's headquarters was down near Lake Street in Brighton. Anyway, so JFK went from the 10th district to the Senate seat, and then like a few years later, he was in the presidency. So if you're looking at this tactically as the Democratic Party, you got a Joe Kennedy Jr. figure who's already in the House of Reps. He's going to go on to the Senate if he beats Markey in the primary. So for whatever reason, and I have to believe this isn't just Markey, it went to the Biden White House. For whatever reason, Rachel Rollins intervenes in the primary between Joe Kennedy Jr. and Ed Markey to help Ed Markey. Now, who does Rachel Rollins enlist to do this? She enlists Turtle Boy, who then sends a woman named Rayla Campbell, who was a Republican spoiler candidate in the Senate race that year, to Joe Kennedy Jr. events to help Ed Markey. Anyone starting to think that maybe the reason Rachel Rollins got appointed to the position of U.S. Attorney when she was woefully unqualified and got forced out of office within 2 years for launching and leaking a pretextual federal probe into the Suffolk DA as a form of political retribution on behalf of Ricardo Arroyo, that it was maybe because Rachel Rollins and Turtle Boy worked together to take out Joe Kennedy Jr. from the 2021 Senate primary against Markey, so that Joe Kennedy Jr. wouldn't run against Biden in 2024, which in hindsight would have been a lot better for the Democratic Party, although I'm impartial about this, than the God-forsaken catastrophe that was the Biden-Harris attempted run in 2024. I think that's what it was. I think Rollins was politically protected. I think Turtle Boy may have even known that Rollins was politically protected. I also think Turtle Boy is a little more liberal than he lets on. Like, he was pleased about writing a blog that got a January 6th rioter convicted. And so what I think you had here was this nested web of overlapping concentric social circles, which is how power so often functions, where you had like Rollins and Turtle Boy with an independent relationship, Rollins with the grudge against Morrissey, Chow with a grudge against Morrissey, Levy as kind of the middle person between all of this, and Reed as an opportunist, along with Yannetti and Jackson, who got her into the feds to begin with. But then, the reason why I think this is interesting is Rollins gets forced out of office in May of 2023, which is right when the John O'Keefe federal grand jury is starting up over that summer. Well, you know what? Levy's got to be thinking, I'm screwed. Like, I'm left holding the bag. They got Rollins on the Arroyo thing and the Hayden probe. They didn't figure out that this thing is also just her trying to get Morrissey. I got to get something. So Levy, in my opinion, and I wonder, he's suing President Trump now, so he's screwed. Like, you don't sue the president. Like, he's just screwed. But I think Levy's thinking, all right, I'm in May of 2023. Like, I'm between a rock and a hard place here. Like, yes, it would have been better if the OIG report included the Karen stuff against Morrissey, but it didn't get into it. So I think Levy's got to be thinking, this O'Keefe investigation was solid. There's no issue with the investigation of Karen and John's death. But I'm going to be left holding the bag for this relationship with Karen Reed, and that's been going on since November of 2022, unless I find something on this unit or the Norfolk DA. And I think that in August 2023, Josh Levy saved himself. Because remember, he had not been Senate confirmed yet. He didn't get Senate confirmed until the last days of Biden's term. He was only acting U.S. attorney after Rollins left. He personally conducted that grand jury over the summer of 2023, the federal grand jury into John's death. He was apologizing to the witnesses in the hallways, some of them for what he was doing to them. And I think that was because it was cover, and it was being used to investigate the MSP. Now, I'll tell you that Crazy Horse 2 analogy back in Vegas in the early 2000s, that really worked. The FBI generated a bunch of tips through Steve Miller's blog by doing SEO, search engine optimization, inserting Miller's email throughout his articles. And then what the FBI would tell Miller to do is someone calls you any time of the day, you send them to the FBI, and, you tell them and then you call me, and the FBI agent would tell Miller, you call me and tell me to expect the call. And I'm telling you, I think this is exactly what happened over the summer of 2023, and to insulate himself from accountability, Josh Levy had to find something on the Norfolk DA or then this MSP unit, and then in August of 2023, once they found the Birchmore stuff, they had this wink and a nod relationship with Karen where they were like, all right, Karen, you still have to go to your trial. However, we'll do as much as we can to help you as a thank you for you saving us politically. Because remember, Levy doesn't find that Birchmore cover-up. He's left holding the bag. And Levy I think the only reason that DOJ, OIG, and others haven't come down so hard on this is because of that. But let me let you go on about that. I'll be right back.
Okay, perfect. Wow. You're gonna hear just a little bit of car noise because I'm driving. I don't know about everybody in chat. My head's spinning. I don't know. I mean, I think there's definitely some threads that are making sense. I mean, that is a serious, I mean, that's a complete course. That's a college course. Wow. I'll wait for Grant to come back because I do have a question, but I don't know. I can't see all of you. I can see Grant in a Zoom link. But well, I mean, what I will say is it sounds like, if we're operating off what we were saying earlier, right, in the PR side, here's, Reed and so forth. I think you have a map over here of here is, Massachusetts politics in Massachusetts. It's all very, it's similar, not in exact content. All of them are extremely serious, but I think it's the same template that applies. Who's doing what, where, when, why, how, who's covering for who over here, over there. I just don't know. Wow. I have to think to everybody, there's people working on this. There's journalists typing in their dark rooms at the moment on this. There's people that want things to be right, or want to understand. I don't, I just, I'm a little bit, my brain's trying to take it all in, I guess is what I'm saying. So, well, did anybody think about John today? What about John? What about smiling? We were talking about some of the happy times yesterday in his, the videos that some of us have been able to see of him dancing and laughing and playing with his niece. And I don't know, I just thought we'd switch over to, albeit very, very, very still sad, just think about some of those happy type memories. I think, what a dude. He did not deserve that. What an officer didn't deserve that. What a dude, what a gentleman. He just didn't deserve any of that. I'm wondering, I don't have because I've been on the road most of the day. Has Karen popped up today? Was she on Good Morning America? Is she waiting for a centerfold piece? Where's Karen Reed? Where in the world is Karen Reed? Did she take off on a vacation? I'm very, very curious, and I can't know because I'm looking at the screen. I'm wondering what's happening with her today. I'm also thinking about Lally, is it McLaughlin and Brennan? I'm definitely interested in this Brennan connection with all this. I'm surprised he even took the case hearing all this. But he did. And I think he did such an extraordinary job. I just, something, I'm going to agree with Grant. Something is really wrong. Something went really, really wrong because to get 12 people to go there, it just doesn't make, it just doesn't make sense. I don't know. There's Grant. He's back.
Hello, Harvard Yard. Listen, that was that. No,
I was talking out loud.
No, I feel so great. I didn't actually get to listen to you because my
it made sense.
No, it did. I feel bad because my poor aunt. I took a call from her. She's doing fine. There are very few people I would ever take a call in the middle of the stream for, but my aunt, I love her so dearly, and she's doing fine. But Harvard Yard, could you give me a quick synopsis of your reaction to my soliloquy? Sure. The one thing I want to know about first, because I'm sorry if this is repeating, but can you tell me about your thoughts on my mind map I explained to you a little bit about how it works.
Sure.
Is that not how your brain works? I just want to know. I don't understand
Well,
other
yeah, well,
people's minds.
no. So the way mine works is that's how I'm describing it. So I see things in squares, like in a flow chart, right? So I see this flow chart that says we're taking the read thing, right? The read, tampering, jury, whatever you want to call it. So one box says and it fits exactly. Okay, so well, like we said yesterday, watch and wait, kind of watch who comes out first, what is said first. We saw, her come out, take responsibility that she's the savior for John. Then we see that what 2020 did with it. Watch and wait, watch and wait, watch and wait. So the way my brain works will go into a kind of a flow chart of, okay, so here's what they're doing because this is what's going to come out of her mouth when she comes out of the courthouse, which wasn't, I love you, thank you. If you guys notice too, those love signs or whatever they are, I respect that means love, but those are new. Anybody notice that little deal? That's been new in about the last couple of weeks. Grant, correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's fairly
Which
new.
which
The
detail was
love
that?
sign or the
Oh, yeah, no, so they had this weird, I want to say like a year or so ago, they did have this weird little like hook'em thing, but to me, like they're calling it the Shaka sign. It has some kind of devil intonations. I'm sorry, like it has some symbolism to it when you do it like this. It does.
Yeah, but didn't it get heavy? It got heavy in the last month.
Oh,
I do
yeah.
not recall that last trial. Okay, I do not recall that last trial.
You're right about that because I remember maybe like one time in a fleeting moment she might have like shown that or something, but never every day like that. Never.
Yeah, but see how this is all working, right? So in my brain, right, Grant, there is another box. Okay, so here we've got her what she says coming out of court is planned. It's the financial box. So she obviously, as we all know, got a ton of money. Now she might have picked up some money from the very people you're just talking about. Okay, and you better thank them immediately, publicly, without their names. Okay, so you're gonna, and I don't know, but I'm just throwing it out. It's highly likely. So you better just give your your hello to them immediately in code. So, but that's how mine would work. So there's the finance. Then I'd have another box for what are these physical symbols? What are they doing these things for? So mine works. I don't have the intelligence, Grant, you do, let's say, to recall facts. I have a great visual memory, but facts and articles and so forth. What I have the ability to do is place human behavior or place things that I'm seeing into a flow chart. So I would put if that makes any sense. So it's kind of like a smaller mine's a flow chart. Yours is folders in your brain. Your folders are much fuller than mine with much more academia, but my folders are more filled with observations, although you're gifted with both. That's exactly how I would explain it.
I appreciate that. And I guess the reason I wanted to relay so much of that was because I do think that there's something there about, obviously, the federal probe, Sandra Birchmore, the Lindsay Gattani's phone leak, the incentive of Levy to have to find something on this unit, and Karen getting a wink and a nod. It all makes sense, and it also makes sense why Hank Brennan was the person to be involved to fix it, but it's all so political. That's what gets to me. Like, I can remember it all right, but then I realize, like, oh my God, who is going to be able to remember all of, like, I don't mean to, I'm not tooting my own horn, but like, who cares about a Senate primary from 2021? Who is going to remember the Suffolk DA primary? Who cares who appointed the interim Suffolk DA and how that plays into why Rollins hated, I realized, oh, okay. But to me, it explains, and this is why Harvard Yard, your name's such a good insight. By the way, we do have news just coming in from John DePietro, more quotes from the note-taking juror 17, who was very pro-defense. We're going to get to those in a second. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about is Harvard Yard. I don't know how close you are affiliated with Harvard, but have you ever heard of finals clubs at Harvard?
Not finals clubs, but my best writing when I was in BC is I would go to Harvard Yard. I'd take the tea or whatever it was over there, and I would just sit there because I wanted to be like the smart people. And so I filled up with smart people energy and did my best writing there. So anyway, that's Harvard Yard. Can you hear me?
Oh, yep. I kept myself.
I got you. We're back. We're back.
We're back.
Anyway, that was. Sorry.
No,
Did
no.
you hear me? That was my creative writing hub.
Yeah, no, that I heard everything you said there. It was just my microphone went muted, and I wanted to break in with two pieces of news. One, I have footage. Alan Jackson decided not to go home today. He is in the seaport right now, as of an hour ago, with Karen. I'm going to play the video for the viewers right now. We'll be able to bring it up on the screen. Give me just 1 second. Karen spotted in the seaport, so obviously I think media around the country are trying to figure out where Alan is, where Karen is. Are they going to California? Are they staying here? As of now, 1 hour ago, Super Towel, Harvard Yard, I can report that the Karen and Alan are in the seaport still. So obviously, I think all networks are looking for these shots, and I do have video from Scooper on 7, Steve Cooper, who was able to get. Now, Steve, let me just tell you, there is a lot of respect for this man among the journalistic establishment in Massachusetts. When we sometimes sit around and talk, the other journalists are like, Steve, oh, listen, when he's here, we don't even bother. Like, he's getting right up to them. That microphone's going up in their face. Like, he is the man with the plan. So this guy who got Karen in the seaport with Alan, he's the man you want to see ask the interviews. I haven't heard the questions yet. I'm about to play I'm about to play it for us right now. So,
Grant, I'm just gonna stand by. I'm here. I'm listening. I'm now in a place where I can turn on YouTube muted and watch it. I'm here. Call me when you need. I'm not going anywhere.
Great. So you'll hear this play just shortly, and the viewers are going to see it. It's about a minute clip, and we'll be right back.
You don't have to rush. Can you just tell us what your plans are going forward after yesterday?
I didn't even know I'd be here today, so I had no plans.
Will you go back to teaching, do you think? I mean, what do you want to do?
I don't know if I can. I miss it, though. I miss the students, and I love doing it, so...
How'd you sleep last night? Can I just ask you, 2 years ago I asked you if you did it, and you said no, you didn't. We all know.
What you said to me 2 years ago was, are you saying you were framed, Karen? You were the first journalist to ask me that, and it was prescient, so...
Right. And you said you didn't do it, you said, but...
Prescient? Karen. How much do you listen to this freaking stream? Prescient? Oh, come on. Karen, like, I know you hear that a lot here, but no one else says the word prescient. Like, who says that word?
The first journalist to ask me that, and it was prescient, so...
Right. And you said you didn't do it, you said, but we all know who did it. So would you be comfortable with saying who you think did it now?
I'm worried about libel, but we all know, Steve. We all know.
Are you a freaking moron, Karen? I'm worried about libel? With that... Look at this woman. You're out of your mind. Why would you say that? Are you... Oh, my dear goodness. Are you worried about libel? Hold on, I gotta keep playing this. Are you out of your mind, Karen?
I'm worried about libel, but we all know, Steve. We all know.
Can you give us just your own insight? I mean, you're a free woman now. You're not bound by anything.
Oh, no. As long as Michael Morrissey's in power, no.
You got to give it up. You got to give it up. Sorry.
We never give it up.
We never give it up.
Like a baby.
Steve does not give up. She just said as long as Michael Morrissey's in power, she has to be careful, and I think she's right. Okay, so Harvard Yard, if you heard those clips, if you heard the Karen walking there, what do you think?
I did not hear it. Can you give me? I'll be able to get your quick rough. Give it to me 10 seconds. I'll understand. I don't hear you.
Oh, I'm unmuted.
Okay,
so
give me the quick version.
Karen said initially she didn't expect to be here today, so she had no plans. Then Alan was walking beside her. He kept going. Karen kept talking to Scooper on 7, Steve Cooper. And Karen said, Steve said, Karen, I asked you a few years ago if you did it, and you said no. And then Karen said, no, Steve, you were actually the first journalist who asked me if I was framed. That was prescient. Then Steve said, so who do you think did it? And she said, I'm not going to say, I'm worried about libel, but we all know. Then Steve said, but you're a free woman now, you can say what you want. And then she said, oh no, as long as Michael Morrissey's in power, I can't. And then Alan Jackson said, that's enough, Steve, that's enough. And then give it up. And Steve said, no, we never give it up. How did you sleep, Alan? And then Alan said, like a baby. Did I get that right, chat? But that's what it was, Harvard Yard. What's your reaction?
Okay, so if we're going to throw it in the flow chart, right? So what do we have now? From just again from the PR thing, what do we have? Oh my gosh, we're so surprised. Pardon me, everybody. We're so surprised. Yeah, how could this happen? We're strolling. I don't know where were they? Near the ocean somewhere. Pretty. It looks pretty where they are. I'm assuming. I'm going to mute for 1 second. Hold on, just 1 moment. Thank you.
When while Harvard Yard is muting, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to take a look at right now is a post from John DePietro related to more information from the juror, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to go ahead. This was alternate juror 17, and I'm going to be Super Towel host for us right now, and I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this and read it for you. I don't know if Michael Morrissey is going to stay in office past 2026. He's getting kind of old. But this is the newest article from John DePietro. I'm going to read it for you right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read it for you out loud. All right. So I know some of you like to read it, so let me bring it for you up on the screen. Hold on. I am a little towel. And what we're going to bring up right now is, as I mentioned, this is the second part of John DePietro's interview with alternate juror 17 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We also are discussing with Super Towel Harvard Yard, who's waiting probably tomorrow, although it could be the overnight, for the return of Alan Jackson to California, where he might face some difficult questions from someone who's a towel. Now, we're going to go ahead and read this. I'm going to bring this up on your screen. This is the second part of John DePietro's interview with a juror, an alternate juror from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. So I should have it up on your screen. Let me just check that for you. Yep, that should be all set. Your comments should start loading in a second. Let's take a read of this right now. How were the Karen clips to you? I didn't give them much weight. The police didn't do anything with her contemporaneous statements that morning. So what would years later, in my opinion? So what would years later, in my opinion? How do you think John died? I don't know. But what I do know is that the state could not back up their theory. For heck's sake, Hank even said something like, we don't know what happened, but we have a good idea. I wrote that down at the time. I thought, yikes, we have a good idea? The state needs more than a good idea to convict for murder, right? That was an ocean of reasonable doubt to me. None of the injuries added up with the state's suggestion. If he had been drilled by the car, he should have had more injuries. If he was just clipped and spun around and stumbled and fell down, then he wouldn't have fallen hard enough to crack his head open. They never reconciled that for me. They just seemed to leave it open, like maybe it was a combo of those strikes. And then there's the marks on his arms. To me, it's extremely likely that you could get parallel lines in the chaos of a shattered taillight, but most of all, how could there be no trace of John on any of the pieces? Dozens of taillight pieces, scratches, gauged skin, yet not a single taillight piece had any human material on it. Why are they ignoring the DNA on the bumper? More doubt. It honestly would have been more believable if they said Karen got out of the car with a hammer and attacked John. The claw parts of the hammer could have made those arm marks, and the ball part could have cracked his skull. This juror is out of their mind. I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Lexus data backing up. I wasn't sure what weight to give the Lexus data. Example, the 75% accelerator pedal. Interesting, yes, but there was no definitive time link to it because of the conflicting theories of time drift. And speaking of drift, Mr. Burgess's graduation date drifted quite a bit. Oh, this is a plant. I don't know, John, this was a real deliberating juror? This is, an alternate juror? This is agonizing. Cell phone temperature for John's phone. State essentially said maybe it was under John's shoulder outside all night. Defense said maybe it was in a garage. Competing maybes equals doubt. Hank said she backed up, hit him, and left. Why was he wrong? We never got any real evidence of a collision. Again, no medical doctor said he had injuries consistent with a vehicle strike. Yes, Hank said she hit him. Okay, but Hank's statements aren't evidence. Karen said she hit him. Lawyers say lots of things. Can't take what either side's lawyers say at face value. What did you think of Dr. Wolf, the brain surgeon? Super accomplished guy, very slick, made me think of the Rat Pack cavorting in Miami. Didn't help prove a collision, though. ridiculous. Harvard Yard, I don't know if you heard that. If you're back, feel free to jump in anytime. Just ridiculous from Juror 17, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just perplexed by, this was an alternate juror, ladies and gentlemen, but just utterly baffled. Did you hear that, Harvard Yard?
Yeah.
It was baffling.
I sure did. I did. Sure. I'm sorry about the coughing, Jack. Now I'm sitting in the wind. I'm not sure there was any critical thinking happening.
That's putting it light.
Can you?
That's putting it light.
Wow.
It seems like you're struggling, and I think maybe a lot of people, the chat's a little bit behind, so I'm going to pull it up on my phone. It seems like a lot of people are struggling to process. Like, to me, I read that, and I'm like, wait, so is this just a free Karen Reed person you interviewed, John? Like, are you sure this was a juror? But then I'm like, John definitely was there. I was there too, so I would know. If you were on the phone with me, and we're like, okay, this is me, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to need you to, like, prove it, and I know John did that. And so, like, even if I didn't use your name, if I used a pseudonym, you have to prove to me as the journalist that it's you. I was in the courtroom, I would know. So I assume John knows this person was in the courtroom, and this person just sounds like a free Karen Reed person on Twitter. This is horrifying.
It's called cognitive dissonance at its finest.
I'm just flabbergasted. They literally they corrupted the jury. They corrupted our judicial system.
Well, I would definitely agree with that. And I think that it was, it seems like 1 + 1 = 2. 2 - 1 = 1. 3 + 1 = 4. I mean, that's what it really feels like to me in terms of their thinking process. It was like,
well, it's not that.
It's crazy.
Have you ever listened to or read? I was listening to it the other night, but have you ever read 1984 by Orwell?
By Orwell, no, I have not. I should, but I have not.
Oh, it's so good. And, a lot of people know that book for so many reasons, right? Peace equals strength, or war equals peace, strength equals slavery, freedom equals slavery, et cetera, et cetera. It's a famous book because it has this concept of newspeak. And it's this kind of dystopian future. It's a very famous book where the world is run by this kind of like one single government. 3 different parts of the world are each run by one government. And the party, it's like this very dictatorial world. And the party has things like the Ministry of Truth. And the Ministry of Truth like censors articles and manipulates people about the war. You might have heard the phrase, we've always been at war with Eurasia. That comes from 1984. The other phrase is, we've always been at war with Oceania. And what Winston Smith, the main character, would do is he'd go into work, and the Ministry of Truth was set up where he would like edit articles based on what the party was saying at the time. So he'd have to go back in history and be like, okay, we've always been at war with Eurasia. And he would edit history books so that it looked like the country had always been at war with Eurasia. Then they would switch to war with Oceania, and then he would have to edit it to be like, okay, we've always been at war with Oceania. Well, there's another ministry, and it's called the Ministry of Love. And the crescendoing scene of 1984, I was listening to it the other night. It was brilliant to listen to on audiobook. There's an it's like a very observed society in 1984. Like you live in apartments and your TV watches you, and the party can like pursue you for thought crime. And so in the morning one day, Winston, this government employee, gets woken up. He had gone out to the countryside with a woman, I think, and drank wine or something. And they found out, and so they arrested him for thought crime because he wasn't supposed to love other people or something. And as he gets arrested, he gets brought to the Ministry of Love. And the culminating scene of this book is an interrogator saying over and over to this guy, 1 + 1 = 3, and like 2 + 2 = 5. And Winston keeps saying, I cannot say that, like 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4. And then they torture the guy, and he just won't stop. He just continues to say, I know it to be the truth. 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4. Finally, after like an hour, eventually he's like about to die. He knows he's going to get executed after this torture session. He's like, yes, I finally understand. He comes to like love his torture. It's really messed up. But he's like, I finally understand, 2 + 2 = 5. And that's what it feels like the Free Karen Reed movement is like. They've been taught to think in a way that isn't necessarily reflective of what's being presented to them, but what conclusion they need to reach based on the party mind.
I would agree completely, and I think that I keep wanting to say Zorro. It's not Zorro. The gentleman yesterday alluded to that. For those that weren't here yesterday, and then we asked him what was it really like. He flew from Arizona to I was going to say to Boston, to the courthouse there. And you may have seen him on court TV with the John O'Keefe sweatshirt on. And he called in, was part of the panel yesterday, and really gave us a sense of what it was like to walk through that crowd of people. I don't know, Grant, with everything going on, maybe that wasn't clipped, but just to hear how he found it, that of course heckled and this and that, but very much what Grant is saying. And I think that I again bring up that hand signal, right? Just for a split second here, because that is very cultish. Now, I'm not a professional. I always have to say these things. I'm not a professional, but I think this bears looking into in the future, near future. Really, what is that about? What really, what it's almost like you want to, and there was talk yesterday is maybe some Free Karen readers might join over here and want to learn. And there was discussion of that, but what in the world? Look, if they're doing new hand signals and they're doing, things in order of the money and the this and the that, the whole thing, and why, again, I don't know this, but why was buffer zone aside, why where did these people come from yesterday? I mean, were they paid down the road?
Oh, yeah, and that's what worries me so much, because then we started getting reports that people were standing where the jurors were driving with these signs, like, was this a paid-for operation? And then furthermore, there's some ideas in chat. Should we switch away from juries? In cases where you can't get an impartial jury, should we have a 3-judge panel assigned by law? Are we at a situation where the jury system is collapsing because we're such a big society, digital media is so prevalent? Are we moving away in some cases from the ability to rely on the jury system?
Grant, where did they all come from? And it was within an hour. Okay, the only thing I can liken this to is Seattle, and I'm not getting political, okay? I'm attempting not to. Portland and Seattle in the summer of 2020, okay, where we had up in that, it was protests, and they went on for 90 days in Portland at the federal courthouse. And it was.
What do you mean you didn't want to give up part of your city to an autonomous communist region? Like, haven't you always wanted to do that?
I was living outside of Seattle at the time. Chop Chaz, then it went to Chaz 2, Chop 1. But you really, really, really saw different than this, okay? But you saw people, and Antifa is a whole nother discussion. I don't think we should discuss that today. That's a very heavy one. But people, they just came out of nowhere. And once it started, they came and they came and they came. But again, yesterday, I was watching chopper views. I mean, these people were not all there in the buffer zone. There was days where there was 2 people there.
Of course, I remember. Don't you remember that when we would watch on stream in the beginning, and it was like, oh, yep, like, look at the 4 people there, look at the 7 people, and then at the very end, and how much you want to, and they must sign NDAs, but if we could just find out, like, the list of if some company got hired to send those people, I bet 95% of the people in that crowd were not there because they supported Karen Reed. They were there because they were paid to be there. That's my opinion.
Right. And it took Grant up, and on the West Coast, it took about 6 months. Now, these are investigative journalists having to go at it to find where the money was coming from. Where were the food trucks coming from? Where were some of the protesters were paid? That journalists are doing that right now in Los Angeles. Because again, we go back to, it's not what it seems. It's Hollywood. And I think you brought up yesterday, with Karen Quote becoming a movie star. It was in the works. This just didn't come up, you know. And I just think the thing that I'm thinking about today is those hand signs. I mean, it's almost like I don't know. I mean, maybe that was call the people. You know what I mean? A week ahead, call the people.
Well, no.
in.
What
I
it
don't
was,
know.
what
I
it
don't
was,
know.
was they were cheering really loudly, so it was a quiet them down. But like that thing, it's so. I mean, PR. I've studied the discipline. The whole thing is PR. Alan Jackson's whole existence is PR. And I know we won't go for too much longer, but one of the things I'm very interested in talking to you about is we started this stream talking about like what LA PR is like. Now, I don't think a lot of people in Massachusetts, we hear Hollywood, whatever. We don't actually understand what it means to exist in the world of PR. What that means is like Alan Jackson's public persona is not who Alan Jackson is. Karen Reed's public persona is not who Karen Reed is. But for some reason, people want to suspend their disbelief, like it's 1980s territorial wrestling, and think that these are what these people are actually like. And so maybe you can help us understand a little bit of that, living in that Hollywood world. Alan probably takes it for granted, or he probably just takes it as a given that he's going to present his public persona all the time. Here, or at least in the wider world, we assume when people are presenting themselves, that's who they are.
No, exactly. And the other last image I have on the sign is if anybody can stomach to look at it, if at the top of the courthouse steps, before they took a step down, they all had that hand sign, all of them, before they came down those stairs. So we'll leave that be for now. But no, it isn't. You. All right, bear with me just a second. I'm trying to put it together in my head. Some things that people don't know is, like, I'm just going to just throw different things out there. There's jury consultants. There's people that are paid to help people pick a jury. That's something a lot of people don't know. For example, in Hollywood films, okay, I've worked in that, where you will film them and they take 2 years to even come out. Everything isn't what it seems. So if we look at a jury consultant, there was wardrobe consultants likely with these people. I mean, they like to show Karen in the snow video, docu-series curling her hair when it's 70 degrees and all that. No. There was wardrobe consultants. So it is, when I say it's not what it seems,
Well, Shakespeare said in Othello that all the world's a stage, but I don't think many people realize that it literally is a stage, and that
it is.
A lot of these powerful people, and we've talked about this before, people like to think that America doesn't have an aristocracy. You saw it. Alan Jackson is the aristocracy. He's not the real power because fame is a degraded form of it. But like the guy who invented jury research, Dr. Donald Vinson, you think maybe he's in the Bohemian Grove in a club called Sahara Camp with the governor of Nevada and the guy, Joe Lombardo, and then the guy who invented House of Cards in the UK, Lord Michael Dobbs. You think like maybe they're hiding in plain sight from you? I'm not saying you, Harvard Yard, but you think like maybe real power hides in plain sight? Do any of you know the name of the guy who owns the Empire State Building? It's Tony Malkin, but I bet you didn't know that. It's one guy.
Yeah, it really, and Grant, that is correct. It isn't, what you're seeing with Grant is Grant. That's who Grant is. This is the way I would put it. Okay. I can't see you all, but this is who I am. But no. All this is, it just isn't, it isn't what it seems. And I think when I started to learn that, it was hard not to become cynical. It was very hard I became less loving and, less open and a little bit more cynical. But that didn't last for very long because there really is miserable lives. We brought up this yesterday so that's fine. She's down by the seaport today, walking with Alan Jackson, but you're always going to be looking left or right. You're not going to be able to afford a security team for 50 years. So at any rate, that's
well, it's not even about that. It's like media everywhere. Like fame is a degraded form of power for a reason. Anyone can make money. Anyone can really have connections, but power is different. And that's why Boston Brahmins, those clubs we were talking about, the rules are your name is in the paper twice. Once when you're born, once when you die. If you have money, you don't need fame, at least that kind of old money. We're talking like Gloria Vanderbilt's list. You know what I'm saying? Like this is Vanderbilt's list. This is real old money. There is real old money in Boston, in New York, in LA, getting out there in California. It's real old money. It's not like dangerous money. It's just aristocratic money. And aristocratic money functions a certain way. And yes, a former juror from Trial 1 assisted the defense during jury selection. That was very interesting as on the legal team. And then the other thing I saw that came in that was very interesting. There was a question. Oh, someone asked about Trump Tower. I'm not going to answer that question. But you want to see how much this power hides in plain sight. You ever heard of 666 Fifth Avenue?
Are you asking?
Oh
me
yes, I was asking
chat,
you as
chat.
a right.
Okay,
Chat. No, Chad was the one that asked the question, but I was asking you, Harvard Yard. Have you ever heard of this building? It's pretty famous, 666 Fifth Avenue. It sounds demonic, right?
Yeah, I might have gone the other way. But
yes, exactly.
No,
exactly.
I have not.
No, well,
that's
and I shouldn't call it famous. It's infamous because its address is 666 Fifth Avenue. Okay. And there is this holding company, and you know Jared Kushner, the wife of one of the president's daughter, the husband of one of the president's daughters. She can have a wife if she wants. I don't care. I don't judge. I'm a towel. But anyway, she has a husband, and his name's Jared Kushner. His father was some kind of like rough and tumble, like white collar guy who got pardoned last term. But the Kushners have like extensive real estate holdings. Like they had money for a while. And one of their holdings was 666 Fifth Avenue. Well, they didn't own that building because they leveraged it with a very giant balloon payment to the Saudi Sovereign Development Fund. And wouldn't you know it, one of our biggest allies in the region is Saudi Arabia. So if you've ever wondered, like, you cannot bribe the government, you should not bribe the government, that is very bad. But governments, when they want to help each other out, that's what they do. Oh, your like family member has like a building? Oh, I'd love to give them $700 billion in the form of a loan. Please. And then when the loan comes due, oh, you can't make the balloon payment. Oh, don't worry about that. We'll be happy to extend the terms on your loan. Just, we have to attack Yemen right now. And, well, it would be great if you would get behind us. You see what I mean? That's real politics.
Hey, Grant, I know you've got stuff you want to say. Can I just bring up two quick points?
No, you could bring up anything you want. You could talk about towels, and I would be happy.
Oh, I was just going to talk about Alessi the towel. I think he's a hidden towel. I want everybody to wave to Alessi. I want, because you know what? He would resonate with all this. Give him a wave. Give him a wave. Especially you, Grant. I think with the thinking, he's very bright. And I'm going to say with him, and again, some of this may be not popular. It doesn't matter. Just how I'm just putting out what I feel. I think they really used him, in my opinion. This is in my opinion. I mean, they put him up there. And again, this is PR looking brain. If you notice the hugs and the cries and the this and the that, I felt like he was kind of left to the side a little bit until Yannetti gave him a big hug. But he did a lot of it. And again, people think what they'll think about him. What I will say, though, is he's extremely intelligent. That's what I will say, in my opinion.
Well, what do you think of this question from a viewer? If Alessi, what do you think about the thought that Alessi was brought on tactically by Jackson to overwhelm Hank with written motions?
I think he was brought on to potentially outsmart Brennan. because they're both very, 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 very intelligent. And yes, paper, because he does a different type of law, doesn't he? He does
environmental
yeah,
regulation,
environment paper,
which
paper.
that means you're doing regulatory law, which means you mostly write. Exactly. So of course it makes sense.
So you've got both, right? You're going to load him with paper and you're going to hit him with brains. That's it, in my personal opinion. That's what I think happened there. He's not popular with most. I found him intelligent, and I feel that he, again, nothing is as it quote seems, but he had a role and he was chosen for a reason. But that being said, he had temper tantrums and so forth, but for the most part, he was a gentleman.
Now, wouldn't you?
I will say that.
Oh, I agree. He was a gentleman. He was respectful. He did. I feel like he was learning. Someone said like he's like Tao a little bit. Like he has very good analytical intelligence, but he's learning how to emotionally regulate himself.
I'm telling you, he is a towel. He's in here. Wave to him.
No,
at some point or on a replay, the man's in here. No doubt.
No, yeah, and I absolutely believe that. I would love to listen to. Or talk to Bob Alessi, because unlike some of the other lawyers, like David Yannetti, there's too much like professional respect there, and he knew my parents a long time ago when they were DAs in Middlesex in the 80s, and it would be a weird dynamic. Like I think it would be hard to be mean to David Yannetti, and people are going to be like, but he knew Turtle Boy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, still, I could not really, like, after how nice, I don't even need to talk about it. David Yannetti is just not a bad man. He just got caught up in all this, and he won in some sense. She's guilty on OUI, but he won in some sense, so there you go, 4 out of 6, whatever, 4 out of 5. Alessi, though, I would interview. It wouldn't just be an interview. I would have a Socratic, well, that would be paternalistic, but I would have a dialogue with him that resembled sort of, like, I think in the Socratic dialogues with Plato, there's one person who kind of can roll with Socrates, like Plato frames like one person. And I'm not saying that I'm at that level, but if Alessi were to come on here, I think we could have a mutually respectful Socratic dialogue rooted in didactic edification. Karen, that's how you use words. Prescient is not an expansive lexicon. You cannot roll with me, Karen. I'm sorry. You will always play second fiddle to my lexicon. Ha ha. Anyway, Bob Alessi and I think we would have an excellent discussion, and I'm almost certain that he would be amiable and respectful during that discussion, as I mentioned. However, I also think that it's very PR. So, like, if I were just straight up interviewing Bob Alessi and I were like, yeah, so tell me a little bit more about the PR of all this, I think he'd be really offended and be like, I don't want to have an intellectual discussion about the distinction between the public persona of myself and the defense team and Karen versus what actually happened. And so it wouldn't be a good interview. Karen, however, Karen and Alan, I would even let them do a 2-on-1. I just don't think they have the cojones. I'm sorry. I don't think they do. And it's not because we wouldn't be mutually respectful. It's because I don't think, in terms of wit, like, I think the way that they would be forced to confront a lot of the information would not be obsequious, and they therefore wouldn't put themselves in that position. But then again, that goes back to PR. Like, it doesn't matter how confident. That's why I think this whole Balinese dualism that Hank hinted at with his checkerboard socks is so interesting. If you really master yourself, okay, if you really have it mastered, then those kind of pitfalls won't happen to you. You don't need PR if you're being authentic. The only time you have to insulate yourself from those kind of difficult questions is when you're operating in a controlled environment. So I don't know. I just think that the synthetic nature of it all, the way PR functions, the way people can master their own bravado. Like, even Alan, like, I could never even bait him. He's too smart. I couldn't even bait him into an interview by challenging his manhood, because he'd be like, Grant's challenging my manhood so that I'll give him an interview so that he can humiliate me because he's smarter than me, so I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's that smart. He's that, like, he knows that he's looking that far ahead. So you can't like break down that kind of PR apparatus that way anyway. They're in the bubble. But what you can do is create narratives, authentic narratives that they have to combat, and then they're screwed. And that's when they really get upset. When those well-funded PR forces, when you meet them on that level, they get upset. And what advice would you give, by the way, to people who maybe don't do PR? And we'll wrap up with this, and then your final thoughts. What advice would you give to people who don't do PR, who end up like in these circles where one side of the case knows PR, one doesn't? When you first learned about it, when you first experienced this, it is kind of shocking. There's a disillusionment that occurs, but then you kind of systematize the knowledge and deploy it for beneficial causes, hopefully, and to protect yourself. That's what it comes down to.
So I would say that the first thing I'm thinking of when you ask that is PR. Just take the letter P, people. So that's where I said yesterday, start to watch who talks when, what interview comes out where, what are you seeing promoted here? When you were talking about them down at the seaport, if you notice, they're moving it right back over to the government, right back over to Morrissey. Okay, so all this is part of this, right? So we're watching, we're listening. And then when you study almost human behavior, I think it's almost like pulling back from the emotion, although it's there. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. All right, I'll stop. I wanted to make a read Alan comment. I'm not going to do it. I'm holding back. But when you look the people, that's just a great way to start. Just study people and try to, like in my case, I couldn't even get on X till 2 a.m. at this time because I knew I'd be flooded with seeing people and words and so forth. But then once I did, I was studying people. Like Twitter doesn't talk to me or X doesn't talk to me.
So you were
almost like
you were distinguishing between the surface level content and what their intention was, and so you weren't taking what they were saying on its face value. You were seeing into their mind, and then it was becoming tactically useful.
Correct. So I'll just a very, very quick example. So, and I don't know the person's ex name, but this particular person has given so much for the O'Keefes and the posting and taken all kinds of hits from Karen Reed people every day and still standing. And I just kind of watched this person in awe the whole time, this whole trial. And this particular person posted an emotional video, and that was very genuine and very heart opening. And I just watched the comments. I read through the comments and I thought, these people aren't done. They're going to go where it hurts the most, and it was flooded with lengthy comments. You're a piece of, why are you crying, bitch? And I just thought to myself, wow. So there is PR. So we're talking about kind of the back way into PR, which is studying people. Now, some of that is innate. Some of that is a gift that some have and others don't have. But it's studying people and just saying, okay. And it took me time last night to not, I responded to that person. As a matter of fact, I think I did like 2 or 3 times, like love you, here, but that was my emotion. I just, but it's watch and listen. And the more you learn about people, then you can start to see how it's operating, or each situation is operating. Again, the very last example we talked about earlier was those first words that came out. We saw a sign from all of them, and then 1, 2, 3 steps down. I believe Jackson kind of put his arm pointed where she should go. Of this is orchestrated, people. None of this is, this is not a la-di-da. Let's just go down. But again, you're studying people and you're saying, okay, 1, 2, 3, money, people, John. So you're going to thank the people that paid you, or paying people, or anyway, you're going to follow the money. You're going to say thank you. You're going to thank your supporters. And then you're just going to continue to hurt the people that are hurting. I mean, these people are hurting as they should be, and as our people that support them are hurting. Let's think about that for a minute. Thank you, supporters in pink. I did everything for John O'Keefe. It's not only the family she was going at, it's going to anybody that supports, so anyway, that's just it's just some, just, I would start with people. And that's what I would say with that.
Well, no, it's so insightful because obviously public relations. It's based on the person and manipulating mass psychology, and it's horrifying. But one of the things I was thinking of, and I think this is a good positive note as we get, even though this is a short stream comparatively by towel standards, as we get upwards on 6 hours, what I would like to think about is how to honor that that authentic. It's not even authentic PR, because PR is per se not authentic, but authentic narrative. And I think what I'd want to do, and obviously Harvard Yard, I'll invite you back, and we'll figure out how to coordinate this over the coming days and weeks. I would like to interview, and there are a lot of people have reached out. We're going to figure out exactly what we're going to do. I have one very special person in mind, who knew John, and I'd like to talk to them. And I'd like to bring them on here, and I'd like to give them this platform and allow them to talk about John. And I want to see if people in the wider world actually pick up on the value of that authentic narrative. I really believe it is possible. I think this channel's proven it's possible that, like you said, okay, I understand PR as a discipline, but nothing you're seeing up here is PR. I am very authentic to my principles. Maybe I say 5% of Grant, for my personal life, but I'm not hiding it from you. It's just like, first of all, it would be inappropriate if I was just sharing random personal details, because that's more than just me. And then second, like, there has to be a distinction between Towel and Grant, or you all would it would be Grant all the time, and then I would never have a private life. So I totally get that distinction, but I think too much of PR is 95% in authenticity, 5% based on the real person. We should have 95% authenticity, and then 5% of the person kind of reserved for their own personal life. I learned that from Lady Gaga, whose name is Stephanie, in a lecture she gave at Yale in 2008, and say what you will about her imagery and what she's into now. That opera song kind of worries me, because that incantation is very occultish and weird. But anyway, she had a great insight in 2008 about the distinction between Stephanie and Lady Gaga, and it's something I've taken to heart. And what I think I realized is I was internalizing my understanding of the discipline of PR and insulating my soul from a lot of the negative out there. And I would love to teach people or help people learn how to do this, so that when they're engaging with the public sphere, they're not taking at face value comments that are designed to be manipulative, artificial astroturf and propaganda, but instead they see those comments for what they are, get into the mind of the author, figure out the tactical intent of the comment or the post, and then say, oh, that's why that person made that post, rather than taking the words at face value. That's what I try to teach. It's a form of inductive reconstructive hermeneutics. So it means using inductive reasoning to Hermes is the messenger god. So inductively through messaging reconstruct the intent of the original author.
So, Grant, what you're doing there is through language explaining what I'm saying to do with people.
Yes, exactly. So I think we both have a very similar approach, but I am very much a discourse theorist. I'm trained in language and expressive communication, and in particular words. So yes, and I don't do as well, probably because of my analytical strength, emotional executive function, and weaknesses, applying this in the social context. I play it very well in the analytical written context, but very poorly socially.
May I do some parting words, because I know you have your show and you're grooving on and getting ready to end it.
Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you. I think that being able to be a guest and be with everyone, it is bizarre not being able to see the chat, I must admit. But I'm very grateful to be here, and I think it's been a great way to process. And there's still a lot of sadness and anger and all those feelings, but I'm grateful to be here. And Grant, I will support you anyway, anytime We'll figure out if there's anything we can put together, do together. I'll support and be of service any way I can. And I think when one starts to look at life, at least in my experience, as being of service, wanting to help other people or contribute through life experience is where you really start to live. And it takes a while to get there, where you just say, hey, you know what? On limited sleep, it didn't matter. I want to be here today, because it mattered, because I care. I don't have an objective of views or all those things that are important. It's very much, again, what you were saying a few minutes back. It's you want to contribute and be of service, and that's how I feel about you and about your growing, and just so proud. I'm a proud towel today. So anytime, and I'm sure we'll be talking in time, when things quiet down, but I'm here for anything you need. And maybe we brainstorm some ideas, get those mental folders up on a board there where people can understand the Massachusetts players.
Yes, we'll definitely have some ideas. Obviously, I have some structure to my ideas. You help me.
I know you do.
You help me immensely. And we'll see when Alan Jackson does go back to California. Maybe we'll get video, whatever day he does that. And
you got it. I love you.
Harvard,
love everyone.
We love you too, and I want to thank you. And I'll obviously talk more on stream, and you'll hear it. But God bless you for joining us. It means so much to so many.
And to my heart as well. Hugs, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, folks, that was wonderful, Towel Friends. That was wonderful, Towel Friends. How wonderful is Harvard Yard? An excellent, excellent analyst, an excellent PR mind. What a wonderful discussion, little Towel Friends. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I have had a lot to say today. It was one of our first days of decompression. I'm trying to think about what we'll do tomorrow. I think we're going to watch that Koberger police body cam video of the DoorDash driver. That I think is going to be very, very interesting, little towels. I have way more to say, by the way. I'm going to reach out, as I mentioned. I'd like to do, I don't know if we'll do it live. I got to talk to some people. I'd like to do an interview with someone. There's someone very specific. I have a few people in mind. There's someone I want to talk to. About John O'Keefe. That's one of the things I have in mind more so than anything else, is I want to do that, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to maybe reach out tonight. I'm going to try to get this coordinated. I'll let you know when it's ready. If we don't do it live, then I'll pre-record it, and I will go live, and I will play the pre-recorded interview. The other thing is I'm going to clip that interview with Zona Eagle from the other day, and that was truly an inspiring story. God bless Zona Eagle. The other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I agree, Bossy Texas Chick. I truly enjoy Harvard Yard's insights. They are a wonderful commentator. But one of the things I like to do, we don't have a recap today, and we're waiting for more information. But one of the things I want to do is I want to wait for the chat to continue loading, because it is being frustrating. And there it is. Look at it, little towels. It heard me. It was like, don't worry, towel. I will continue to load for you because I am the chat. Well, thank you, chat. I appreciate that. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thank you for watching today. I don't even know how to do an ending without a recap. I'm so used to doing my... I'm so used to doing my recap that instead we just come. Yep, we did see the statement by MSP. Thank you, Dee Dee. The statement led off with condolences for John and his family, and then went into talking about a culture of reform. You have to wonder, would that have been the same statement if she was found guilty? I don't know. But my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This has been a wonderful short. It's only been 6 hours or so on Towel Stream. It's been great. I appreciate every single one of you who's been here. Did you know you can donate to Lindsay Catani's fundraiser? You go ahead and do that. That would be wonderful. Did you know you can support Towel Stream as well? Please do not feel obligated. There are lots of different ways to support Little Towel. If you benefited from today, I learned this a long time ago to just do it at the end. If you benefited from today and you want to support this stream, it's a public information service. It's really designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public in order to engender cogent public discourse, thus warding off the usurpation of of our representative forms of government worldwide. I know a lot of you get melancholy as I begin to do this, but it has been a wonderful time to decompress today. I need to sleep a little bit more on my thoughts, and I'm going to have more to say probably tomorrow. You'll see a stream go up either tomorrow or the next day. I want to decompress. I do want to do an interview, and I want to talk more with the people who knew John, and I think that's important to me for so many reasons. So that's something I'm going to be doing. And then the other thing that's important to me is I want to take some time to continue to, as I mentioned, think about the Kohberger case, and I want to also think about the Adelson case down in Florida. That's coming up. Obviously, the Kohberger case is a little bit, I think it's quicker on the calendar. I'm not sure when the Adelson case goes to its next part of the process. I will keep an update. I will learn more about that. But then also I just want to say, again, thank you for supporting this stream. As I told you, I was committed to keeping a space here, towel friends around the world, no matter what time zone you may be in, whether we're in trial or whether we're decompressing. Oh, God bless you, Bossy Texas Chick. That is one of the kindest things Little Towel could have heard during this stream. It means so much to me that you all managed to find some solace here, and more than just solace. Hopefully you were able to chat with your towel friends, think about sort of the different developments of the day. We didn't know what was going to happen today. Anything could have happened today, Little Towels, and it was interesting. Support towel stream here. So yes, and obviously I want to hear more from Hank Brennan. I don't know when it's going to happen. I would love to interview Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan, I know every news station wants to interview you, but it's not going to be nearly as good. I don't know if I can be as good as Marjorie Egan, okay, Hank, but I can offer you a long-form interview that will be really, really good. And I am a loving little towel, and I promise that we will have a great discussion. And Hank, I so support and value what you did. That interview may as well be my love letter to your prosecution. It was not your fault that there were external influences that undermine the integrity of the justice system, in my opinion. But that said, if you support Towel Stream, I threw the information in the chat. We got more things coming up over the coming days. Thank you, and God bless so many of you for being here. You can also like, subscribe, support this stream in other ways. What I want to do, though, is I want to scroll up on my chat. I see Deborah Bessam. You're the best, my dear friend. You know who else is the best? Ann Twittick. Chastity is a wonderful super towel. Cat in a hat, ladies and gentlemen. It is the best public information service. You're the best 5MEO-DMT. You are a wonderful super towel. You are appreciated and loved. And I am so glad you're back. When I saw your username pop up, I was like, oh my goodness, it's 5MEO-DMT. You don't understand. I am very excited. And then I became an excitable, happy towel. Now, I'm going to continue to scroll. It's just going to take me a little second here, ladies and gentlemen. I have upset towel computer. But that's okay. We'll get through it, towel computer. I promise we will get through it together. You can have faith in me. But I'll just do it on my phone. So, yes, I agree, Bossy Texas Chick. But, yes, Colleen Henry, if you're listening, God bless you, my dear friend. I'm going to save the Call Me Hank clip for your glorious return. 5MEO-DMT, again, hello. And Whittick, Chastity, Deborah Bissam, Cat in a Hat, 5MEO-DMT, Dee Dee, Nancy from the 508, Vegan Vine. Hold on, I will write that down. Vegan Vine. The Giglio Long Beach, Long Island serial killer. That is an interesting case. I will definitely look into that. He was arrested in his home, multiple bodies. That was scary. Yeah, very interesting, Vicky Moore. I agree about the decision about notes during closing. Hello, TJ. God bless you, friend. Sunken Grave, my dear friend. Appreciate you being here with us. That means so much to Little Towel. Now I got my scroll working. Here we go. Risa, hello, our Canadian towel friends. Hello, Vicky Moore. Hello again, Cat in a Hat. I'm proud of you, Bossy Texas Chick. And Bella. Hello, Bella. I am a towel. Ange Whittick, my dear friend, you are a super towel, as is 5MEODMT, who lost track of the Lady Gaga thing. Don't worry, I'll explain it another day. It's a great video clip. I'll send it to you. Lady Gaga is a super towel. Respect, it's great to see you. I have a lot of respect for you, my friend. That was a good pun. Hello again, my towel friends. Oh, you all were so wonderful. Pat Brooks, God bless you, my dear friend. I agree. The defense had nothing but conspiracies based on lies, and Hank had the truth for a true, honest juror to have a guilty verdict. I agree, Pat Brooks. God bless you, friend. TJ, you know we're welcome to have. We are so honored to have you in the honorary towel fold. God bless you, friend. Oh my goodness, you all were chatting up a storm here. I was wondering why the chat scroll back was taking so long to load. Hold on, I got a backup plan. I got a towel backup plan. I saw Misbehaving NECA B was here. Guitar Hero, I love your username. I can't wait to play Guitar Hero on stream. James Hamlet, you have some absolutely wonderful, insightful contributions, my dear friend. You are welcome back anytime. Oh, Pat Brooks, God bless you, my dear friend. Yes, God bless you, Pat Brooks, and God willing, justice for John and his family is only delayed and not denied. We shall continue the fight. You are loved and appreciated, my dear friend. Oh, God bless you, Pat Brooks. I'm so honored to be able to leave that comment for you. It means so much to Little Towel. And you mean so much to Little Towel. I was reading your comment up above in the chat, and then you popped up below. I was like, oh my goodness, it's Pat Brooks. And I'm so happy more of the back scroll loaded so I can say more of your names. Hello, the Rise Within. Hello, Claire, my dear friend. Oh, I'm so glad I got to see Claire's name. Troy, thank you for apologizing to Colleen. Colleen Henry, we got an apology from Troy. We hope you appreciate it. I will reach out to you, Colleen. You are loved and appreciated. Holistic Psychology, you out there as well. You're loved and appreciated, as is The Sunken Grave. Hello, my dear friend. MJ Baker was here, the Super Towel themselves. I saw HB here earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, we love our UK towels. Of course we do. Bossy Texas Chick, we love our Texas towels, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we love our Texas towels. All of the towel countries around the world. Yes, you know I'm going to say it. 50... Yes, Pat Brooks, by the way, is a super towel in every sense of the term. If I didn't, I think I read Pat Brooks' comment, but they said, thank you, Grant Smith Ellis and my awesome towel friends. Love to you all, the O'Keefes, and one day justice will come for John. Yes, it will. Yeah, you might be right, Reese. I really do think that Hank saw it. He knew the rebuttal was pointless. That maybe he sensed the jurors weren't getting it. SW, hello, my dear friend. I'm glad I got to see your comment. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you, my dear friend Deborah. God bless you, Deborah Bessam. You are so kind, and we love our towel friends all around the world. Thank you for uplifting my towel spirits. I'm a humble towel. What can you say when you know people around the world who are just so wonderful? Other than I am a humble towel, it is my honor to say thank you. Oh, God bless you, Deborah. Vegan Vine, it was great to see you. Chris, KHRIS, it was great to see you. Meredith, my dear friend. Claudia Montano was here. Oh, and Leafy, hello, Leafy, you are a super towel. And then TJ, I'm glad you were able to join the honorary towel fold. I saw Fair Maiden Wins was here, ladies and gentlemen. And you know, I wouldn't say we're salty, Brittany. I think we've actually been doing a historical explication of the way James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake forms a structural framework through a Baconian-style interpretation of Hegel's syntactical dialectic in order for me to tell this story in the interwoven historical mosaic that is defined by the overlapping concentric social circles of influence which came to permeate the political proxy war between the DOJ under Levy and Rollins and the Norfolk DA and the MSP. So with Karen Reed and Turtle Boy and various other people involved as proxies. So, I mean, I wouldn't exactly say we're salty. You just walked into, a chat. Brittany, nope, that's it. Brittany, you do not troll Pat Brooks. Goodbye, Brittany. Brittany is gone. Brittany is gone. Goodbye, Brittany. You are not a towel. You don't understand. I will bring up James Joyce because 5MEO-DMT loves it just to prove that you are not a towel. Brittany D. Whoever you are, Brittany D. Hello, Lazy Susan. I'm so glad you got to pop in, my dear friend. And you know what I love about these streams? I actually get to go up to the back of my chat scroll and say hello to all the people that came in. I felt so rushed. You have no idea how guilty I would get, how rushed I would feel when I had to end the streams without getting to do this scroll back. I am so happy I get to do this again. You don't understand. Cat in a Hat was here. Ladies and gentlemen, Cat in a Hat's a super towel. I'm a super towel. You don't understand. Sunken Grave, hello. Christine. Sunken Grave is a super towel. I've said Sunken Grave's name like 6 times. I don't care. Christine, you are a super towel. Hello, my dear friend. And again, Claudia Montano was here. Chris was here. Chastity was here, ladies and gentlemen. Kimmy Lovin Stuff was here. Hello, my dear friend. What a wonderful username. You are amazing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, so many of the towel friends came in to say hello. Calmora Meditation. I hope you come back again soon. You have wonderful vibes. You are a super towel. If you want to know what a super towel is, that's when I decide that we are all towels, and then we are all super towels, and then you can just become a super towel. Yep. We got that one. Bossy Texas chick. We got the troll as quickly as we could. But yes, hold on. I'm not quite at the top of my back spool. Rise Within was here, ladies and gentlemen. Misbehaving Neckaby was here. Towel loves saying hello to his towel friends. You don't understand. All right. So that is part 2. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave you yet. I will not torment you. Towel friends, I will not abandon you yet. That was towel part 2. Now we get to do towel part 3. You don't understand. I stay with people. Hello, Lydia 111011. Oh yes, Lydia. If you like Finnegan's Wake, I would, now Ulysses we haven't really dived as much into. I think 5MEO-DMT might have to make us a presentation, and then I will learn about Ulysses. What I know very well though is the Wake. Now, you can call me Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker Towel, or you can call me Anne Olivia Pluribel Towel, or you can call me Shaman Chem the Penman Towel, depending on who we're talking about. Now, I love James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake for a number of reasons. One, because of the phrase, the commodious vicus of recirculation. You don't understand, that is the greatest 3 words put together in the English language. A commodious vicus of recirculation. How did you come up with that, you glorious man? You don't understand. I am in awe of your syntactical lexical precision. Commodious vicus of recirculation to describe a river. Now, what makes this even better, ladies and gentlemen, is that James Joyce starts Finnegan's Wake with 3 ellipses, okay? And then in the middle of the sentence, he's just like, river run past Bendith Bay and Adam and Eve near shore and blah blah, and to Brittany's peninsulate war, talking about like northern France. He calls northern France Brittany, okay? And then he talks about how there was a peninsulate war in Brittany in just the middle of a sentence where he's talking about a river in Dublin. You don't understand. This man is a genius. All right, so he starts this book, and the glorious thing about it is the book is a circle, okay? At the end of the book, it ends with 3 ellipses, and the sentence continues because that's what a river does. It flows in a circle around Dublin. And so anyway, James Joyce writes this book. It's ostensibly about this one guy, Humphrey Chipton Earwicker, whose wife cheats on him, so he gets upset and he goes to a bar and he commiserates with people, and then the town finds out about it, and then they laugh at him, and then he gets sad, so he goes to the river bend and he just sits there, and that's the book. However, it's not that at all, because this guy is having like hallucinations where he's traveling through history, and at one point he's like Jesus at the time of the Bible with his wife and Sham and Shem the penman, or one of Jesus's disciples, and that, or one of his followers, and then later he's like Napoleon conquering Europe with Napoleon's wife and or whoever he was with, a consort, and then later he's like at the American Revolution, and then he's with Kant and Königsberg. He's just all of these things didn't exactly happen. I'm using them by analogy, but he's like every historical literary archetype possible all in one book, and he just lives these cycles over and over and over again, but only 24 hours elapses in the book. Why this book is known as the epitome of English literature, I now understand. For a while, I was just like, those librarians really worship this book, and I don't understand why. They are a little weird. Now I totally get it, because if you understand the structure of the wake and how Humphrey Chipton Earwicker serves as a historical mosaic upon which recursive circles of the rise and fall of human morality can be painted through allegorical archetypes, then you can literally describe anything. So what James Joyce really did was, in a book about a guy who gets cheated on and walks around Dublin, tell the story of the entire rise and fall of human morality as chronicled through at least like 20 different historical allegorical allusions. Now, what I like to do is deploy this in a modern framework, okay? And so when I tell the story of Karen Read in the John O'Keefe trial, at one moment, Karen Read is Sisyphus pushing a boulder up a hill. She finally got the boulder over the hill, I guess. Alan Jackson was Icarus for a while there. He's flying really close to the sun. His wings were getting pretty singed off. Then I'll have Karen reemerge as like Irene Adler from the Sherlock Holmes story A Scandal in Bohemia, as interpreted by Jeremy Brett in the BBC in the 1984 film adaptation. And then Hank Brennan playing the part of Holmes. And ironically, God damn it, Karen, you actually did it. You played the literal role of Irene Adler and bested Holmes. God damn it, Karen. And then I'll have Karen reappear again, over and over and over in these different historical mosaics. And it's a lesson I learned from Joyce. Joyce learned it from Vico. Vico learned it from Hegel. And Hegel was a philosopher. Vico was a philosopher. Joyce was a writer. And the idea is that history has a form. It is moving towards something, not necessarily a specific end, but it has a form. It has an existing cultural thesis. It has a cultural antithesis. They merge together. They form a synthesis. The synthesis becomes a new cultural thesis. A new cultural antithesis emerges. They form again. That is Hegel's dialectical form. Vico adapted it and made it more of like a recursive historical circle. It's similar, though, because a synthetical form is recursive by its very nature. It encapsulates the thesis and the antithesis. Anyway, Joyce understood all this. He clearly did an applied literary explication of Hegel and Vico, which makes it even better. So not only is Finnegan's Wake a book about a guy walking around Dublin that starts with a really complex sentence about the commodious vicus of recirculation about a river, but it's also a multi-layered historical analogy through allusion for the rise and fall of human morality over the past 4,000 years. But it's also an opportunity for Joyce to flex his understanding of Hegel and Vico's historical form. You, ladies and gentlemen, will never be want for discussion at a New York high society fashion party if you can explain James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. You don't understand. That's why I like to talk about it. Oh, yes, Hegel's dialectical form. 5-MeO-DMT. Did you know that I fall within the Kantian tradition? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my professor at Boston College was taught by Jürgen Habermas, and Jürgen Habermas was taught by Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer, and they were taught by... they were invented critical theory, but they were first generation Hegelians, I'm pretty sure, or second generation Hegelians, whatever it was. Like, they were like very close to maybe like 50 years after Hegel was around, maybe less. But they were close to Hegel's time when they were young people. And then also Hegel's like phenomenology of spirit. Okay, it's a very good book. But what I prefer is Hegel's Reason in History. If you really want to understand Hegel, you have to read Reason in History. Now, there's a really good translation. Okay, the author's last name is Hartman. You want to read the Hartman translation of Reason in History, and then you want to read the introduction. I think it's page like 1 through page 18, Roman numerals. You want to read that over and over and over again if you want to understand Hegel. But I am a Kantian by my very predisposition. I believe in deontological-based ethics centered on toleration, with a bit of a Rawlsian, John Rawls, thrown in their spin, where I use overlapping consensus, reasonable pluralism in the veil of ignorance to inform this kind of multi-layered public sphere wherein overlapping comprehensive doctrines pluralistically get along and discuss. But it comes right from Kant. And I love the idea. I would have loved to have been in Königsberg when Kant, which is now Stalingrad, Kaliningrad. It's the only exclave oblast in the world. It used to be part of the Bavarian Empire. It's now on like the Adriatic, I think, and it's part of Russia. It used to be part of Germany. It was called Königsberg when Kant lived there. I would have loved to live there because I would have gone up to him and been like, you don't understand. I will take my walk with you every single day at the same time, and then we can discuss the groundworks for the metaphysics of morals and perpetual peace. You are a genius. Anyway, I love German idealism. I also do an applied form of deontological discourse-based ethics in this public information service. I don't remember why I started talking about Hegel. Because someone mentioned James Joyce. So I really like, in short, I really like James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake because I think it is a multi-layered embodiment of German philosophy coupled with Irish literary genius, and then furthermore, it also has a wonderful historical Weberian, like Max Weber-like scope in its applied sociology. In short, it is the greatest work ever created in the history of English literature. You do live in the Bavarian Empire. That's true, 5MEODMT. I feel like some people stay here and they're like, oh goodness, what are we talking about now? Grant clearly knows a lot about philosophy. Well, you know what? Have you ever considered, ladies and gentlemen, that I majored in philosophy, and maybe the Jesuits shouldn't have told me that much about esoteric philosophy, because now I know everything about esoteric philosophy. I know everything about the continental tradition. I know everything about the analytic tradition, and I'm a little bit concerned that because I don't drink, my brain is able to restore, and maybe other people who don't drink can't do this, but I'm a little concerned that I've retained everything I've ever read or heard, and it's just all up there, and I can just read the books as I think about them. Someone should probably study my brain, although I'm not sure I'm going to consent to that. We need to have a discussion about that first. I don't want you going inside my brain. I was concerned David Yannetti was in my soul earlier. We need to have a discussion about that. Kerry Gold. Hello, my friend. Listen, you came in at the right time. I just did a multi-layered analysis of James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake and why it's the embodiment of Hegel and Vico's philosophy in real time, while simultaneously being an allegorical overview of the rise and fall of human morality over the past 4,000 years, while also being a love letter to the city of Dublin, while also having the words commodius vicus of recirculation on the first page, while also being the story about a man who got cheated on by his wife and then walked around Dublin because he was sad. In short, my lack of cynicism. I refuse to be a cynic. I am a towel, and I like James Joyce. I don't know what to tell you. There are only a few things in life that can bring towel down, and nothing will bring me down except for those things, and I won't tell anyone what they are, because then you'll figure it out and try to deploy them tactically. How dare you? I am a towel. You will not accomplish that. How dare you use Towel's emotional vulnerabilities against him? I will just eradicate them. No, I will hide them. You don't understand. I'm evolving as a towel. Oh, yes. Yes, hello, Vicky Moore. You are a Canuck. You are a super towel. And I would just like you to know that the man who, for some reason, can explain James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake and compare it to Hegel and Vico and then start talking about how he loves Kant thinks you are a super towel. You are amazing. You are wonderful, Vicky Moore. We are honored to have you with us, and we love our super towel friends in Canada. I will also reiterate the following. We have towels now. I think we're approaching 100 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a little worried. There's only like 178 countries in the world, although that number goes up and down. We need to talk to South Sudan. We need to talk to Somaliland. I don't know if Somaliland is actually recognized. I think Ethiopia recognizes Somaliland, but that's only because they want a port on that very important canal near Yemen and Oman. Anyway, I don't really have time to get into that, but I do want to let you know that the number of countries in the world goes up and down depending on things like the existence of Somaliland being recognized by other countries. It's a complex state of affairs, but there's a lot of countries. We're getting close to over 50. We're over 50% of them. So I want to say hello to the towels in Canada. I want to say hello to the towels in all 50 states. Hello to the towels in Mexico, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras, Chile, Argentina, Brazil, St. Kitts and the Nevis, Bermudas, Bahamas. I may have forgotten. Venezuela was on there. I may have forgotten some other countries in Latin America. Please forgive me. I hope we can get over this. I also want to say hello to our towel friends in the UK, in Ireland, and Northern Ireland, on the Isle of Man. Hello. On the Faroe Islands, Greenland, Iceland, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Germany, France, of course. We love France. We love the Bavarian Empire. We love our German towels. Italy, ladies and gentlemen. Holland. Did I say Finland, Sweden, and Denmark? And then there's also Ukraine. And then, let's see, Serbia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Turkey. I don't think Azerbaijan is on the list yet, but I'm working on it. I want to go to Baku one day. I also want to go to Split in Croatia. Hello to our towels in Greece. And then, of course, our towels in India. Egypt, ladies and gentlemen, we say hello to our towels in Israel. We wish you safety. We hope you are well. God bless you, dear friends. To our super towel friends in Mozambique, in Somalia, because I started talking about Mogadishu the other day and then people started watching. I think YouTube knows. And then I also want to say hello to the towel friends in South Africa. We would be remiss if we did not say hello. Hello, Cookie Ramlaw. You came in literally as I said. Hello to the towel friends in South Africa. You don't understand. That was a moment fated to occur. Then I also want to say hello to the towel friends in New Zealand and in Australia and in Singapore and in Vietnam and in Malaysia and then also in Japan. And then I think Cambodia is on there now, but I haven't confirmed that. And there may be other countries, but I'm working on the entire list. You don't understand. When I get compulsive about memorizing things like the list of countries you're all from, although you may not all be here at the same time, I don't stop. This is like, for example, when I start talking about the U.S. presidents, and then I say things like, well, we have to start back at Pierce, and then I'm like, oh no, I did it again. Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Chester A. Arthur, Garfield, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding Coolidge Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. Do you see what happens, ladies and gentlemen? It's just all up there, and then I start talking about it, and I'm like, oh, I should relay this to every single human here, and then that's what I do. I am an interesting towel. What can I do? Oh, hello again, Cookie Ramlaw. You are a super towel. But yes, a few things. We reached the end of that portion as well. I'm so sorry to have to end that. When I get going on those kind of soliloquies, I literally want to go for hours. It is invigorating. You don't understand. I'm so thrilled. You all love German philosophy, German idealism in particular. deontological ethics, James Joyce, the river in the middle of Dublin, and also the universal motifs embodied in the rise and fall of human morality over the past 4,000 years of human existence. If I can tell that story and package it into the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial somehow, I will do that. No promises. I'm not James Joyce. I am a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you've learned anything today, it is certainly that I am not James Joyce. I am a towel. But also, if you've really learned something today. Oh, hello, Amber Alexander. Hello. Amber Alexander has a question. Just joined. Sorry, on TMZ, a juror said the mob was unable to be ignored. It was a distraction as he was trying to focus on evidence. Wow, Amber Alexander, is that the same thing? I think we saw that interview with Juror 4. I agree with you, my dear friend. That interview with Juror 4, if that was what you're talking about, was quite telling. Like, they could hear the jurors. Hello. Yeah, I agree, Amber M. And we're going to be back. Amber Alexander. Sorry, we have an Amber M. Amber Alexander. Amber Alexander, we're going to be back tomorrow. I want to talk a lot more. We might see more jurors coming out. There's going to be more analysis to do. But yes, a lot going on. Sheffield Towel, you are still here. Oh my goodness, Sheffield Towel. I went on a historical explication about James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. It was wonderful. I got to talk about Hegel and Kant and Habermas. You don't understand. Maybe you do. It was wonderful. Oh, all the Sheffield Flannels, by the way, Towel sends his love. You are all wonderful, and Sheffield Flannel is a super towel who is wonderful. But really, folks, you know where I'm going with this. If you benefited from this stream, if you learned something today, Iris Hewitt, it's so good to see you. I'm sorry I missed your comment earlier. If you benefited today, oh, the koalas and the pandas, ladies and gentlemen. We love koalas and pandas. I will build a rocket ship. We'll call it the Towel Rocket Ship, bossy Texas chick. I will also remember to eat. It's possible I only had half a cheeseburger today, but I'm going to go get food right now. I will look at my phone. By the way, those of you who sent wonderful super towel donations, God bless you. I'm going to go check that out now. Now, if you really benefited from this stream, though, more so than anything else, I want you to do this, if you can. Look for reasons to do small acts of kindness or small acts of service. Look for reasons to be a beacon of hope in the world. Look for reasons to be a beacon of light on a wider earth defined by self-interest and greed and fear, quite frankly. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to be a helper. Look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. Look for reasons to donate to animal shelters run by veterans or animal shelters in general. Look for reasons to say hello to someone on the street, smile at a passerby. If someone needs you to sort through a complex pile of various items to find something, do that for them. Help them. Ladies and gentlemen, call a family member or friend you haven't talked to in a while. Donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did once and have them designated honorary towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us look for a reason to redefine the current realpolitik of the world from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating power to one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. We can do it. We can prove it's possible. I know it's possible because of you all. Because of this community that's here, because of the wider goodness that can ripple outwards and conquer any evil. And yes, more so than anything else, ladies and gentlemen, let us bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer carrying a towel, centered on unconditional love and small acts of service. It's possible. I believe it's possible. I know it's possible, ladies and gentlemen. And it was great to be with all of you today. Now, you have a great time at the Vet, Cat in a Hat. All my dear towel friends, the first thing we have to do, by the way, is end the towel stream on X. Towel friends over on the X, it was great being with you. We only went for about 6 or 7 hours today. Relatively short towel stream. Nothing like our records. It was great to be with you. Be well. I'm going to talk to the Towel Friends on YouTube for a few minutes. You got a few minutes on X at the beginning extra. Towel Friends get a few minutes at the end on YouTube. But be safe, be well. Towel loves you. You know I'll be back with you soon. I don't have a next time for the next stream. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday. I think more likely tomorrow because I get lonely. I'm a towel. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. If you would want to join the chat, wonderful community of folks. Wonderful. Hello, towel friends on the towel YouTube. Oh, that's true, Bossy Texas Chick. I haven't seen Francis Fruchel. I think a family member was sick about a month ago. I hope they are okay. I don't know if I have their contact. If anyone got Francis Fruchel's contact or knows them on another site, yeah, let's, I want to make sure they're okay. And I obviously, there's someone else I'm following up to make sure they're okay. But, ladies and gentlemen, Francis Fruchel, if you're wondering, it's so good you all remembered Francis Fruchel. They were a super towel. They were around about a month and a half ago. They were always talking about the acts of kindness they were doing, and we loved them very, very much. Cookie Ramlal, yes, I will reach out. I said it during the stream today to Hank directly. I said, Hank, I want to interview you. It would be great. But I also have sent Hank an email, Cookie Ramlal. It was short. I said, thank you for your service to the Commonwealth. If you ever want to do an interview, please let me know, or something like that. It was short. But yes, I love you too, Deborah Bessam. I love all of you towel friends. I needed this today. You could see my energy went up and down, and it wasn't just because I didn't have an energy drink. I was really tired. I was trying to process so much. And you all, and Harvard Yard, and so many towel friends out there reinvigorated my spirit. And even though we might not be able to bring this level of solace to the O'Keefe family or to any of the named witnesses or victims in the ongoing cases related to Aidan Kearney, like Lindsay Gattani or Chris Albert or Colin Albert, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, by showing this unified compassion, we've proven that those little ripples will one day reach even the most tormented of hearts. It's possible. I believe it. Oh, Cookie Ramlal, that's great. I will. I don't want to force Francis Fruchel to come here, but I'm just going to be like, hello, Francis Fruchel. We were thinking about you today, and the tomato plants you donated, you are wonderful. Yep, I agree. TMZ does pay well. I'm so glad I could help Bossy Texas Chick. It meant so much to me to be with you all today. Towel's voice is starting to get a little tired. I'm going to try to rest. It's still 84 degrees Fahrenheit, which for our Celsius towels, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I'm not just going to not tell you what that is in Celsius. What? Hold on. What is 84 F in C? So, ladies and gentlemen, even at 7:20 p.m. at night, it is 29 degrees Celsius here in Boston. It's warm. It's hot out there. You in Texas might be able to keep up with it, but we're struggling. And Kat, definitely take a look at Bella, the Super Towel Cat. Bella is one of the amazing mascots of Towel Channel. If you've never seen Bella in real life, this is an artistic rendering of Bella. Look at that Super Towel Cat. That is Bella. She is a cat. And that is Bossy Texas Chick. She is not a cat, but she has a cat. That's amazing. But yes, look, there's the chat about Bella. I'm chasing the chat. Look at Bella. Look at Bella go. Oh, and that was a good pun because Bella is a cat. So if Bella's name was Bella Cat, it would be Bella C-A-T. And you were like, have you seen Bella Cat? That was funny. Chit Chat and Coffee, you are amazing to pop in, my friend. It's so good to see you. Oh, I'm so glad this stream helped you. God bless you, 5MEO-DMT. And Chit Chat and Coffee, I do my best. All right, God bless every single one of you. It means so much to me. I appreciate it in so many ways. And I reiterated earlier, but I will do it again right now. Give me 1 second. Little towels before we close off. I know some of you literally will not go until I go, but hold on. Maybe I can do it this way. Oh, yes, I can. So to Deborah Bessam, you're the greatest, my dear friend. To Pat Brooks, Towel appreciates you. God bless the O'Keefe family. To Bossy Texas Chick, thank you for your love for this community. I'm so glad you feel better. Calmore Meditation, thank you for your support from Canada. I'm so glad it has been therapeutic. And Calmore Meditation, God bless you for letting people know that when you find justice, it sometimes is through collateral proceedings. A to Z, thank you for the 20 gift memberships. That was incredibly kind of you. Claudia Franco, God bless you, my friend. Calmora Meditation said, I'm a meditation teacher, but I want punishment for Turtle Boy. Something tells me the story is not over. Maybe I am copium. Well, God bless you for your support, Calmora Meditation. I'm glad I was able to read that out. Calmora Meditation said, thank you so much for providing a place to grieve. And Bossy Texas Chick started the day by saying, hi, Grant, everyone. Want to share a positive thought on the verdict. This way, it keeps all of the family, O'Keefes, McCabe's, and Alberts much safer. We can pray. We pray, and we do pray, my dear friend. Oh, goodness. Well, I wanted to make sure I got to say hello to everyone that's in the chat. I did it. I read all the messages. It means so much to me that I was with you today. We're going to see each other again tomorrow. I'm going to get some rest. You get some rest. Know that Towel loves you. You mean so much to me in so many ways. Special Towel hugs to you all today. We were here together, and that means something. Please be safe. Please be well. Reach out to me. You know where to find me. If you need me at any time, I won't always be able to respond unless you DM me on X, which is one of the quicker ways to find me, but I have to be following you, so I'll work on that. You can also find me at social media, Grant Smith Ellis. I see those slower, Instagram, Facebook. You can also Gmail me, that name, Grant Smith Ellis. You'll find me, and I'll try to respond. We also didn't have Beach Nance with us, so tomorrow I'm going to show the update pictures from Beach Nance vacation. We hope Beach Nance is doing well. God bless you, Towel friends. Be well. You know how much I appreciate you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. And from me to you, for towelettes, washcloths, soap dispensers, hemp flannels, electric hand dryers, washcloths, hemp towels, paper towels, beach towels, microfiber towels, or otherwise, this towel loves you very much. Until tomorrow, maybe Friday, more likely tomorrow, I'll put the stream up. Sometime in the morning, I'll put the link up when I decide on the time. Towel loves you, friends. Be well.